Ender's Shadow by Orson Scott Card. Part 1. Urchin. Chapter 1. Poke.
You think you found somebody, so suddenly my program gets the axe?
It's not about this kid that Graf found. It's about the low quality of what you've been finding.
We knew it was long odds, but the kids I'm working with are actually fighting a war just to stay alive.
Your kids are so malnourished that they suffer serious mental degradation before you even begin testing them. Most of them haven't formed any normal human bonds. They're so messed up they can't get through a day without finding something they can steal, break, or disrupt.
They also represent possibility, as all children do.
That's just the kind of sentimentality that discredits your whole project in the eyes of the IF.
Poke kept her eyes open all the time. The younger children were supposed to be on watch, too, and sometimes they could be quite observant, but they just didn't notice all the things they needed to notice, and that meant that Poke could only depend on herself to see danger. There was plenty of danger to watch for. The cops, for instance. They didn't show up often, but when they did, they seemed especially bent on clearing the streets of children. They would flail them with their magnetic whips, landing cruel, stinging blows on even the smallest children, haranguing them as vermin, thieves, pestilence, a plague on the fair city of Rotterdam. It was Poke's job to notice when a disturbance in the distance suggested that the cops might be running a sweep. Then she would give the alarm whistle, and the little ones would rush to their hiding places till the danger was past. But the cops didn't come by that often. The real danger was much more immediate. Big kids. Poke, at age 9, was the matriarch of her little crew, not that any of them knew for sure that she was a girl. But that cut no ice with the 11 and 12 and 13-year-old boys and girls who bullied their way around the streets. The adult-sized beggars and thieves and whores of the street paid no attention to the little kids except to kick them out of the way. But the older children, who were among the kicked, turned around and preyed on the younger ones. Anytime Poke's crew found something to eat, especially if they located a dependable source of garbage or an easy mark for a coin or a bit of food, they had to watch jealously and hide their winnings, for the bullies liked nothing better than to take away whatever scraps of food the little ones might have. Stealing from younger children was much safer than stealing from shops or passers-by. And they enjoyed it. Poke could see that. They liked how the little kids cowered and obeyed and whimpered and gave them whatever they demanded. So when the scrawny little 2-year-old took up a perch on a garbage can across the street, Poke, being observant, saw him at once. The kid was on the edge of starvation. No, the kid was starving. Thin arms and legs, joints that looked ridiculously oversized, a distended belly. And if hunger didn't kill him soon, the onset of autumn would, because his clothing was thin, and there wasn't much of it even at that. Normally she wouldn't have paid him more than passing attention, but this one had eyes. He was still looking around with intelligence, none of that stupor of the walking dead, no longer searching for food, or even caring to find a comfortable place to lie while breathing their last taste of the stinking air of Rotterdam. After all, death would not be such a change for them. Everyone knew that Rotterdam was, if not the capital, then the main seaport of hell. The only difference between Rotterdam and death was that with Rotterdam, the damnation wasn't eternal. This little boy, what was he doing? Not looking for food. He wasn't eyeing the pedestrians, which was just as well. There was no chance that anyone would leave anything for a child that small. Anything he might get would be taken away by any other child, so why should he bother? If he wanted to survive, he should be following older scavengers and licking food wrappers behind them, getting the last sheen of sugar or dusting of flour clinging to the packaging, whatever the first comer hadn't licked off. There was nothing for this child out here on the street, not unless he got taken in by a crew, and Poke wouldn't have him. He'd be nothing but a drain, and her kids were already having a hard enough time without adding another useless mouth. He's going to ask, she thought. He's going to whine and beg, but that only works on the rich people. I've got my crew to think of. He's not one of them, so I don't care about him. Even if he is small, he's nothing to me. A couple of 12-year-old hookers who didn't usually work this strip rounded a corner, heading toward Poke's base. She gave a low whistle. The kids immediately drifted apart, staying on the street but trying not to look like a crew. It didn't help. The hookers knew already that Poke was a crew boss, and sure enough, they caught her by the arms and slammed her against a wall and demanded their permission fee. Poke knew better than to claim she had nothing to share. She always tried to keep a reserve in order to placate hungry bullies. These hookers, Poke could see why they were hungry. They didn't look like what the pedophiles wanted when they came cruising through. They were too gaunt, too old-looking. So until they grew bodies and started attracting the slightly less perverted trade, they had to resort to scavenging. It made Poke's blood boil to have them steal from her and her crew, but it was smarter to pay them off. If they beat her up, she couldn't look out for her crew, now could she? So she took them to one of her stashes and came up with a little bakery bag that still had half a pastry in it. It was stale, since she'd been holding it for a couple of days for just such an occasion, but the two hookers grabbed it, tore open the bag, and one of them bit off more than half before offering the remainder to her friend. Or rather, her former friend, for of such predatory acts are feuds born. The two of them started fighting, screaming at each other, slapping, raking at each other with clawed hands. Poke watched closely, hoping that they'd drop the remaining fragment of pastry, but no such luck. It went into the mouth of the same girl who had already eaten the first bite, and it was that first girl who won the fight, too, sending the other one running for refuge. Poke turned around, and there was the little boy right behind her. She nearly tripped over him. Angry as she was at having had to give up food to those street horse, she gave him a knee and knocked him to the ground. "Don't stand behind people if you don't want to land on your butt," she snarled. He simply got up and looked at her, expectant, demanding. "No, you little bastard, you're not getting nothing from me," said Poke. "I'm not taking one bean out of the mouths of my crew. You aren't worth a bean." Her crew was starting to reassemble, now that the bullies had passed. "Why you give your food to them?" said the boy. "You need that food." "Oh, excuse me," said Poke. She raised her voice so her crew could hear her. "I guess you ought to be the crew boss here, is that it? You being so big, you got no trouble keeping the food." "Not me," said the boy. "I'm not worth a bean, remember?" "Yeah, I remember. Maybe you ought to remember and shut up." Her crew laughed. But the little boy didn't. "You got to get your own bully," he said. "I don't get bullies, I get rid of them," Poke answered. She didn't like the way he kept talking, standing up to her. In a minute she was going to have to hurt him. "You give food to bullies every day. Give that to one bully, and get him to keep the others away from you. You think I never thought of that, stupid? She said. Only once he's bought, how I keep him. He won't fight for us. If he won't, then kill him, said the boy. That made Poke mad. The stupid impossibility of it. The power of the idea that she knew she could never lay hands on. She gave him a knee again, and this time kicked him when he went down. Maybe I start by killing you. I'm not worth a bean, remember? Said the boy. You kill one bully, get another to fight for you. He want your food. He's scared of you, too. She didn't know what to say to such a preposterous idea. They eating you up, said the boy. Eating you up. So you got to kill one. Get him down. Everybody as small as me. Stones crack any size head. You make me sick, she said. 'Cause you didn't think of it, he said. He was flirting with death, talking to her that way. If she injured him at all, he'd be finished. He must know that. But then, he had death living with him inside his flimsy little shirt already. Hard to see how it would matter if death came any closer. Poke looked around at her crew. She couldn't read their faces. I don't need no baby telling me to kill what we can't kill. Little kid come up behind him. You shove. He fall over, said the boy. Already you got some big stones, bricks. Hit him in the head. When you see brains, you done. He no good to me dead, she said. I want my own bully. He keep us safe. I don't want no dead one. The boy grinned. So now you like my idea, he said. Can't trust no bully, she answered. He watch out for you at the charity kitchen, said the boy. You get in at the kitchen. He kept looking her in the eye, but he was talking for the others to hear. He get you all in at the kitchen. Little kid get into the kitchen, the big kids, they beat him, said Sergeant. He was 8, and mostly acted like he thought he was Poke's second in command, though truth was she didn't have a second. You get you a bully, he make them go away. How he stop 2 bullies, 3 bullies, asked Sergeant. Like I said, the boy answered. You push him down, he not so big. You get your rocks, you be ready. Be into you a soldier? Don't they call you Sergeant? Stop talking to him, Sarge, said Poke. I don't know why any of us is talking to some 2-year-old. I'm 4, said the boy. What's your name? Asked Poke. Nobody ever said no name for me, he said. You mean you're so stupid you can't remember your own name? Nobody ever said no name, he said again. Still he looked her in the eye, lying there on the ground, the crew around him. Ain't worth a bean, she said. Am so, he said. Yeah, said Sergeant. 1 damn bean. So now you got a name, said Poke. You go back and sit on that garbage can. I think about what you said. I need something to eat, said Bean. If I get me a bully, if what you said works, then maybe I give you something. I need something now, said Bean. She knew it was true. She reached into her pocket and took out 6 peanuts she had been saving. He sat up and took just 1 from her hand, put it in his mouth, and slowly chewed. Take them all, she said impatiently. He held out his little hand. It was weak. He couldn't make a fist. Can't hold them all, he said. Don't hold so good. Damn, she was wasting perfectly good peanuts on a kid who was going to die anyway. but she was going to try his idea. It was audacious, but it was the first plan she'd ever heard that offered any hope of making things better, of changing something about their miserable life without her having to put on girl clothes and going into business. And since it was his idea, the crew had to see that she treated him fair. That's how you stay crew boss. They always see you be fair. So she kept holding her hand out while he ate all 6 peanuts, one at a time. After he swallowed the last one, he looked her in the eye for another long moment and then said, "You better be ready to kill him. I want him alive. Be ready to kill him if he ain't the right one." With that, Bean toddled back across the street to his garbage can and laboriously climbed on top again to watch. "You ain't no 4 years old," Sergeant shouted over to him. "I'm 4, but I'm just little," he shouted back. Poke hushed Sergeant up, and they went looking for stones and bricks and cinder blocks. If they were going to have a little war, they'd best be armed.
Bean didn't like his new name, but it was a name, and having a name meant that somebody else knew who he was and needed something to call him, and that was a good thing. So were the 6 peanuts. His mouth hardly knew what to do with them. Chewing hurt. So did watching as Poke screwed up the plan he gave her. Bean didn't choose her because she was the smartest crew boss in Rotterdam. Quite the opposite. Her crew barely survived because her judgment wasn't that good, and she was too compassionate. Didn't have the brains to make sure she got enough food herself to look well-fed, so while her own crew knew she was nice and liked her, to strangers she didn't look prosperous. Didn't look good at her job. But if she really was good at her job, she would never have listened to him. He never would have got close. Or if she did listen and did like his idea, she would have got rid of him. That's the way it worked on the street. Nice kids died. Poke was almost too nice to stay alive. That's what Bean was counting on. But that's what he now feared. All this time he invested in watching people while his body ate itself up. It would be wasted if she couldn't bring it off. Not that Bean hadn't wasted a lot of time himself. At first, when he watched the way kids did things on the street, the way they were stealing from each other, at each other's throats, in each other's pockets, selling every part of themselves that they could sell, he saw how things could be better if somebody had any brains, but he didn't trust his own insight. He was sure there must be something else that he just didn't get. He struggled to learn more. Of everything. To learn to read so he'd know what the signs said on trucks and stores and wagons and bins. To learn enough Dutch and enough IF Common to understand everything that was said around him. It didn't help that hunger constantly distracted him. He probably could have found more to eat if he hadn't spent so much time studying the people. But finally he realized. He already understood it. He had understood it from the start. There was no secret that Bean just didn't get yet because he was only little. The reason all these kids handled everything so stupidly was because they were stupid. They were stupid, and he was smart. So why was he starving to death while these kids were still alive? That was when he decided to act. That was when he picked Poke as his crew boss. And now he sat on a garbage can watching her blow it. She chose the wrong bully, that's the first thing she did. She needed a guy who made it on size alone, intimidating people. She needed somebody big and dumb, brutal but controllable. Instead, she thinks she needs somebody small. No, stupid, stupid. Bean wanted to scream at her as she saw her target coming, a bully who called himself Achille after the comics hero. He was little and mean and smart and quick, but he had a gimp leg, so she thought she could take him down more easily. Stupid. The idea isn't just to take him down. You can take anybody down the first time because they won't expect it. You need somebody who will stay down. But he said nothing. couldn't get her mad at him. See what happens. See what Ashiel is like when he's beat. She'll see. It won't work, and she'll have to kill him and hide the body and try again with another bully before word gets out that there's a crew of little kids taking down bullies. So up comes Ashiel, swaggering. Or maybe that was just the rolling gait that his bent leg forced on him, and Poke makes an exaggerated show of cowering and trying to get away. Bad job, thought Bean. Ashiel gets it already. Something's wrong. You were supposed to act like you normally do. Stupid. So Ashiel looks around a lot more, wary. She tells him she's got something stashed. That part's normal, and she leads him into the trap in the alley. But look, he's holding back, being careful. It isn't going to work. But it does work, because of the gimp leg. Ashiel can see the trap being sprung, but he can't get away. A couple of little kids pile into the backs of his legs while Poke and Sergeant push him from the front, and down he goes. Then there's a couple of bricks hitting his body and his bad leg, and they're thrown hard. The little kids get it. They do their job, even if Poke is stupid. And yeah, that's good. Ashiel is scared. He thinks he's going to die. Bean was off his perch by now. Down the alley, watching, closer. Hard to see past the crowd. He pushes his way in, and the little kids, who are all bigger than he is, recognize him. They know he earned a view of this. They let him in. He stands right at Ashiel's head. Poke stands above him, holding a big cinder block, and she's talking. You get us into the food line at the shelter. Sure, right, I will, I promise. Don't believe him. Look at his eyes, checking for weakness. You get more food this way too, Ashiel. You get my crew. We get enough to eat. We have more strength. We bring more to you. You need a crew. The other bullies shove you out of the way. We've seen them. But with us, you don't gotta take no shit. See how we do it? An army. That's what we are. Okay. Now he was getting it. It was a good idea, and he wasn't stupid, so it made sense to him. If this is so smart, Poke, how come you didn't do this before now? She had nothing to say to that. Instead, she glanced at Bean. Just a momentary glance, but Ashiel saw it, and Bean knew what he was thinking. It was so obvious. Kill him, said Bean. Don't be stupid, said Poke. He's in. That's right, said Ashiel. I'm in. It's a good idea. Kill him, said Bean. If you don't kill him now, he's going to kill you. You let this little walking turd get away with talking shit like this, said Ashiel. It's your life or his, said Bean. Kill him and take the next guy. The next guy won't have my bad leg, said Ashiel. The next guy won't think he needs you. I know I do. I'm in. I'm the one you want. It makes sense. Maybe Bean's warning made her more cautious. She didn't cave in quite yet. You won't decide later that you're embarrassed to have a bunch of little kids in your crew? It's your crew, not mine, said Ashiel. Liar, thought Bean. Don't you see that he's lying to you? What this is to me, said Ashiel. This is my family. These are my kid brothers and sisters. I got to look after my family, don't I? Bean saw at once that Ashiel had won. Powerful bully, and he had called these kids his sisters, his brothers. Bean could see the hunger in their eyes. Not the regular hunger for food, but the real hunger, the deep hunger. For family, for love, for belonging. They got a little of that by being in Poke's crew, but Ashiel was promising more. He had just beaten Poke's best offer. Now it was too late to kill him. Too late. But for a moment it looked as if Poke was so stupid she was going to go ahead and kill him after all. She raised the cinder block higher to crash it down. No, said Bean. You can't. He's family now. She lowered the cinder block to her waist. Slowly she turned to look at Bean. "You get the hell out of here," she said. "You no part of my crew. You get nothing here." "No," said Ashiel. "You better go ahead and kill me. You plan to treat him that way." Oh, that sounded brave. But Bean knew Ashiel wasn't brave, just smart. He had already won. It meant nothing that he was lying there on the ground and Poke still had the cinder block. It was his crew now. Poke was finished. It would be a while before anybody but Bean and Ashiel understood that, but the test of authority was here and now, and Ashiel was going to win it. "There's a little kid," said Ashiel. "He may not be part of your crew, but he's part of my family. You don't go telling my brother to get lost." Poke hesitated. A moment longer. Long enough. Ashiel sat up. He rubbed his bruises. He checked out his contusions. He looked in joking admiration to the little kids who had bricked him. "Damn, you bad." They laughed. Nervously at first. Would he hurt them because they hurt him? "Don't worry," he said. "You showed me what you can do. We have to do this to more than a couple of bullies, you'll see. I had to know you could do it right. Good job. What's your name?" One by one he learned their names. Learned them and remembered them. Or when he missed one, he'd make a big deal about it, apologize, visibly work at remembering. 15 minutes later, they loved him. If he could do this, thought Bean, if he's this good at making people love him, why didn't he do it before? Because these fools always look up for power. People above you, they never want to share power with you. Why you look to them? They give you nothing. People below you, you give them hope, you give them respect, they give you power, because they don't think they have any, so they don't mind giving it up. Ashiel got to his feet, a little shaky, his bad leg more sore than usual. Everybody stood back, gave him some space. He could leave now if he wanted. Get away, never come back. Or go get some more bullies, come back and punish the crew. But he stood there, then smiled, reached into his pocket, took out the most incredible thing. A bunch of raisins. A whole handful of them. They looked at his hand as if it bore the mark of a nail in the palm. "Little brothers and sisters first," he said. "Littlest first." He looked at Bean. "You." "Not him," said the next littlest. "We don't even know him." "Bean was the one who wanted us to kill you," said another. "Bean," said Ashiel. "Bean, you were just looking out for my family, weren't you?" "Yes," said Bean. "You want a raisin?" Bean nodded. "You first. You the one brought us all together, okay?" Either Ashiel would kill him or he wouldn't. At this moment, all that mattered was the raisin. Bean took it, put it in his mouth, did not even bite down on it. Just let his saliva soak it, bringing out the flavor of it. "You know," said Ashiel, "no matter how long you hold it in your mouth, it never turns back into a grape." "What's a grape?" Ashiel laughed at him, still not chewing. Then he gave out raisins to the other kids. Poke had never shared out so many raisins because she had never had so many to share. But the little kids wouldn't understand that. They'd think Poke gave us garbage and Ashiel gave us raisins. That's because they were stupid.
Chapter 2, Kitchen.
I know you've already looked through this area, and you're probably almost done with Rotterdam, but something's been happening lately since you visited that... Oh, I don't know if it's really anything. I shouldn't have called.
Tell me, I'm listening.
There's always been fighting in the line. We try to stop them, but we only have a few volunteers, and they're needed to keep order inside the dining room, that and serve the food. So we know that a lot of kids who should get a turn can't even get in the line, because they're pushed out. And if we do manage to stop the bullies and let one of the little ones in, then they get beaten up afterwards. We never see them again. It's ugly.
Survival of the fittest?
Of the cruelest. Civilization is supposed to be the opposite of that.
You're civilized. They're not.
Anyway, it's changed. All of a sudden. Just in the past few days. I don't know why. But you said that anything unusual, and whoever's behind it, can civilization suddenly evolve all over again in the middle of a jungle of children?
That's the only place it ever evolves. I'm through in Delft. There was nothing for us here. I already have enough blue plates.
Bean kept to the background during the weeks that followed. He had nothing to offer now. They already had his best idea. And he knew that gratitude wouldn't last long. He wasn't big and he didn't eat much, but if he was constantly underfoot, annoying people and chattering at them, it would soon become not only fun but popular to deny him food in hopes that he'd die or go away. Even so, he often felt Ashiel's eyes on him. He noticed this without fear. If Ashiel killed him, so be it. He had been a few days from death anyway. It would just mean his plan didn't work so well after all, but since it was his only plan, it didn't matter if it turned out not to have been good. If Ashiel remembered how Bean urged Poke to kill him, and of course, he did remember, and if Ashiel was planning how and when he would die, there was nothing Bean could do to prevent it. Sucking up wouldn't help. That would just look like weakness, and Bean had seen for a long time how bullies, and Ashiel was still a bully at heart, thrived on the terror of other children, how they treated people even worse when they showed their weakness. Nor would offering more clever ideas, first because Bean didn't have any, and second because Ashiel would think it was an affront to his authority. And the other kids would resent it if Bean kept acting like he thought he was the only one with a brain. They already resented him for having thought of this plan that had changed their lives. For the change was immediate. The very first morning, Ashiel had Sergeant go stand in the line at Helga's kitchen on Eert van Nestraat, because, he said, as long as we're going to get the crap beaten out of us anyway, we might as well try for the best free food in Rotterdam, in case we get to eat before we die. He talked like that, but he had made them practice their moves till the last light of day the night before, so they worked together better, and they didn't give themselves away so soon, the way they did when they were going after him. The practice gave them confidence. Ashiel kept saying, they'll expect this, and they'll try that, and because he was a bully himself, they trusted him in a way they had never trusted Poke. Poke, being stupid, kept trying to act as if she was in charge, as if she had only delegated their training to Ashiel. Bean admired the way that Ashiel did not argue with her and did not change his plans or instructions in any way because of what she said. If she urged him to do what he was already doing, he'd keep doing it. There was no show of defiance, no struggle for power. Ashiel acted as if he had already won, and because the other kids followed him, he had. The line formed in front of Helga's early, and Ashiel watched carefully as bullies who arrived later inserted themselves in line in a kind of hierarchy. The bullies knew which ones got pride of place. Bean tried to understand the principle Ashiel used to pick which bully Sergeant should pick a fight with. It wasn't the weakest, but that was smart, since beating the weakest bully would only set them up for more fights every day. Nor was it the strongest. As Sergeant walked across the street, Bean tried to see what it was about the target bully that made Ashiel pick him. And then Bean realized. This was the strongest bully who had no friends with him. The target was big and he looked mean, so beating him would look like an important victory. But he talked to no one, greeted no one. He was out of his territory, and several of the other bullies were casting resentful glances at him, sizing him up. There might have been a fight here today even if Ashiel hadn't picked this soup line, this stranger. Sargent was cool as you please, slipping into place directly in front of the target. For a moment, the target just stood there looking at him as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Surely this little kid would realize his deadly mistake and run away. But Sargent didn't even act as if he noticed the target was there. "Hey," said the target. He shoved Sargent hard, and from the angle of the push, Sargent should have been propelled away from the line. But as Ashiel had told him, he planted a foot right away and launched himself forward, hitting the bully in front of the target in line, even though that was not the direction in which the target had pushed him. The bully in front turned around and snarled at Sargent, who pleaded, "He pushed me." "He hit you himself," said the target. "Do I look that stupid?" said Sargent. The bully in front sized up the target. A stranger. Tough, but not unbeatable. "Watch yourself, skinny boy." That was a dire insult among bullies, since it implied incompetence and weakness. "Watch your own self." During this exchange, Ashiel led a picked group of younger kids towards Sargent, who was risking life and limb by staying right up between the two bullies. Just before reaching them, two of the younger kids darted through the line to the other side, taking up posts against the wall just beyond the target's range of vision. Then Ashiel started screaming. "What the hell do you think you're doing, you turd-stained piece of toilet paper? I send my boy to hold my place in line and you shove him? You shove him into my friend here?" Of course, they weren't friends at all. Ashiel was the lowest status bully in this part of Rotterdam, and he always took his place as the last of the bullies in line. But the target didn't know that, and he wouldn't have time to find out. For by the time the target was turned to face Ashiel, the boys behind him were already leaping against his calves. There was no waiting for the usual exchange of shoves and brags before the fight began. Ashiel began it and ended it with brutal swiftness. He pushed hard just as the younger boys hit, and the target hit the cobbled street hard. He lay there dazed, blinking. But already two other little kids were handing big, loose cobblestones to Ashiel, who smashed them down, 1, 2, on the target's chest. Bean could hear the ribs as they popped like twigs. Ashiel pulled him by his shirt and flopped him right back down on the street. He groaned, struggled to move, groaned again, lay still. The others in line had backed away from the fight. This was a violation of protocol. When bullies fought each other, they took it into the alleys, and they didn't try for serious injury. They fought until supremacy was clear and it was over. This was a new thing, using cobblestones, breaking bones. It scared them, not because Ashiel was so fearsome to look at, but because he had done the forbidden thing, and he had done it right out in the open. At once, Ashiel signaled Poke to bring the rest of the crew and fill in the gap in the line. Meanwhile, Ashiel strutted up and down the line, ranting at the top of his voice. "You can disrespect me, I don't care. I'm just a cripple. I'm just a guy with a gimp leg. But don't you go shoving my family. Don't you go shoving one of my children out of line. You hear me? Because if you do that, some truck's gonna come down this street and knock you down and break your bones, just like happened to this little pinprick. And next time, maybe your head's going to be what breaks till your brains fall out on the street. You gotta watch out for speeding trucks like the one that knocked down this fart for brains right here in front of my soup kitchen." There it was, the challenge. My kitchen. And Ashiel didn't hold back, didn't show a spark of timidity about it. He kept the rant going, limping up and down the line, staring each bully in the face, daring him to argue. Shadowing his movements on the other side of the line were the two younger boys who had helped take down the stranger, and Sargent strutted at Ashiel's side, looking happy and smug. They reeked of confidence, while the other bullies kept glancing over their shoulders to see what those leg-grabbers behind them were doing. And it wasn't just talk and brag, either. When one of the bullies started looking belligerent, Ashiel went right up into his face. However, as he had planned beforehand, he didn't actually go after the belligerent one. He was ready for trouble, asking for it. Instead, the boys launched themselves at the bully directly after him in line. Just as they leapt, Ashiel turned and shoved the new target, screaming, "What do you think is so damn funny?" He had another cobblestone in his hands at once, standing over the fallen one, but he did not strike. "Go to the end of the line, you moron. You're lucky I'm letting you eat in my kitchen." It completely deflated the belligerent one, for the bully Ashiel knocked down and obviously could have smashed was the one next lower in status. So the belligerent one hadn't been threatened or harmed, and yet Ashiel had scored a victory right in his face, and he hadn't been a part of it. The door to the soup kitchen opened. At once Ashiel was with the woman who opened it, smiling, greeting her like an old friend. "Thank you for feeding us today," he said. "I'm eating last today. Thank you for bringing in my friends. Thank you for feeding my family." The woman at the door knew how the street worked. She knew Ashiel, too, and that something very strange was going on here. Ashiel always ate last of the bigger boys, and rather shamefacedly. But his new patronizing attitude hardly had time to get annoying before the first of Poke's crew came to the door. "My family," Ashiel announced proudly, passing each of the little kids into the hall. "You take good care of my children." Even Poke, he called his child. If she noticed the humiliation of it, though, she didn't show it. All she cared about was the miracle of getting into the soup kitchen. The plan had worked. And whether she thought of it as her plan or Bean's didn't matter to Bean in the least, at least not till he had the first soup in his mouth. He drank it as slowly as he could, but it was still gone so fast that he could hardly believe it. Was this all? And how had he managed to spill so much of the precious stuff on his shirt? Quickly he stuffed his bread inside his clothing and headed for the door. Stashing the bread and leaving, that was Ashiel's idea, and it was a good one. Some of the bullies inside the kitchen were bound to plan retribution. The sight of little kids eating would be galling to them. They'd get used to it soon enough, Ashiel promised, but this first day it was important that all the little kids get out while the bullies were still eating. When Bean got to the door, the line was still coming in, and Ashiel stood by the door, chatting with a woman about the tragic accident there in the line. Paramedics must have been summoned to carry the injured boy away. He was no longer groaning in the street. "It could have been one of the little kids," he said. "We need a policeman out here to watch the traffic. That driver would never have been so careless if there was a cop here." The woman agreed. "It could have been awful. They said half his ribs were broken and his lung was punctured." She looked mournful, her hands fretting. "This line forms up when it's still dark. It's dangerous. Can't we have a light out here?" "I've got my children to think about," said Ashiel. "Don't you want my little kids to be safe? Or am I the only one who cares about them?" The woman murmured something about money and how the soup kitchen didn't have much of a budget. Poke was counting children at the door while Sergeant ushered them out into the street. Bean, seeing that Ashiel was trying to get the adults to protect them in line, decided the time was right for him to be useful. Because this woman was compassionate and Bean was by far the smallest child, he knew he had the most power over her. He came up to her, tugged on her woolen skirt. "Thank you for watching over us," he said. "It's the first time I ever got into a real kitchen. Papa Ashiel told us that you would keep us safe so we little ones could eat here every day." "Oh, you poor thing. Oh, look at you." Tears streamed down the woman's face. Oh, you poor darling." She embraced him. Ashiel looked on, beaming. "I got to watch out for them," he said quietly. "I got to keep them safe." Then he led his family. It was no longer in any sense Poke's crew, away from Helga's kitchen, all marching in a line. Till they rounded the corner of a building, and then they ran like hell, joining hands and putting as much distance between them and Helga's kitchen as they could. For the rest of the day they were going to have to lie low. In 2s and 3s the bullies would be looking for them. But they could lie low, because they didn't need to forage for food today. The soup already gave them more calories than they normally got, and they had the bread. Of course, the first tax on that bread belonged to Ashiel, who had eaten no soup. Each child reverently offered his bread to their new papa, and he took a bite from each one and slowly chewed it and swallowed it before reaching for the next offered bread. It was quite a lengthy ritual. Ashiel took a mouthful of every piece of bread except two, Pokes and Beans. "Thanks," said Poke. She was so stupid she thought it was a gesture of respect. Bean knew better. By not eating their bread, Ashiel was putting them outside the family. "We are dead," thought Bean. That's why Bean hung back, why he held his tongue and remained unobtrusive during the next few weeks. That was also why he endeavored never to be alone. Always he was within arm's reach of one of the other kids. But he didn't linger near Poke. That was a picture he didn't want to get locked in anyone's memory, him tagging along with Poke. From the second morning, Helga's soup kitchen had an adult outside watching, and a new light fixture on the third day. By the end of a week, the adult guardian was a cop. Even so, Ashiel never brought his group out of hiding until the adult was there, and then he would march the whole family right to the front of the line and loudly thank the bully in first position for helping him look out for his children by saving them a place in line. It was hard on all of them, though, seeing how the bullies looked at them. They had to be on their best behavior while the doorkeeper was watching, but murder was on their minds. And it didn't get better. The bullies didn't get used to it, despite Ashiel's bland assurances that they would. So even though Bean was determined to be unobtrusive, he knew that something had to be done to turn the bullies away from their hatred, and Ashiel, who thought the war was over and victory achieved, wasn't going to do it. So as Bean took his place in line one morning, he deliberately hung back to be last of the family. Usually Poke brought up the rear. It was her way of trying to pretend that she was somehow involved in ushering the little ones in. But this time Bean deliberately got in place behind her, with the hate-filled stare of the bully who should have had first position burning on his head. Right at the door, where the woman was standing with Ashiel, both of them looking proud of his family, Bean turned to face the bully behind him and asked, in his loudest voice, "Where's your children? How come you don't bring your children to the kitchen?" The bully would have snarled something vicious, but the woman at the door was watching with raised eyebrows. "You look after little children too?" she asked. It was obvious she was delighted about the idea and wanted the answer to be yes. And stupid as this bully was, he knew that it was good to please adults who gave out food. So he said, "Of course I do." "Well, you can bring them, you know, just like Papa Ashiel here. We're always glad to see the little children." Again, Bean piped up. "They let people with little children come inside first." "You know, that's such a good idea," said the woman. "I think we'll make that a rule. Now let's move along. We're holding up the hungry children." Bean did not even glance at Ashiel as he went inside. Later, after breakfast, as they were performing the ritual of giving bread to Ashiel, Bean made it a point to offer his bread yet again, though there was danger in reminding everyone that Ashiel never took a share from him. Today, though, he had to see how Ashiel regarded him for being so bold and intrusive. "If they all bring little kids, they'll run out of soup faster," said Ashiel coldly. His eyes said nothing at all, but that, too, was a message. "If they all become papas," said Bean, "they won't be trying to kill us." At that, Ashiel's eyes came to life a little. He reached down and took the bread from Bean's hand. He bit down on the crust, tore away a huge piece of it. More than half. He jammed it into his mouth and chewed it slowly, then handed the remnant of the bread back to Bean. It left Bean hungry that day, but it was worth it. It didn't mean that Ashiel wasn't going to kill him someday, but at least he wasn't separating him from the rest of the family anymore. And that remnant of bread was far more food than he used to get in a day. Or a week, for that matter. He was filling out. Muscles grew in his arms and legs again. He didn't get exhausted just crossing a street. He could keep up easily now when the others jogged along. They all had more energy. They were healthy, compared to street urchins who didn't have a papa. Everyone could see it. The other bullies would have no trouble recruiting families of their own.
Sister Carlotta was a recruiter for the International Fleet's training program for children. It had caused a lot of criticism in her order, and finally she won the right to do it by pointedly mentioning the Earth Defense Treaty, which was a veiled threat. If she reported the order for obstructing her work on behalf of the IF, the order could lose its tax-exempt and draft-exempt status. She knew, however, that when the war ended and the treaty expired, she would no doubt be a nun in search of a home, for there would be no place for her among the Sisters of St. Nicholas. But her mission in life, she knew, was to care for little children, and the way she saw it, if the buggers won the next round of the war, all the little children of the earth would die. Surely God did not mean that to happen, but in her judgment at least, God did not want his servants to sit around waiting for God to work miracles to save them. He wanted his servants to labor as best they could to bring about righteousness. So it was her business, as a sister of St. Nicholas, to use her training in child development in order to serve the war effort. As long as the IF thought it worthwhile to recruit extraordinarily gifted children to train them for command roles in the battles to come, then she would help them by finding the children that would otherwise be overlooked. They would never pay anyone to do something as fruitless as scouring the filthy streets of every overcrowded city in the world, searching among the malnourished, savage children who begged and stole and starved there, for the chance of finding a child with the intelligence and ability and character to make a go of it in battle school was remote. To God, however, all things were possible. Did he not say that the weak would be made strong, and the strong weak? Was Jesus not born to a humble carpenter and his bride in the country province of Galilee? The brilliance of children born to privilege and bounty, or even to bare sufficiency, would hardly show forth the miraculous power of God. And it was the miracle she was searching for. God had made humankind in his own image. Male and female he created them. No buggers from another planet were going to blow down what God had created. Over the years, though, her enthusiasm, if not her faith, had flagged a little. Not one child had done better than a marginal success on the tests. Those children were indeed taken from the streets and trained, but it wasn't battle school. They weren't on the course that might lead them to save the world. So she began to think that her real work was a different kind of miracle, giving the children hope, finding even a few to be lifted out of the morass, to be given special attention by the local authorities. She made it a point to indicate the most promising children and then follow up on them with email to the authorities. Some of her early successes had already graduated from college. They said they owed their lives to Sister Carlotta, but she knew they owed their lives to God. Then came the call from Helga Brown in Rotterdam, telling her of certain changes in the children who came to her charity kitchen. Civilization, she had called it. The children, all by themselves, were becoming civilized. Sister Carlotta came at once to see a thing which sounded like a miracle, and indeed, when she beheld it with her own eyes, she could hardly believe it. The line for breakfast, was now flooded with little children. Instead of the bigger ones shoving them out of the way or intimidating them into not even bothering to try, they were shepherding them, protecting them, making sure each got his share. Helga had panicked at first, fearful that she would run out of food, but she found that when potential benefactors saw how these children were acting, donations increased. There was always plenty now, not to mention an increase in volunteers helping. "I was at the point of despair," she told Sister Carlotta, "on the day when they told me that a truck had hit one of the boys and broken his ribs. Of course, it was a lie, but there he lay, right in the line. They didn't even try to conceal him from me. I was going to give up. I was going to leave the children to God and move in with my oldest boy in Frankfurt, where the government is not required by treaty to admit every refugee from any part of the globe." "I'm glad you didn't," said Sister Carlotta. "You can't leave them to God when God has left them to us." "Well, that's the funny thing. Perhaps that fight in the line woke up these children to the horror of the life they were living. For that very day, one of the big boys, but the weakest of them, with a bad leg, they call him Achille. Well, I suppose I gave him the name years ago because Achilles had a weak heel, you know. Achille, anyway. He showed up in the line with a group of little children. He as much as asked me for protection, warning me that what happened to that poor boy with the broken ribs, he was the one I called Ulysses, because he wanders from kitchen to kitchen. He's still in hospital. His ribs were completely smashed in. Can you believe the brutality? Achille, anyway, he warned me that the same thing might happen to his little ones. So I made the special effort. I came early to watch over the line and badgered the police to finally give me a man, off-duty volunteers at first, on part pay, but now regulars. You'd think I would have been watching over the line all along, but don't you see? It didn't make any difference, because they didn't do their intimidation in the line. They did it where I couldn't see, so no matter how I watched over them, it was only the bigger, meaner boys who ended up in the line. And yes, I know they're God's children too, and I fed them and tried to preach the gospel to them as they ate. But I was losing heart. They were so heartless themselves, so devoid of compassion. But Achille, anyway, he had taken on a whole group of them, including the littlest child I ever saw in the streets. It just broke my heart. They call him Bean, so small. He looked to be 2 years old, though I've learned since that he thinks he's 4, and he talks like he's 10 at least. Very precocious. I suppose that's why he lived long enough to get under Achille's protection. But he was skin and bone. People say that when somebody's skinny, but in the case of this little Bean, it was true. I didn't know how he had muscles enough to walk, to stand. His arms and legs were as thin as an ant. Oh, isn't that awful? To compare him to the buggers. Or I should say, the formics, since they're saying now that buggers is a bad word in English, even though IF Common is not English, even though it began that way, don't you think? So, Helga, you're telling me it began with this Achille. Do call me Hazy. We're friends now, aren't we? She gripped Sister Carlotta's hand. You must meet this boy. Courage, vision. Test him, Sister Carlotta. He is a leader of men. He is a civilizer. Sister Carlotta did not point out that civilizers didn't often make good soldiers. It was enough that the boy was interesting, and she had missed him the first time around. It was a reminder to her that she must be thorough. In the dark of early morning, Sister Carlotta arrived at the door where the line had already formed. Helga beckoned to her, then pointed ostentatiously at a rather good-looking young man surrounded by smaller children. Only when she got closer and saw him take a couple of steps did she realize just how bad his right leg was. She tried to diagnose the condition. Was it an early case of rickets? A clubfoot, left uncorrected? A break that healed wrong? It hardly mattered. Battle school would not take him with such an injury. Then she saw the adoration in the eyes of the children, the way they called him Papa and looked to him for approval. Few adult men were good fathers. This boy of, 11, 12, had already learned to be an extraordinarily good father. Protector, provider, king, God to his little ones. Even as ye do it unto the least of these, ye have done it unto me. Christ had a special place deep in his heart for this boy Ashiel. So she would test him, and maybe the leg could be corrected, or, failing that, she could surely find a place for him in some good school in one of the cities of the Netherlands. The international territory that was not completely overwhelmed by the desperate poverty of refugees. He refused. "I can't leave my children," he said. "But surely one of the others can look after them." A girl who dressed as a boy spoke up. "I can." But it was obvious she could not. She was too small herself. Ashiel was right. His children depended on him, and to leave them would be irresponsible. The reason she was here was because he was civilized. Civilized men do not leave their children. "Then I will come to you," she said. "After you eat, take me where you spend your days, and let me teach you all in a little school. Only for a few days, but that would be good, wouldn't it?" It would be good. It had been a long time since Sister Carlotta had actually taught a group of children, and never had she been given such a class as this. Just when her work had begun to seem futile even to her, God gave her such a chance. It might even be a miracle. Wasn't it the business of Christ to make the lame walk? If Ashiel did well on the tests, then surely God would let the leg also be fixed, would let it be within the reach of medicine. "School's good," said Ashiel. "None of these little ones can read." Sister Carlotta knew, of course, that if Ashiel could read, he certainly couldn't do it well. But for some reason, perhaps some almost unnoticeable movement, when Ashiel said that none of the little ones could read, the smallest of them all, the one called Bean, caught her eye. She looked at him, into eyes with sparks in them like distant campfires in the darkest night, and she knew that he knew how to read. She knew, without knowing how, that it was not Ashiel at all, that it was this little one that God had brought her here to find. She shook off the feeling. It was Ashiel who was the civilizer, doing the work of Christ. It was the leader that the IF would want, not the weakest and smallest of the disciples.
Bean stayed as quiet as possible during the school sessions, never speaking up and never giving an answer even when Sister Carlotta tried to insist. He knew that it wouldn't be good for him to let anyone know that he could already read and do numbers, nor that he could understand every language spoken in the street, picking up new languages the way other children picked up stones. Whatever Sister Carlotta was doing, whatever gifts she had to bestow, if it ever seemed to the other children that Bean was trying to show them up, trying to get ahead of them, he knew that he would not be back for another day of school. And even though she mostly taught things he already knew how to do, in her conversation there were many hints of a wider world, of great knowledge and wisdom. No adult had ever taken the time to speak to them like this, and he luxuriated in the sound of high language well spoken. When she taught, it was in IF Common, of course, that being the language of the street. But since many of the children had also learned Dutch, and some were even native Dutch speakers, she would often explain hard points in that language. When she was frustrated, though, and muttered under her breath, that was in Spanish, the language of the merchants of Jonker Fransstraat, and he tried to piece together the meanings of new words from her muttering. Her knowledge was a banquet, and if he remained quiet enough, he would be able to stay and feast. School had only been going for a week, however, when he made a mistake. She passed out papers to them, and they had writing on them. Bean read his paper at once. It was a pretest, and the instructions said to circle the right answers to each question. So he began circling answers and was halfway down the page when he realized that the entire group had fallen silent. They were all looking at him, because Sister Carlotta was looking at him. "What are you doing, Bean?" she asked. "I haven't even told you what to do yet. Please give me your paper." Stupid, inattentive, careless. If you die for this, Bean, you deserve it. He handed her the paper. She looked at it, then looked back at him very closely. "Finish it," she said. He took the paper back from her hand. His pencil hovered over the page. He pretended to be struggling with the answer. "You did the first 15 in about a minute and a half," said Sister Carlotta. "Please don't expect me to believe that you're suddenly having a hard time with the next question." Her voice was dry and sarcastic. "I can't do it," he said. "I was just playing anyway." "Don't lie to me," said Carlotta. "Do the rest." He gave up and did them all. It didn't take long. They were easy. He handed her the paper. She glanced over it and said nothing. "I hope the rest of you will wait until I finish the instructions and read you the questions. If you try to guess at what the hard words are, you'll get all the answers wrong." Then she proceeded to read each question and all the possible answers out loud. Only then could the other children set their marks on the papers. Sister Carlotta didn't say another thing to call attention to Bean after that, but the damage was done. As soon as school was over, Sergeant came over to Bean. "So you can read," he said. Bean shrugged. "You've been lying to us," said Sergeant. "Never said I couldn't. Showed us all up. How come you didn't teach us?" "Because I was trying to survive," Bean said silently. "Because I didn't want to remind Ashiel that I was the smart one who thought up the original plan that got him this family. If he remembers that, he'll also remember who it was who told Poke to kill him." The only answer he actually gave was a shrug. "Don't like it when somebody holds out on us." Sergeant nudged him with a foot. Bean did not have to be given a map. He got up and jogged away from the group. School was out for him. Maybe breakfast, too. He'd have to wait till morning to find that out. He spent the afternoon alone on the streets. He had to be careful. As the smallest and least important of Ashiel's family, he might be overlooked. But it was more likely that those who hated Ashiel would have taken special notice of Bean as one of the most memorable. They might take it into their heads that killing Bean or beating him to paste and leaving him would make a dandy warning to Ashiel that he was still resented, even though life was better for everybody. Bean knew there were plenty of bullies who felt that way, especially the ones who weren't able to maintain a family because they kept being too mean with the little children. The little ones learned quickly that when a papa got too nasty, they could punish him by leaving him alone at breakfast and attaching themselves to some other family. They would eat before him. They would have someone else's protection from him. He would eat last. If they ran out of food, he would get nothing, and Helga wouldn't even mind because he wasn't a papa. He wasn't watching out for little ones. So those bullies, those marginal ones, they hated the way things worked these days, and they didn't forget that it was Ashiel who had changed it all. Nor could they go to some other kitchen, The word had spread among the adults who gave out food, and now all the kitchens had a rule that groups with little children got to be first in line. If you couldn't hold on to a family, you could get pretty hungry. And nobody looked up to you. Still, Bean couldn't resist trying to get close enough to some of the other families to hear their talk, find out how the other groups worked. The answer was easy to learn. They didn't work all that well. Ashiel really was a good leader. That sharing of bread? None of the other groups did that. But there was a lot of punishing, the bully smacking kids who didn't do what he wanted, taking their bread away from them because they didn't do something or didn't do it quickly enough. Poke had chosen right, after all. By dumb luck, or maybe she wasn't all that stupid, because she had picked not just the weakest bully, the easiest to beat, but also the smartest, the one who understood how to win and hold the loyalty of others. All Ashiel had ever needed was the chance. Except that Ashiel still didn't share her bread, and now she was beginning to realize that this was a bad thing, not a good one. Bean could see it in her face when she watched the others do the ritual of sharing with Ashiel. Because he got soup now. Helga brought it to him at the door. He took much smaller pieces, and instead of biting them off, he tore them and ate them with a smile. Poke never got that smile from him. Ashiel was never going to forgive her, and Bean could see that she was beginning to feel the pain of that. For she loved Ashiel now, too, the way the other children did, and the way he kept her apart from the others was a kind of cruelty. Maybe that's enough for him, thought Bean. Maybe that's his whole vengeance. Bean happened to be curled up behind a newsstand when several bullies began a conversation near him. He's full of brag about how Ashiel is going to pay for what he did. Oh, right. Ulysses is going to punish him, right. Well, maybe not directly. Ashiel and his stupid family will just take him apart, and this time they won't aim for his chest. He said so, didn't he? Break open his head and put his brains on the street. That's what Ashiel will do. He's still just a cripple. Ashiel gets away with everything. Give it up. I'm hoping Ulysses does it. Kills him, flat out. And then none of us take in any of his bastards. You got that? Nobody takes them in. Let them all die. Put them all in the river. The talk went on that way until the boys drifted away from the newsstand. Then Bean got up and went in search of Ashiel.
Chapter 3. Payback.
I think I have someone for you.
You've thought that before.
He's a born leader, but he does not meet your physical specifications.
Then you'll pardon me if I don't waste time on him.
If he passes your exacting intellectual and personality requirements, it is quite possible that for a minuscule portion of the brass button or toilet paper budget of the IF, his physical limitations might be repaired.
I never knew nuns could be sarcastic.
I can't reach you with a ruler. Sarcasm is my last resort.
Let me see the tests.
I'll let you see the boy, and while we're at it, I'll let you see another.
Also physically limited?
Small. Young. But so was the Wigan boy, I hear. And this one, somehow on the streets, he taught himself to read.
Ah, Sister Carlotta, you helped me fill the empty hours of my life.
Keeping you out of mischief is how I serve God.
Bean went straight to Ashiel with what he heard. It was too dangerous to have Ulysses out of the hospital and word going around that he meant to get even for his humiliation. I thought that was all behind us, said Poke sadly. The fighting, I mean. Ulysses has been in bed for all this time, said Ashiel. Even if he knows about the changes, he hasn't had time to get how it works yet. So we stick together, said Sergeant. Keep you safe. It might be safer for all, said Ashiel, if I disappear for a few days. To keep you safe. Then how will we get in to eat? Asked one of the younger ones. They'll never let us in without you." "Follow Poke," said Ashiel. "Helga at the door will let you in just the same." "What if Ulysses gets you?" asked one of the young ones. He rubbed the tears out of his eyes, lest he be shamed. "Then I'll be dead," said Ashiel. "I don't think he'll be content to put me in the hospital." The child broke down crying, which set another to wailing, and soon it was a choir of boo-hoos, with Ashiel shaking his head and laughing. "I'm not going to die. You'll be safe if I'm out of the way, and I'll come back after Ulysses has time to cool down and get used to the system." Bean watched and listened in silence. He didn't think Ashiel was handling it right, but he had given the warning, and his responsibility was over. For Ashiel to go into hiding was begging for trouble. It would be taken as a sign of weakness. Ashiel slipped away that night to go somewhere that he couldn't tell them so that nobody could accidentally let it slip. Bean toyed with the idea of following him to see what he really did, but realized he would be more useful with the main group. After all, Poke would be their leader now, and Poke was only an ordinary leader. In other words, stupid. She needed Bean, even if she didn't know it. That night, Bean tried to keep watch for what he did not know. At last he did sleep and dreamed of school, only it wasn't the sidewalk or alley school with Sister Carlotta. It was a real school, with tables and chairs. But in the dream, Bean couldn't sit at a desk. Instead, he hovered in the air over it, and when he wanted to, he flew anywhere in the room. Up to the ceiling, into a crevice in the wall, into a secret dark place, flying upward and upward as it got warmer and warmer, and... He woke in darkness. The cold breeze stirred. He needed to pee. He also wanted to fly. Having the dream end almost made him cry out with the pain of it. He couldn't remember ever dreaming of flying before. Why did he have to be little, with these stubby legs to carry him from place to place? When he was flying, he could look down at everyone and see the tops of their silly heads. He could pee or poop on them like a bird. He wouldn't have to be afraid of them because if they got mad, he could fly away and they could never catch him. Of course, if I could fly, everyone else could fly too, and I'd still be the smallest and slowest, and they'd poop and pee on me anyway. There was no going back to sleep. Bean could feel that in himself. He was too frightened, and he didn't know why. He got up and went into the alley to pee. Poke was already there. She looked up and saw him. "Leave me alone for a minute," she said. "No," he said. "Don't give me any crap, little boy," she said. "I know you squat to pee," he said, "and I'm not looking anyway." Glaring, she waited until he turned his back to urinate against the wall. "I guess if you were going to tell about me, you already would have," she said. "They all know you're a girl, Poke. When you're not there, Papa Ashiel talks about you as she and her. He's not my papa." "So I figured," said Bean. He waited, facing the wall. "You can turn around now." She was up and fastening her pants again. "I'm scared of something, Poke," said Bean. "What?" "I don't know." "You don't know what you're scared of?" "That's why it's so scary." She gave a soft, sharp laugh. "Bean, all that means is that you're 4 years old. Little kids see shapes in the night, or they don't see shapes. Either way, they're scared." "Not me," said Bean. "When I'm scared, it's because something's wrong. Ulysses is looking to hurt Ashiel, that's what." "That wouldn't make you sad, would it?" She glared at him. "We're eating better than ever. Everybody's happy. It was your plan. And I never cared about being the boss." "But you hate him," said Bean. She hesitated. "It feels like he's always laughing at me." "How do you know what little kids are scared of?" "'Cause I used to be one," said Poke. "And I remember." "Ulysses isn't going to hurt Ashiel," said Bean. "I know that," said Poke. because you're planning to find Ashiel and protect him. I'm planning to stay right here and watch out for the children. Or else maybe you're planning to find Ulysses first and kill him. How? He's bigger than me, by a lot. You didn't come out here to pee, said Bean, or else your bladder's the size of a gumball. You listened? Bean shrugged. You wouldn't let me watch. You think too much, but you don't know enough to make sense of what's going on. I think Ashiel was lying to us about what he's going to do, said Bean. And I think you're lying to me right now. Get used to it, said Poke. The world is full of liars. Ulysses doesn't care who he kills, said Bean. He'd be just as happy to kill you as Ashiel. Poke shook her head impatiently. Ulysses is nothing. He isn't going to hurt anybody. He's all brag. So why are you up? Asked Bean. Poke shrugged. You're going to try to kill Ashiel, aren't you? Said Bean. And make it look like Ulysses did it. She rolled her eyes. Did you drink a big glass of stupid juice tonight? I'm smart enough to know you're lying. Go back to sleep, she said. Go back to the other children. He regarded her for a while, and then obeyed. Or rather, seemed to obey. He went back into the crawl space where they slept these days, but immediately crept out the back way and clambered up crates, drums, low walls, high walls, and finally got up onto a low-hanging roof. He walked to the edge in time to see Poke slip out of the alley into the street. She was going somewhere. To meet someone. Bean slid down a pipe onto a rain barrel and scurried along the street after her. He tried to be quiet, but she wasn't trying, and there were other noises of the city, so she never heard his footfalls. He clung to the shadows of walls, but didn't dodge around too much. It was pretty straightforward following her. She only turned twice. Headed for the river. Meeting someone. Bean had two guesses. Either it was Ulysses or Ashiel. Who else did she know that wasn't already asleep in the nest? But then, why meet either of them? To plead with Ulysses for Ashiel's life? To heroically offer herself in his place? Or to try to persuade Ashiel to come back and face down Ulysses instead of hiding? No, these were all things that Bean might have thought of doing. But Poke didn't think that far ahead. Poke stopped in the middle of an open space on the dock and looked around. Then she saw what she was looking for. Bean strained to see. Someone waiting in a deep shadow. Bean climbed up on a big packing crate, trying to get a better view. He heard the two voices, both children, but he couldn't make out what they were saying. Whoever it was, he was taller than Poke. But that could be either Ashiel or Ulysses. The boy wrapped his arms around Poke and kissed her. This was really weird. Bean had seen grown-ups do that plenty of times, but what would kids do it for? Poke was 9 years old. Of course, there were whores that age, but everybody knew that the Johns who bought them were perverts. Bean had to get closer to hear what they were saying. He dropped down the back of the packing crate and slowly walked into the shadow of a kiosk. They, as if to oblige him, turned to face him. In the deep shadow, he was invisible, at least if he kept still. He couldn't see them any better than they could see him, but he could hear snatches of their conversation now. "You promised," Poke was saying. The guy mumbled in return. A boat passing on the river scanned a spotlight across the riverside and showed the face of the boy Poke was with. It was Ashiel. Bean didn't want to see any more. To think he had once believed Ashiel would someday kill Poke. This thing between girls and boys was something he just didn't get. In the midst of hate, this happens. Just when Bean was beginning to make sense of the world. He slipped away and down the street. But he did not head back to their nest in the crawl space, not yet. For even though he had all the answers, his heart was still jumping. Something is wrong, it was saying to him. Something is wrong. And then he remembered that Poke wasn't the only one hiding something from him. Ashiel had also been lying. Hiding something, some plan. Was it just this meeting with Poke? Then why all this business about hiding from Ulysses? To take Poke as his girl, he didn't have to hide to do that. He could do that right out in the open. Some bullies did that, the older ones. They usually didn't take 9-year-olds, though. Was that what Ashiel was hiding? You promised, Poke said to Ashiel there on the dock. What did Ashiel promise? That was why Poke came to him. To pay him for his promise. But what could Ashiel be promising her that he wasn't already giving her as part of his family? Ashiel didn't have anything. So he must have been promising not to do something. Not to kill her? Then that would be too stupid even for Poke to go off alone with Ashiel. Not to kill me, thought Bean. That's the promise. Not to kill me. Only I'm not the one in danger. Or not the most danger. I might have said to kill him, but Poke was the one who knocked him down, who stood over him. That picture must still be in Ashiel's mind. All the time he must remember it, must dream about it. Him lying on the ground, a 9-year-old girl standing over him with a cinder block, threatening to kill him. A cripple like him, somehow he had made it into the ranks of the bullies. So he was tough, but always mocked by the boys with 2 good legs, the lowest status bully. And the lowest moment of his life had to be then, when a 9-year-old girl knocked him down and a bunch of little kids stood over him. Poke, he blames you most. You're the one he has to smash in order to wipe out the agony of that memory. Now it was clear. Everything Ashiel had said today was a lie. He wasn't hiding from Ulysses. He would face Ulysses down. Probably still would tomorrow. But when he faced Ulysses, Ashiel would have a much bigger grievance. You killed Poke. He would scream the accusation. Ulysses would look so stupid and weak, denying it after all the bragging he'd done about how he'd get even. He might even admit to killing her just for the brag of it. And then Ashiel would strike at Ulysses and nobody would blame him for killing the boy. It wouldn't be mere self-defense. It would be defense of his family. Ashiel was just too damn smart. And patient. Waiting to kill Poke until there was somebody else who could be blamed for it. Bean ran back to warn her. As fast as his little legs would move, the longest strides he could take. He ran forever. There was nobody there on the dock where Poke had met Ashiel. Bean looked around helplessly. He thought of calling out, but that would be stupid. Just because it was Poke that Ashiel hated most didn't mean that he had forgiven Bean, even if he did let Bean give him bread. Or maybe I've gone crazy over nothing. He was hugging her, wasn't he? She came willingly, didn't she? There are things between boys and girls that I just don't understand. Ashiel is a provider, a protector, not a murderer. It's my mind that works that way, my mind that thinks of killing someone who is helpless just because he might pose a danger later. Ashiel is the good one. I'm the bad one, the criminal. Ashiel is the one who knows how to love. I'm the one who doesn't. Bean walked to the edge of the dock and looked across the channel. The water was covered with a low, flowing mist. On the far bank, the lights of Boomtjeestraat twinkled like Sinterklaas Day. The waves lapped like tiny kisses against the pilings. He looked down into the river at his feet. Something was bobbing in the water, bumped up against the wharf. Bean looked at it for a while, uncomprehending. But then he understood that he had known all along what it was. He just didn't want to believe it. It was Poke. She was dead. It was just as Bean had feared. Everybody on the street would believe that Ulysses was guilty of the murder, even if nothing could be proved. Bean had been right about everything. Whatever it was that passed between boys and girls, it didn't have the power to block hatred, vengeance for humiliation. And as Bean stood there looking down into the water, he realized, I either have to tell what happened right now, this minute, to everybody, or I have to decide never to tell anybody, because if Ashiel gets any hint that I saw what I saw tonight, he'll kill me and not give it a second thought. Ashiel would simply say, Ulysses strikes again. Then he can pretend to be avenging 2 deaths, not 1, when he kills Ulysses. No, all Bean could do was keep silence. Pretend that he hadn't seen Poke's body floating in the river, her upturned face clearly recognizable in the moonlight. She was stupid. Stupid not to see through Ashiel's plans. Stupid to trust him in any way. Stupid not to listen to me. As stupid as I was, to walk away instead of calling out a warning, maybe saving her life by giving her a witness that Ashiel could not hope to catch and therefore could not silence. She was the reason Bean was alive. She was the one who gave him a name. She was the one who listened to his plan. And now she had died for it, and he could have saved her. Sure, he told her at the start to kill Ashiel, but in the end she had been right to choose him. He was the only one of the bullies who could have figured it all out and brought her off with such style. But Bean had also been right. Ashiel was a champion liar, and when he decided that Poke would die, he began building up the lies that would surround the murder. Lies that would get Poke off by herself where he could kill her without witnesses. Lies to alibi himself in the eyes of the younger kids. I trusted him, thought Bean. I knew what he was from the start, and yet I trusted him. Oh, Poke, you poor, stupid, kind, decent girl. You saved me and I let you down. It's not just my fault. She's the one who went off alone with him. Alone with him, trying to save my life? What a mistake, Poke, to think of anyone but yourself. Am I going to die from her mistakes too? No. I'll die from my own damn mistakes. Not tonight, though. Ashiel had not set any plan in motion to get Bean off by himself. But from now on, when he lay awake at night, unable to drift off, he would think about how Ashiel was just waiting, biding his time, till the day when Bean, too, would find himself in the river.
Sister Carlotta tried to be sensitive to the pain these children were suffering, so soon after one of their own was strangled and thrown in the river. But Poke's death was all the more reason to push forward on the testing. Ashiel had not been found yet. With this Ulysses boy having already struck once, it was unlikely that Ashiel would come out of hiding for some time. So Sister Carlotta had no choice but to proceed with Bean. At first the boy was distracted and did poorly. Sister Carlotta could not understand how he could fail even the elementary parts of the test, when he was so bright he had taught himself to read on the street. It had to be the death of Poke. So she interrupted the test and talked to him about death, about how Poke was caught up in spirit into the presence of God and the saints, who would care for her and make her happier than she had ever been in life. He did not seem interested. If anything, he did worse as they began the next phase of the test. Well, if compassion didn't work, sternness might. "Don't you understand what this test is for, Bean?" she asked. "No," he said. The tone of his voice added the unmistakable idea, "And I don't care. All you know about is the life on the street. But the streets of Rotterdam are only a part of a great city, and Rotterdam is only one city in a world of thousands of such cities. The whole human race, Bean. That's what this test is about. Because the Formics, the buggers, said Bean. Like most street urchins, he sneered at euphemism. They will be back, scouring the earth, killing every living soul. This test is to see if you are one of the children who will be taken to battle school and trained to be a commander of the forces that will try to stop them. This test is about saving the world, Bean. For the first time since the test began, Bean turned his full attention to her. Where is battle school? In an orbiting platform in space, she said. If you do well enough on this test, you get to be a spaceman. There was no childlike eagerness in his face, only hard calculation. I've been doing real bad so far, haven't I? He said. The test results so far show you're too stupid to walk and breathe at the same time. Can I start over? I have another version of the tests, yes, said Sister Carlotta. Do it. As she brought out the alternate set, she smiled at him, tried to relax him again. So, you want to be a spaceman, is that it? Or is it the idea of being part of the international fleet? He ignored her. This time through the test, he finished everything, even though the tests were designed not to be finished in the allotted time. His scores were not perfect, but they were close. So close that nobody would believe the results. So she gave him yet another battery of tests, this one designed for older children. The standard tests, in fact, that 6-year-olds took when being considered for battle school at the normal age. He did not do as well on these. There were too many experiences he had not had yet to be able to understand the content of some of the questions. But he still did remarkably well, better than any student she had ever tested. And to think she had thought it was Achille who had the real potential. This little one, this infant, really, he was astonishing. No one would believe she had found him on the streets, living at the starvation level. A suspicion crept into her mind, and when the second test ended and she recorded the scores and set them aside, she leaned back in her chair and smiled at bleary-eyed little Bean and asked him, whose idea was it, this family thing that the street children have come up with? Achille's idea, said Bean. Sister Carlotta waited. His idea to call it a family, anyway, said Bean. She still waited. Pride would bring more to the surface if she gave him time. But having a bully protect the little ones, that was my plan, said Bean. I told it to Poke, and she thought about it and decided to try it, and she only made one mistake. What mistake was that? She chose the wrong bully to protect us. You mean because he couldn't protect her from Ulysses? Bean laughed bitterly as tears slid down his cheeks. Ulysses is off somewhere, bragging about what he's going to do. Sister Carlotta knew, but did not want to know. Do you know who killed her then? I told her to kill him. I told her he was the wrong one. I saw it in his face, lying there on the ground, that he would never forgive her. But he's cold. He waited so long. But he never took bread from her. That should have told her. She shouldn't have gone off alone with him. He began crying in earnest now. I think she was protecting me, because I told her to kill him that first day. I think she was trying to get him not to kill me. Sister Carlotta tried to keep emotion out of her voice. Do you believe you might be in danger from Ashiel? I am now that I told you, he said. And then, after a moment's thought, I was anyway. He doesn't forgive. He pays back. Always. You realize that this isn't the way Ashiel seems to me, or to Hazy, Helga, that is. To us, he seems civilized. Bean looked at her like she was crazy. Isn't that what it means to be civilized? That you can wait to get what you want? You want to get out of Rotterdam and go to battle school so you can get away from Ashiel. Bean nodded. What about the other children? Do you think they're in danger from him? No, said Bean. He's their papa, but not yours, even though he took bread from you. He hugged her and kissed her, said Bean. I saw them on the dock, and she let him kiss her, and then she said something about how he promised, and so I left. But then I realized, and I ran back, and it couldn't have been long, just running for maybe 6 blocks, and she was dead with her eye stabbed out, floating in the water, bumping up against the dock. He can kiss you and kill you if he hates you enough. Sister Carlotta drummed her fingers on the desk. What a quandary. What's a quandary? I was going to test Ashiel, too. I think he could get into battle school. Bean's whole body tightened. Then don't send me. Him or me. Do you really think? Her voice trailed off. You think he'd try to kill you there? Try? His voice was scornful. Ashiel doesn't just try. Sister Carlotta knew that the trait Bean was speaking of, that ruthless determination, was one of the things that they looked for in battle school. It might make Ashiel more attractive to them than Bean. And they could channel such murderous violence up there, put it to good use. But civilizing the bullies of the street had not been Ashiel's idea. It had been Bean who thought of it. Incredible, for a child so young to conceive of it and bring it about. This child was the prize, not the one who lived for cold vengeance. But one thing was certain. It would be wrong of her to take them both. Though she could certainly take the other one and get him into a school here on Earth, get him off the street. Surely Ashiel would become truly civilized then, where the desperation of the street no longer drove children to do such hideous things to each other. Then she realized what nonsense she had been thinking. It wasn't the desperation of the street that drove Ashiel to murder Poke. It was pride. It was Cain, who thought that being shamed was reason enough to take his brother's life. It was Judas, who did not shrink to kiss before killing. What was she thinking? To treat evil as if it were a mere mechanical product of deprivation. All the children of the street suffered fear and hunger, helplessness and desperation, but they didn't all become cold-blooded, calculating murderers. If, that is, Bean was right. But she had no doubt that Bean was telling her the truth. If Bean was lying, she would give up on herself as a judge of children's character. Now that she thought about it, Ashiel was slick, a flatterer. Everything he said was calculated to impress. But Bean said little, and spoke plainly when he did speak. And he was young, and his fear and grief here in this room were real. Of course, he also had urged that a child be killed, but only because he posed a danger to others. It wasn't pride. How can I judge? Isn't Christ supposed to be the judge of quick and dead? Why is this in my hands when I am not fit to do it? Would you like to stay here, Bean, while I transmit your test results to the people who make the decisions about Battle School? You'll be safe here. He looked down at his hands, nodded, then laid his head on his arms and sobbed.
Ashiel came back to the nest that morning. I couldn't stay away, he said. Too much could go wrong. He took them to breakfast just like always. But Poke and Bean weren't there. Then Sergeant did his rounds, listening here and there, talking to other kids, talking to an adult here and there, finding out what was happening, anything that might be useful. It was at the dock that he heard some of the longshoremen talking about the body found in the river that morning. A little girl. Sergeant found out where her body was being held till the authorities arrived. He didn't shy away. He walked right up to the body under a tarpaulin, and without asking permission from any of the others standing there, he pulled it back and looked at her. "What are you doing, boy?" "Her name is Poke," he said. "You know her? Do you know who might have killed her?" "A boy named Ulysses. That's who killed her," said Sergeant. Then he dropped the tarp, and his rounds were over. Ashiel had to know that his fears had been justified, that Ulysses was taking out anybody he could from the family. "We've got no choice but to kill him," said Sergeant. "There's been enough bloodshed," said Ashiel, "but I'm afraid you're right." Some of the younger children were crying. One of them explained, "Poke fed me when I was going to die." "Shut up," said Sergeant. "We're eating better now than we ever did when Poke was boss." Ashiel put a hand on Sergeant's arm to still him. "Poke did the best a crew boss could do, and she's the one who got me into the family. So in a way, anything I get for you, she got for you." Everyone nodded solemnly at that. A kid asked, "You think Ulysses got Bean, too?" "Big loss if he did," said Sergeant. "Any loss to my family is a big loss," said Ashiel. "But there'll be no more. Ulysses will either leave the city now or he's dead. Put the word out, Sergeant. Let it be known on the street that the challenge stands. Ulysses doesn't eat in any kitchen in town until he faces me. That's what he decided for himself when he chose to put a knife in Poke's eye." Sergeant saluted him and took off at a run, the picture of businesslike obedience. Except that as he ran, he too was crying, for he had not told anyone how Poke died, how her eye was a bloody wound. Maybe Ashiel knew some other way. Maybe he had already heard but didn't mention it till Sergeant came back with the news. Maybe. Sergeant knew the truth. Ulysses didn't raise his hand against anybody. Ashiel did it, just as Bean warned in the beginning. Ashiel would never forgive Poke for beating him. He killed her now because Ulysses would get blamed for it. And then sat there talking about how good she was and how they should all be grateful to her, and everything Ashiel got for them, it was really Poke who got it. So, Bean was right all along, about everything. Ashiel might be a good papa to the family, but he was also a killer, and he never forgives. Poke knew that, though. Bean warned her, and she knew it, but she chose Ashiel for their papa anyway, chose him and then died for it. She was like Jesus that Helga preached about in her kitchen while they ate. She died for her people. And Ashiel, he was like God. He made people pay for their sins no matter what they did. The important thing is, stay on the good side of God. That's what Helga teaches, isn't it? Stay right with God. I'll stay right with Achille. I'll honor my papa, that's for sure, so I can stay alive until I'm old enough to go out on my own. As for Bean, well, he was smart, but not smart enough to stay alive, and if you're not smart enough to stay alive, then you're better off dead. By the time Sargent got to his first corner to spread the word about Achille's ban on Ulysses from any kitchen in town, he was through crying. Grief was done. This was about survival now. Even though Sargent knew Ulysses hadn't killed anybody, he meant to, and it was still important for the family's safety that he die. Poke's death provided a good excuse to demand that the rest of the papas stand back and let Achille deal with him. When it was all over, Achille would be the leader among all the papas of Rotterdam, and Sargent would stand beside him, knowing the secret of his vengeance and telling no one, because that's how Sargent, that's how the family, that's how all the urchins of Rotterdam would survive.
Chapter 4. Memories.
I was mistaken about the first one. He tests well, but his character is not well suited to battle school.
I don't see that on the tests you've shown me.
He's very sharp. He gives the right answers, but they aren't true.
And what test did you use to determine this?
He has committed murder.
Well, that is a drawback. And the other one, what am I supposed to do with so young a child? A fish this small I would generally throw back into the stream.
Teach him. Feed him. He'll grow.
He doesn't even have a name.
Yes, he does.
Bean? That isn't a name, it's a joke.
It won't be when he's done with it.
Keep him until he's 5. Make of him what you can and show me your results then.
I have other children to find.
No, Sister Carlotta, you don't. In all your years of searching, this one is the best you've found, and there isn't time to find another. Bring this one up to snuff, and all your work will be worth it as far as the IF is concerned.
You frighten me when you say there isn't time.
I don't see why. Christians have been expecting the imminent end of the world for millennia.
But it keeps not ending.
So far, so good.
At first, all Bean cared about was the food. There was enough of it. He ate everything they put before him. He ate until he was full. That most miraculous of words, which till now had had no meaning for him. He ate until he was stuffed. He ate until he was sick. He ate so often that he had bowel movements every day, sometimes twice a day. He laughed about it to Sister Carlotta. "All I do is eat and poop," he said. "Like any beast of the forest," said the nun. "It's time for you to begin to earn that food." She was already teaching him, of course, daily lessons in reading and arithmetic, bringing him up to level, though what level she had in mind she never specified. She also gave him time to draw, and there were sessions where she had him sit there and try to remember every detail about his earliest memories. The clean place in particular fascinated her. But there were limits to memory. He was very small then, and had very little language. Everything was a mystery. He did remember climbing over the railing around his bed and falling to the floor. He didn't walk well at the time. Crawling was easier, but he liked walking because that's what the big people did. He clung to objects and leaned on walls and made good progress on 2 feet, only crawling when he had to cross an open space. "You must have been 8 or 9 months old, Sister Carlotta. Most people don't remember that far back." "I remember that everybody was upset. That's why I climbed out of bed. All the children were in trouble." "All the children?" "The little ones like me. And the bigger ones. Some of the grown-ups came in and looked at us and cried." "Why?" "Bad things, that's all. I knew it was a bad thing coming, and I knew it would happen to all of us who were in the beds. So I climbed out. I wasn't the first. I don't know what happened to the others. I heard the grown-ups yelling and getting all upset when they found the empty beds. I hid from them. They didn't find me. Maybe they found the others, maybe they didn't. All I know is when I came out, all the beds were empty and the room was very dark except a lighted sign that said exit. You could read then? She sounded skeptical. When I could read, I remembered that those were the letters on the sign, said Bean. They were the only letters I saw back then. Of course I remembered them. So you were alone and the beds were empty and the room was dark. They came back. I heard them talking. I didn't understand most of the words. I hid again. And this time when I came out, even the beds were gone. Instead, there were desks and cabinets. An office. And no, I didn't know what an office was then either, but now I do know what an office is, and I remember that's what the rooms had all become. Offices. People came in during the day and worked there. Only a few at first, but my hiding place turned out not to be so good when people were working there. And I was hungry. Where did you hide? Come on, you know. Don't you? If I knew, I wouldn't ask. You saw the way I acted when you showed me the toilet. You hid inside the toilet? The tank on the back. It was hard to get the lid up. And it wasn't comfortable in there. I didn't know what it was for. But people started using it and the water rose and fell and the pieces moved and it scared me. And like I said, I was hungry. Plenty to drink, except that I peed in it myself. My diaper was so waterlogged it fell off my butt. I was naked. Bean, do you understand what you're telling me? That you were doing all this before you were a year old? You're the one who said how old I was, said Bean. I didn't know about ages then. You told me to remember. The more I tell you, the more comes back to me. But if you don't believe me, I do believe you. But who were the other children? What was the place where you lived, that clean place? Who were those grown-ups? Why did they take away the other children? Something illegal was going on, that's certain. Whatever, said Bean. I was just glad to get out of the toilet. But you were naked, you said. And you left the place? No, I got found. I came out of the toilet and a grown-up found me. What happened? He took me home. That's how I got clothing. I called them clothings then. You were talking. Some. And this grown-up took you home and bought you clothing. I think he was a janitor. I know more about jobs now, and I think that's what he was. It was night when he worked, and he didn't wear a uniform like a guard. What happened? That's when I first found out about legal and illegal. It wasn't legal for him to have a child. I heard him yelling at this woman about me, and most of it I didn't understand, but at the end I knew he had lost and she had won, and he started talking to me about how I had to go away, and so I went. He just turned you loose in the streets? No. I left. I think now he was going to have to give me to somebody else, and it sounded scary, so I left before he could do it. But I wasn't naked or hungry anymore. He was nice. After I left, I bet he didn't have any more trouble. And that's when you started living on the streets. Sort of. A couple of places I found, they fed me. But every time other kids, big ones, would see that I was getting fed, and they'd come shouting and begging, and the people would stop feeding me, or the bigger kids would shove me out of the way, or take the food right out of my hands. I was scared. One time a big kid got so mad at me for eating that he put a stick down my throat and made me throw up what I just ate, right on the street. He even tried to eat it, but he couldn't. It made him try to throw up too. That was the scariest time. I hid it all the time after that. Hid. All the time. And starved. And watched, said Bean. I ate some. Now and then. I didn't die. No, you didn't. I saw plenty who did. Lots of dead children. Big ones and little ones. I kept wondering how many of them were from the clean place. Did you recognize any of them? No. Nobody looked like they ever lived in the clean place. Everybody looked hungry. Bean, thank you for telling me all this. You asked. Do you realize that there is no way you could have survived for 3 years as an infant? I guess that means I'm dead. I'm saying that God must have been watching over you. Yeah. Well, sure. So why didn't he watch over all those dead kids? He took them to his heart and loved them. So then he didn't love me? No, he loved you too. Because if he was watching so careful, he could have given me something to eat now and then. He brought me to you. He has some great purpose in mind for you, Bean. You may not know what it is, but God didn't keep you alive so miraculously for no reason. Bean was tired of talking about this. She looked so happy when she talked about God, but he hadn't figured it out yet, what God even was. It was like she wanted to give God credit for every good thing, but when it was bad, then she either didn't mention God or had some reason why it was a good thing after all. As far as Bean could see, though, the dead kids would rather have been alive, just with more food. If God loved them so much and he could do whatever he wanted, then why wasn't there more food for these kids? And if God just wanted them dead, why didn't he let them die sooner or not even be born at all, so they didn't have to go to so much trouble and get all excited about trying to be alive when he was just going to take them to his heart? None of it made any sense to Bean, and the more Sister Carlotta explained it, the less he understood it. Because if there was somebody in charge, then he ought to be fair. And if he wasn't fair, then why should Sister Carlotta be so happy that he was in charge? But when he tried to say things like that to her, she got really upset and talked even more about God and used words he didn't know, and it was better just to let her say what she wanted and not argue. It was the reading that fascinated him. And the numbers. He loved that. Having paper and pencil so he could actually write things, that was really good. And maps. She didn't teach him maps at first, but there were some on the walls and the shapes of them fascinated him. He would go up to them and read the little words written on them, and one day he saw the name of the river and realized that the blue was rivers, and even bigger blue areas were places with even more water than the river. And then he realized that some of the other words were the same names that had been written on the street signs, and so he figured out that somehow this thing was a picture of Rotterdam. And then it all made sense. Rotterdam the way it would look to a bird, if the buildings were all invisible and the streets were all empty. He found where the nest was, and where Poke had died, and all kinds of other places. When Sister Carlotta found out that he understood the map, she got very excited. She showed him maps where Rotterdam was just a little patch of lines, and one where it was just a dot, and one where it was too small even to be seen, but she knew where it would be. Bean had never realized the world was so big, or that there were so many people. But Sister Carlotta kept coming back to the Rotterdam map, trying to get him to remember where things from his earliest memories were. Nothing looked the same, though, on the map, so it wasn't easy, and it took a long time for him to figure out where some of the places were where people had fed him. He showed these to Sister Carlotta, and she made a mark right on the map showing each place. And after a while, he realized. All those places were grouped in one area, but kind of strung out, as if they marked a path from where he found Poke, leading back through time to the clean place. Only that was too hard. He had been too scared coming out of the clean place with the janitor. He didn't know where it was. And the truth was, as Sister Carlotta herself said, the janitor might have lived anywhere compared to the clean place. So all she was going to find by following Bean's path backward was maybe the janitor's flat, or at least where he lived 3 years ago. And even then, what would the janitor know? He would know where the clean place was. That's what he'd know. And now Bean understood. It was very important to Sister Carlotta to find out where Bean came from. To find out who he really was. Only, he already knew who he really was. He tried to say this to her. I'm right here. This is who I really am. I'm not pretending. I know that, she said, laughing, and she hugged him, which was all right. It felt good. Back when she first started doing it, he didn't know what to do with his hands. She had to show him how to hug her back. He had seen some little kids, the ones with mamas or papas, doing that, but he always thought they were holding on tight so they wouldn't drop off onto the street and get lost. He didn't know that you did it just because it felt good. Sister Carlotta's body had hard places and squishy places, and it was very strange to hug her. He thought of Poke and Achille hugging and kissing, but he didn't want to kiss Sister Carlotta, and after he got used to what hugging was, he didn't really want to do that either. He let her hug him, but he didn't ever think of hugging her himself. It just didn't come into his mind. He knew that sometimes she hugged him instead of explaining things to him, and he didn't like that. She didn't want to tell him why it mattered that she find the clean place, so she hugged him and said, "Oh, you dear thing," or "Oh, you poor boy." But that only meant that it was even more important than she was saying, and she thought he was too stupid or ignorant to understand if she tried to explain. He kept trying to remember more and more if he could, only now he didn't tell her everything because she didn't tell him everything, and fair was fair. He would find the clean room himself, without her, and then tell her if he decided it would be good for him to have her know. Because what if she found the wrong answer? Would she put him back on the street? Would she keep him from going to school in the sky? Because that's what she promised at first, only after the tests she said he did very well, only he would not go in the sky until he was 5, and maybe not even then because it was not entirely her decision, and that's when he knew that she didn't have the power to keep her own promises. So if she found out the wrong thing about him, she might not be able to keep any of her promises. Not even the one about keeping him safe from Achille. That's why he had to find out on his own. He studied the map. He pictured things in his mind. He talked to himself as he was falling asleep, talked and thought and remembered, trying to get the janitor's face back into his mind, and the room he lived in, and the stairs outside where the mean lady stood to scream at him. And one day, when he thought he had remembered enough, Bean went to the toilet. He liked the toilets. He liked to make them flush, even though it scared him to see things disappear like that. And instead of coming back to Sister Carlotta's teaching place, he went the other way down the corridor and went right out the door onto the street, and no one tried to stop him. That's when he realized his mistake, though. He had been so busy trying to remember the janitor's place that it never occurred to him that he had no idea where this place was on the map. And it wasn't in a part of town that he knew. In fact, it hardly seemed like the same world. Instead of the street being full of people walking and pushing carts and riding bikes or skating to get from one place to another, the streets were almost empty, and there were cars parked everywhere. Not a single store either. All houses and offices, or houses made into offices with little signs out front. The only building that was different was the very one he had just come out of. It was blocky and square and bigger than the others, but it had no sign out in front of it at all. He knew where he was going, but he didn't know how to get there from here. And Sister Carlotta would start looking for him soon. His first thought was to hide, but then he remembered that she knew all about his story of hiding in the clean place, so she would also think of hiding, and she would look for him in a hiding place close to the big building. So he ran. It surprised him how strong he was now. It felt like he could run as fast as a bird flying, and he didn't get tired. He could run forever. All the way to the corner and around it, onto another street. Then down another street and another, until he would have been lost, except he started out lost, and when you start out completely lost, it's hard to get loster. As he walked and trotted and jogged and ran up and down streets and alleys, he realized that all he had to do was find a canal or a stream, and it would lead him to the river or to a place that he recognized. So the first bridge that went over water, he saw which way the water went and chose streets that would keep him close. It wasn't as if he knew where he was yet, but at least he was following a plan. It worked. He came to the river and walked along it until he recognized, off in the distance and partly around a bend in the river, the place where Poke was killed. The bend in the river. He knew it from the map. He knew where all of Sister Carlotta's marks had been. He knew that he had to go through the place where he used to live on the streets in order to get past them and closer to the area where the janitor might have lived. And that wouldn't be easy, because he would be known there, and Sister Carlotta might even have the cops looking for him, and they would look there, because that's where all the street urchins were, and they would expect him to become a street urchin again. What they were forgetting was that Bean wasn't hungry anymore. And since he wasn't hungry, he wasn't in a hurry. He walked the long way around, far from the river, far from the busy part of town where the urchins were. Whenever the streets started looking crowded, he would widen his circle and stay away from the busy places. He took the rest of that day and most of the next, making such a wide circle that for a while he was not in Rotterdam anymore at all, and he saw some of the countryside, just like the pictures. Farmland and the roads built up higher than the land around them. Sister Carlotta had explained to him once that most of the farmland was lower than the level of the sea, and great dikes were the only thing keeping the sea from rushing back onto the land and covering it. But Bean knew that he would never get close to any of the big dikes. Not by walking, anyway. He drifted back into town now, and late in the afternoon of the second day he recognized the name of a street and soon found a cross street whose name he knew, and then it was easy to get to the earliest place he could remember. The back door of a restaurant where he had been fed when he was still a baby and didn't talk right, and grown-ups rushed to feed him and help him instead of kicking him out of the way. He stood there in the dusk. Nothing had changed. He could almost picture the woman with the little bowl of food, holding it out to him and waving a spoon in her hand and saying something in a language he didn't understand. Now he could read the sign above the restaurant and realized that it was Armenian, and that's probably what the woman had been speaking. Which way had he walked to come here? He had smelled the food when he was walking along. Here? He walked a little way up, a little way down the street, turning and turning to reorient himself. "What are you doing here, fatso?" It was two kids, maybe 8 years old. Belligerent, but not bullies. Probably part of a crew. No, part of a family, now that Ashiel had changed everything. If the changes had spread to this part of town. "I'm supposed to meet my papa here," said Bean. "And who's your papa?" Bean wasn't sure whether they took the word papa to mean his father or the papa of his family. He took the chance, though, of saying, "Ashiel." They scoffed at the idea. "He's way down by the river. Why would he meet a fatso like you clear up here?" But their derision was not important. What mattered is that Ashiel's reputation had spread this far through the city. "I don't have to explain his business to you," said Bean. "And all the kids in Ashiel's family are fat like me. That's how well we eat." "Are they all short like you?" "I used to be taller, but I asked too many questions," said Bean, pushing past them and walking on toward the area where the janitor's flat seemed likeliest to be. They didn't follow him. Such was the magic of Ashiel's name. Or perhaps it was just Bean's utter confidence, paying them no notice as if he had nothing to fear from them. Nothing looked familiar. He kept turning around and checking to see if he recognized things when looking in the direction he might have been going after leaving the janitor's flat. It didn't help. He wandered until it was dark and kept wandering even then. Until quite by chance, he found himself standing at the foot of a street lamp, trying to read a sign, when a set of initials carved on the pole caught his attention. P-A-D-V-M, it said. He had no idea what it meant. He had never thought of it during all his attempts to remember. But he knew that he had seen it before. And not just once. He had seen it several times. The janitor's flat was very close. He turned slowly, scanning the area. And there it was. A small apartment building with both an inside and an outside stairway. The janitor lived on the top floor. Ground floor, first floor, second floor, third. Bean went to the mailboxes and tried to read the names, but they were set too high on the wall, and the names were all faded, or the tag was missing entirely. Not that he ever knew the janitor's name, truth to tell. There was no reason to think he would have recognized it even if he had been able to read it on the mailbox. The outside stairway did not go all the way up to the top floor. It must have been built for a doctor's office on the first floor, and because it was dark, the door at the top of the stairs was locked. There was nothing to do but wait. Either he would wait all night and get into the building through one entrance or another in the morning, or someone would come back in the night and Bean would slip through a door behind him. He fell asleep and woke up, slept and woke again. He worried that a policeman would see him and shove him away, so when he woke the second time, he abandoned all pretense of being on watch and crept under the stairs and curled up there for the night. He was awakened by drunken laughter. It was still dark and beginning to rain just a little. Not enough to start dripping off the stairs, though, so Bean was dry. He stuck his head out to see who was laughing. It was a man and a woman, both merry with alcohol, the man furtively pawing and poking and pinching, the woman fending him off with half-hearted slaps. "Can't you wait?" she said. "No," he said. "You're just going to fall asleep without doing anything," she said. "Not this time," he said. Then he threw up. She looked disgusted and walked on without him. He staggered after her. "I feel better now," he said. "It'll be better." "The price just went up," she said coldly. "And you brush your teeth first." "Of course I brush my teeth." They were right at the front of the building now. Bean was waiting to slip in after them. Then he realized that he didn't have to wait. The man was the janitor from all those years before. Bean stepped out of the shadows. "Thanks for bringing him home," he said to the woman. They both looked at him in surprise. "Who are you?" asked the janitor. Bean looked at the woman and rolled his eyes. "He's not that drunk, I hope," said Bean. To the janitor he said, "Mama will not be happy to see you come home like this again." "Mama?" said the janitor. "Who the hell are you talking about?" The woman gave the janitor a shove. He was so off balance that he lurched against the wall, then slid down it to land on his buttocks on the sidewalk. "I should have known," she said. "You bring me home to your wife?" "I'm not married," said the janitor. "This kid isn't mine." "I'm sure you're telling the truth on both points," said the woman. "But you better let him help you up the stairs anyway. Mama's waiting." She started to walk away. "What about my 40 guilders?" he asked plaintively, knowing the answer even as he asked. She made an obscene gesture and walked on into the night. "You little bastard," said the janitor. "I had to talk to you alone," said Bean. "Who the hell are you? Who's your mama?" "That's what I'm here to find out," said Bean. "I'm the baby you found and brought home 3 years ago." The man looked at him in stupefaction. Suddenly a light went on, then another. Bean and the janitor were bathed in overlapping flashlight beams. 4 policemen converged on them. "Don't bother running, kid," said a cop. "Nor you, Mr. Funtime." Bean recognized Sister Carlotta's voice. "They aren't criminals," she said. "I just need to talk to them. Up in his apartment." "You followed me?" Bean asked her. I knew you were searching for him, she said. I didn't want to interfere until you found him. Just in case you think you were really smart, young man, we intercepted 4 street thugs and 2 known sex offenders who were after you. Bean rolled his eyes. You think I've forgotten how to deal with them? Sister Carlotta shrugged. I didn't want this to be the first time you ever made a mistake in your life. She did have a sarcastic streak.
So, as I told you, there was nothing to learn from this Pablo de Noches. He's an immigrant who lives to pay for prostitutes. Just another of the worthless people who have gravitated here ever since the Netherlands became international territory. Sister Carlotta had sat patiently, waiting for the inspector to wind down his "I told you so" speech. But when he spoke of a man's worthlessness, she could not let the remark go unchallenged. He took in that baby, she said, and fed the child and cared for him. The inspector waved off the objection. We needed one more street urchin, because that's all that people like this ever produce. You didn't learn nothing from him, Sister Carlotta said. You learned the location where the boy was found. And the people renting the building during that time are untraceable. A company name that never existed. Nothing to go on. No way to track them down. But that nothing is something, said Sister Carlotta. I tell you that these people had many children in this place, which they closed down in a hurry, with all the children but one taken away. You tell me that the company was a false name and can't be traced. So now, in your experience, doesn't that tell you a great deal about what was going on in that building? The inspector shrugged. Of course. It was obviously an organ farm. Tears came to Sister Carlotta's eyes. And that is the only possibility? A lot of defective babies are born to rich families, said the inspector. There is an illegal market in infant and toddler organs. We close down the organ farms whenever we find out where they are. Perhaps we were getting close to this organ farm, and they got wind of it and closed up shop. But there is no paper in the department on any organ farm that we actually found at that time. So perhaps they closed down for another reason. Still, nothing. Patiently, Sister Carlotta ignored his inability to realize how valuable this information was. Where do the babies come from? The inspector looked at her blankly, as if he thought she was asking him to explain the facts of life. The organ farm, she said. Where do they get the babies? The inspector shrugged. Well, late-term abortions, usually. Some arrangement with the clinics, a kickback, that sort of thing. And that's the only source? Well, I don't know. Kidnappings? I don't think that could be much of a factor. There aren't that many babies leaking through the security systems in the hospitals. People selling babies? It's been heard of, yes. Poor refugees arrive with 8 children, and then a few years later they have only 6, and they cry about the ones who died, but who can prove anything? But nothing you can trace. The reason I'm asking, said Sister Carlotta, is that this child is unusual. Extremely unusual. 3 arms? Asked the inspector. Brilliant. Precocious. He escaped from this place before he was a year old, before he could walk. The inspector thought about that for a few moments. He crawled away? He hid in a toilet tank. He got the lid up before he was a year old? He said it was hard to lift. No, it was probably cheap plastic, not porcelain. You know how these institutional plumbing fixtures are. You can see, though, why I want to know about the child's parentage. Some miraculous combination of parents. The inspector shrugged. Some children are born smart. But there is a hereditary component in this, Inspector. A child like this must have remarkable parents. Parents likely to be prominent because of the brilliance of their own minds. Maybe, maybe not, said the inspector. I mean, some of these refugees, they might be brilliant, but they're caught up in desperate times. To save the other children, maybe they sell a baby. That's even a smart thing to do. It doesn't rule out refugees as the parents of this brilliant boy you have.
I suppose that's possible, said Sister Carlotta.
It's the most information you'll ever have. Because this Pablo de Noches, he knows nothing. He barely could tell me the name of the town he came from in Spain.
He was drunk when he was questioned, said Sister Carlotta.
We'll question him again when he's sober, said the inspector. We'll let you know if we learn anything more. In the meantime, though, you'll have to make do with what I've already told you, because there isn't anything more.
I know all I need to know for now, said Sister Carlotta. Enough to know that this child truly is a miracle, raised up by God for some great purpose.
I'm not Catholic, said the inspector.
God loves you all the same, said Sister Carlotta cheerfully.
Part 2. Launchy. Chapter 5. Ready or Not.
Why are you giving me a 5-year-old street urchin to tend?
You've seen the scores.
Am I supposed to take these seriously?
Since the whole Battle School program is based on the reliability of our juvenile testing program, yes, I think you should take his scores seriously. I did a little research. No child has ever done better, not even your star pupil.
It's not the validity of the tests that I doubt. It's the tester.
Sister Carlotta is a nun. You'll never find a more honest person.
Honest people have been known to deceive themselves. To want so desperately, after all these years of searching, to find just one child whose value will be worth all that work.
And she's found him.
Look at the way she found him. Her first report touts this Achilles child, and this bean, this legume, he's just an afterthought. When Achilles is gone, not another mention of him. Did he die? Wasn't she trying to get a leg operation for him? And it's Haricot Vert who is now her candidate.
Bean is the name he calls himself, rather as your Andrew Wiggin calls himself Ender.
He's not my Andrew Wiggin.
And Bean is not Sister Carlotta's child either. If she were inclined to fudge the scores or administer tests unfairly, she would have pushed other students into the program long before now, and would already know how unreliable she was. She has never done that. She washes out her most hopeful children herself, then finds some place for them on Earth or in a non-command program. I think you're merely annoyed because you've already decided to focus all your attention and energy on the Wiggin boy, and you don't want any distraction.
And when did I lie down on your couch?
If my analysis is wrong, do forgive me.
Of course, I'll give this little one a chance. Even if I don't, for 1 second, believe these scores.
Not just a chance. Advance him. Test him. Challenge him. Don't let him languish.
You underestimate our program. We advance and test and challenge all our students.
But some are more equal than others.
Some take better advantage of the program than others.
I'll look forward to telling Sister Carlotta about your enthusiasm.
Sister Carlotta shed tears when she told Bean that it was time for him to leave. Bean shed none. "I understand that you're afraid, Bean, but don't be," she said. "You'll be safe there, and there's so much to learn. The way you drink down knowledge, you'll be very happy there in no time. So you won't really miss me at all." Bean blinked. What sign had he given that made her think he was afraid? Or that he would miss her? He felt none of those things. When he first met her, he might have been prepared to feel something for her. She was kind. She fed him. She was keeping him safe, giving him a life. But then he found Pablo the janitor, and there was Sister Carlotta stopping Bean from talking to the man who had saved him long before she did. Nor would she tell him anything that Pablo had said, or anything she had learned about the clean place. From that moment, trust was gone. Bean knew that whatever Sister Carlotta was doing, it wasn't for him. She was using him. He didn't know what for. It might even be something he would have chosen to do himself. But she wasn't telling him the truth. She had secrets from him, the way Ashiel kept secrets. So during the months that she was his teacher, he had grown more and more distant from her. Everything she taught, he learned, and much that she didn't teach as well. He took every test she gave him and did well, but he showed her nothing he had learned that she hadn't taught him. Of course, life with Sister Carlotta was better than life on the street. He had no intention of going back. But he did not trust her. He was on guard all the time. He was as careful as he had ever been back in Ashiel's family. Those brief days at the beginning, when he wept in front of her, when he let go of himself and spoke freely, that had been a mistake that he would not repeat. Life was better, but he wasn't safe. And this wasn't home. Her tears were real enough, he knew. She really did love him and would really miss him when he left. After all, he had been a perfect child, compliant, quick, obedient. To her, that meant he was good. To him, it was only a way of keeping his access to food and learning. He wasn't stupid. Why did she assume he was afraid? Because she was afraid for him. Therefore, there might indeed be something to fear. He would be careful. And why did she assume that he would miss her? Because she would miss him, and she could not imagine that what she was feeling, he might not feel as well. She had created an imaginary version of him, like the games of Let's Pretend that she tried to play with him a couple of times. Harking back to her own childhood, no doubt, growing up in a house where there was always enough food. Bean didn't have to pretend things in order to exercise his imagination when he was on the street. Instead, he had to imagine his plans for how to get food, for how to insinuate himself into a crew, for how to survive when he knew he seemed useless to everyone. He had to imagine how and when Ashiel would decide to act against him for having advocated that Poke kill him. He had to imagine danger around every corner, a bully ready to seize every scrap of food. Oh, he had plenty of imagination. But he had no interest at all in playing Let's Pretend. That was her game. She played it all the time. Let's pretend that Bean is a good little boy. Let's pretend that Bean is the son that this nun can never have for real. Let's pretend that when Bean leaves, he'll cry. That he's not crying now because he's too afraid of this new school, this journey into space, to let his emotions show. Let's pretend that Bean loves me. And when he understood this, he made a decision. It will do no harm to me if she believes all this. And she wants very much to believe it. So why not give it to her? After all, Poke let me stay with the crew even though she didn't need me, because it would do no harm. It's the kind of thing Poke would do. So Bean slid off his chair, walked around the table to Sister Carlotta, and put his arms as far around her as they would reach. She gathered him up onto her lap and held him tight, her tears flowing into his hair. He hoped her nose wasn't running. But he clung to her as long as she clung to him, letting go only when she let go of him. It was what she wanted from him, the only payment that she had ever asked of him. For all the meals, the lessons, the books, the language, for his future, he owed her no less than to join her in this game of let's pretend. Then the moment passed. He slid off her lap. She dabbed at her eyes. Then she rose, took his hand, and led him out to the waiting soldiers, to the waiting car. As he approached the car, the uniformed men loomed over him. It was not the gray uniform of the IT police, those kickers of children, those wielders of sticks. Rather, it was the sky blue of the international fleet that they wore, a cleaner look, and the people who gathered around to watch showed no fear, but rather admiration. This was the uniform of distant power, of safety for humanity, the uniform on which all hope depended. This was the service he was about to join. But he was so small, and as they looked down at him, he was afraid after all, and clung more tightly to Sister Carlotta's hand. Was he going to become one of them? Was he going to be a man in such a uniform, with such admiration directed at him? Then why was he afraid? I'm afraid, Bean thought, because I don't see how I can ever be so tall. One of the soldiers bent down to him to lift him into the car. Bean glared up at him, defying him to dare such a thing. I can do it, he said. The soldier nodded slightly and stood upright again. Bean hooked his leg up onto the running board of the car and hoisted himself in. It was high off the ground, and the seat he held to was slick and offered scant purchase to his hands. But he made it, and positioned himself in the middle of the back seat, the only position where he could see between the front seats and have some idea of where the car would be going. One of the soldiers got into the driver's seat. Bean expected the other to get into the back seat beside Bean, and anticipated an argument about whether Bean could sit in the middle or not. Instead, he got into the front on the other side. Bean was alone in back. He looked out the side window at Sister Carlotta. She was still dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief. She gave him a little wave. He waved back. She sobbed a little. The car glided forward along the magnetic track in the road. Soon they were outside the city, gliding through the countryside at 150 kilometers an hour. Ahead was the Amsterdam airport, one of only 3 in Europe that could launch one of the shuttles that could fly into orbit. Bean was through with Rotterdam. For the time being, at least. He was through with Earth. Since Bean had never flown on an airplane, he did not understand how different the shuttle was, though that seemed to be all that the other boys could talk about at first. I thought it would be bigger. Doesn't it take off straight up? That was the old shuttle, stupid. There aren't any tray tables. That's 'cause in Null G you can't set anything down anyway, bonehead. To Bean, the sky was the sky, and all he'd ever cared about was whether it was going to rain or snow or blow or burn. Going up into space did not seem any more strange to him than going up to the clouds. What fascinated him were the other children. Boys, most of them, and all older than him. Definitely all larger. Some of them looked at him oddly, and behind him he heard one whisper, "Is he a kid or a doll?" But snide remarks about his size and his age were nothing new to him. In fact, what surprised him was that there was only the one remark, and it was whispered. The kids themselves fascinated him. They were all so fat, so soft. Their bodies were like pillows, their cheeks full, their hair thick, their clothes well-fitted. Bean knew, of course, that he had more fat on him now than at any time since he left the clean place, but he didn't see himself. He only saw them, and couldn't help comparing them to the kids on the street. Sargent could take any of them apart. Ashiel could... Well, no use thinking about Ashiel. Bean tried to imagine them lining up outside a charity kitchen, or scrounging for candy wrappers to lick. What a joke. They had never missed a meal in their lives. Bean wanted to punch them all so hard in the stomach that they would puke up everything they ate that day. Let them feel some pain there in their gut, that gnawing hunger. And then let them feel it again the next day and the next hour, morning and night, waking and sleeping, the constant weakness fluttering just inside your throat, the faintness behind your eyes, the headache, the dizziness, the swelling of your joints, the distension of your belly, the thinning of your muscles until you barely have strength to stand. These children had never looked death in the face and then chosen to live anyway. They were confident. They were unwary. These children are no match for me. And with just as much certainty, I will never catch up to them. They'll always be bigger, stronger, quicker, healthier, happier. They talked to each other boastfully, spoke wistfully of home, mocked the children who had failed to qualify to come with them, pretended to have inside knowledge about how things really were in Battle School. Bean said nothing, just listened, watched them maneuver, some of them determined to assert their place in the hierarchy, others quieter because they knew their place would be lower down. A handful relaxed, unworried, because they had never had to worry about the pecking order, having been always at the top of it. A part of Bean wanted to engage in the contest and win it, clawing his way to the top of the hill. Another part of him disdained the whole group of them. What would it mean, really, to be top dog in this mangy pack? Then he glanced down at his small hands, and at the hands of the boy sitting next to him. I really do look like a doll compared to the rest of them. Some of the kids were complaining about how hungry they were. There was a strict rule against eating for 24 hours before the shuttle flight, and most of these kids had never gone so long without eating. For Bean, 24 hours without food was barely noticeable. In his crew, you didn't worry about hunger until the second week. The shuttle took off, just like any airplane, though it had a long, long runway to get it up to speed. It was so heavy. Bean was surprised at the motion of the plane, the way it charged forward yet seemed to hold still, the way it rocked a little and sometimes bumped as if it were rolling over irregularities in an invisible road. When they got up to a high altitude, they rendezvoused with 2 fuel planes in order to take on the rest of the rocket fuel needed to achieve escape velocity. The plane could never have lifted off the ground with that much fuel on board. During the refueling, a man emerged from the control cabin and stood at the front of the rows of seats. His sky-blue uniform was crisp and perfect, and his smile looked every bit as starched and pressed and unstainable as his clothes. "My dear, darling little children," he said, "some of you apparently can't read yet. Your seat harnesses are to remain in place throughout the entire flight. Why are so many of them unfastened? Are you going somewhere?" Lots of little clicks answered him like scattered applause. "And let me also warn you that no matter how annoying or enticing some other child might be, keep your hands to yourself. You should keep in mind that the children around you scored every bit as high as you did on every test you took, and some of them scored higher." Bean thought, that's impossible. Somebody here had to have the highest score. A boy across the aisle apparently had the same thought. "Right," he said sarcastically. "I was making a point, but I'm willing to digress," said the man. "Please, share with us the thought that so enthralled you that you could not contain it silently within you." The boy knew he had made a mistake, but decided to tough it out. "Somebody here has the highest score." The man continued looking at him, as if inviting him to continue. Inviting him to dig himself a deeper grave, thought Bean. "I mean, you said that everybody scored as high as everybody else, and some scored higher, and that's just obviously not true." The man waited some more. That's all I had to say. Feel better, said the man. The boy sullenly kept his silence. Without disturbing his perfect smile, the man's tone changed, and instead of bright sarcasm, there was now a sharp whiff of menace. I asked you a question, boy. No, I don't feel better. What's your name? Asked the man. Nero. A couple of children who knew a little bit about history laughed at the name. Bean knew about the Emperor Nero. He did not laugh, however. He knew that a child named Bean was wise not to laugh at other kids' names. Besides, a name like that could be a real burden to bear. It said something about the boy's strength, or at least his defiance, that he didn't give some nickname. Or maybe Nero was his nickname. Just Nero? Asked the man. Nero Boulanger. French? Or just hungry? Bean did not get the joke. Was Boulanger a name that had something to do with food? Algerian. Nero, you are an example to all the children on this shuttle. Because most of them are so foolish they think it is better to keep their stupidest thoughts to themselves. You, however, understand the profound truth that you must reveal your stupidity openly. To hold your stupidity inside you is to embrace it, to cling to it, to protect it. But when you expose your stupidity, you give yourself the chance to have it caught, corrected, and replaced with wisdom. Be brave, all of you, like Nero Boulanger, and when you have a thought of such surpassing ignorance that you think it's actually smart, make sure to make some noise, to let your mental limitations squeak out some whimpering fart of a thought so that you have a chance to learn. Nero grumbled something. Listen. Another flatulence, but this time even less articulate than before. Tell us, Nero. Speak up. You are teaching us all by the example of your courage, however half-assed it might be. A couple of students laughed. And listen, your fart has drawn out other farts from people equally stupid, for they think they are somehow superior to you, and that they could not just as easily have been chosen to be examples of superior intellect. There would be no more laughter. Bean felt a kind of dread, for he knew that somehow this verbal sparring, or rather this one-sided verbal assault, this torture, this public exposure, was going to find some twisted path that led to him. He did not know how he sensed this, for the uniformed man had not so much as glanced at Bean, and Bean had made no sound, had done nothing to call attention to himself. Yet he knew that he, not Nero, would end up receiving the cruelest thrust from this man's dagger. Then Bean realized why he was sure it would turn against him. This had turned into a nasty little argument about whether someone had higher test scores than anyone else on the shuttle. And Bean had assumed, for no reason whatsoever, that he was the child with the highest scores. Now that he had seen his own belief, he knew it was absurd. These children were all older and had grown up with far more advantages. He had had only Sister Carlotta as a teacher. Sister Carlotta and, of course, the street, though few of the things he learned there had shown up on the tests. There was no way that Bean had the highest score. Yet he still knew, with absolute certainty, that this discussion was full of danger for him. I told you to speak up, Nero. I'm waiting. I still don't see how anything I said was stupid, said Nero. First, it was stupid because I have all the authority here, and you have none. So I have the power to make your life miserable, and you have no power to protect yourself. So how much intelligence does it take just to keep your mouth shut and avoid calling attention to yourself? What could be a more obvious decision to make when confronted with such a lopsided distribution of power? Nero withered in his seat. Second, you seemed to be listening to me, not to find out useful information, but to try to catch me in a logical fallacy. This tells us all that you are used to being smarter than your teachers, and that you listen to them in order to catch them making mistakes and prove how smart you are to the other students. This is such a pointless, stupid way of listening to teachers that it is clear you are going to waste months of our time before you finally catch on that the only transaction that matters is a transfer of useful information from adults who possess it to children who do not, and that catching mistakes is a criminal misuse of time. Bean silently disagreed. The criminal misuse of time was pointing out the mistakes, catching them, noticing them. That was essential. If you did not in your own mind distinguish between useful and erroneous information, then you were not learning at all. You were merely replacing ignorance with false belief, which was no improvement. The part of the man's statement that was true, however, was about the uselessness of speaking up. If I know that the teacher is wrong and say nothing, then I remain the only one who knows, and that gives me an advantage over those who believe the teacher. Third, said the man, my statement only seems to be self-contradictory and impossible because you did not think beneath the surface of the situation. In fact, it is not necessarily true that one person has the highest scores of everyone on this shuttle. That's because there were many tests, physical, mental, social, and psychological, and many ways to define highest as well, since there are many ways to be physically or socially or psychologically fit for command. Children who tested highest on stamina may not have tested highest on strength. Children who tested highest on memory may not have tested highest on anticipatory analysis. Children with remarkable social skills might be weaker in delay of gratification. Are you beginning to grasp the shallowness of your thinking that led you to your stupid and useless conclusion? Nero nodded. Let us hear the sound of your flatulence again, Nero. Be just as loud in acknowledging your errors as you were in making them. I was wrong. There was not a boy on that shuttle who would not have avowed a preference for death to being in Nero's place at that moment. And yet Bean felt a kind of envy as well, though he did not understand why he would envy the victim of such torture. And yet, said the man, you happen to be less wrong on this particular shuttle flight than you would have been in any other shuttle filled with launchies heading for battle school. And do you know why? He did not choose to speak. Does anyone know why? Can anyone guess? I am inviting speculation. No one accepted the invitation. Then let me choose a volunteer. There is a child here named, improbable as it might sound, Bean. Would that child please speak? Here it comes, thought Bean. He was filled with dread, but he was also filled with excitement, because this was what he wanted, though he did not know why. Look at me. Talk to me, you with the power, you with the authority. I'm here, sir, said Bean. The man made a show of looking and looking, unable to see where Bean was. Of course, it was a sham. He knew exactly where Bean was sitting before he ever spoke. I can't see where your voice came from. Would you raise a hand? Bean immediately raised his hand. He realized, to his shame, that his hand did not even reach to the top of the high-backed seat. I still can't see you, said the man, though of course he could. I give you permission to unstrap and stand on your seat. Bean immediately complied, peeling off the harness and bounding to his feet. He was barely taller than the back of the seat in front of him. Ah, there you are, said the man. Bean, would you be so kind as to speculate about why, in this shuttle, Nero comes closer to being correct than on any other? Maybe somebody here scored highest on a lot of tests. Not just a lot of tests, Bean. All the tests of intellect. All the psychological tests. All the tests pertinent to command. Every one of them. Higher than anyone else on this shuttle. So I was right, said the newly defiant Nero. "No, you were not," said the man. "Because that remarkable child, the one who scored highest on all the tests related to command, happens to have scored the very lowest on the physical tests. And do you know why?" No one answered. "Bean, as long as you're standing, can you speculate about why this one child might have scored lowest on the physical tests?" Bean knew how he had been set up, and he refused to try to hide from the obvious answer. He would say it, even though the question was designed to make the others detest him for answering it. After all, they would detest him anyway, no matter who said the answer. Maybe he scored lowest on the physical tests because he's very, very small. Groans from many boys showed their disgust at his answer, at the arrogance and vanity that it suggested. But the man in uniform only nodded gravely. "As should be expected from a boy of such remarkable ability, you are exactly correct. Only this boy's unusually small stature prevented Nero from being correct about there being one child with higher scores than everybody else." He turned to Nero. "So close to not being a complete fool," he said. "And yet, even if you had been right, it would only have been by accident. A broken clock is right 2 times a day. Sit down now, Bean, and put on your harness. The refueling is over, and we're about to boost." Bean sat down. He could feel the hostility of the other children. There was nothing he could do about that right now, and he wasn't sure that it was a disadvantage anyway. What mattered was the much more puzzling question: why did the man set him up like that? If the point was to get the kids competing with each other, they could have passed around a list with everyone's scores on all the tests so they all could see where they stood. Instead, Bean had been singled out. He was already the smallest and knew from experience that he was, therefore, a target for every mean-spirited impulse in a bully's heart. So why did they draw this big circle around him and all these arrows pointing at him, practically demanding that he be the main target of everyone's fear and hate? Draw your targets. Aim your darts. I'm going to do well enough in this school that someday I'll be the one with the authority, and then it won't matter who likes me. What will matter is who I like. "As you may remember," said the man, "before the first fart from the mouth-hole of Nero Baker boy here, I was starting to make a point. I was telling you that even though some child here may seem like a prime target for your pathetic need to assert supremacy in a situation where you are unsure of being recognized for the hero that you want people to think you are, you must control yourself and refrain from poking or pinching, jabbing or hitting, or even making snidely provocative remarks or sniggering like warthogs just because you think somebody is an easy target. And the reason why you should refrain from doing this is because you don't know who in this group is going to end up being your commander in the future, the admiral when you're a mere captain. And if you think for one moment that they will forget how you treated them now, today, then you really are a fool. If they're good commanders, they'll use you effectively in combat no matter how they despise you. But they don't have to be helpful to you in advancing your career. They don't have to nurture you and bring you along. They don't have to be kind and forgiving. Just think about that. The people you see around you will someday be giving you orders that will decide whether you live or die. I'd suggest you work on earning their respect, not trying to put them down so you can show off like some schoolyard punk." The man turned his icy smile on Bean one more time. "And I'll bet that Bean here is already planning to be the admiral who gives you all orders someday. He's even planning how he'll order me to stand solitary watch on some asteroid observatory till my bones melt from osteoporosis and I ooze around the station like an amoeba." Bean hadn't given a moment's thought to some future contest between him and this particular officer. He had no desire for vengeance. He wasn't Ashiel. Ashiel was stupid, and this officer was stupid for thinking that Bean would think that way. No doubt, however, the man thought Bean would be grateful because he had just warned the others not to pick on him. But Bean had been picked on by tougher bastards than these could possibly be. This officer's protection was not needed, and it made the gulf between Bean and the other children wider than before. If Bean could have lost a couple of tussles, he would have been humanized, accepted, perhaps. But now there would be no tussles. No easy way to build bridges. That was the reason for the annoyance that the man apparently saw on Bean's face. "I've got a word for you, Bean. I don't care what you do to me. Because there's only one enemy that matters. The buggers. And if you can grow up to be the admiral who can give us victory over the buggers and keep Earth safe for humanity, then make me eat my own guts, ass first, and I'll still say thank you, sir. The buggers are the enemy. Not Nero. Not Bean. Not even me. So keep your hands off each other." He grinned again, mirthlessly. Besides, the last time somebody tried picking on another kid, he ended up flying through the shuttle in Null G and got his arm broken. It's one of the laws of strategy. Until you know that you're tougher than the enemy, you maneuver. You don't commit to battle. Consider that your first lesson in battle school. First lesson? No wonder they used this guy to tend children on the shuttle flights instead of having him teach. If you followed that little piece of wisdom, you'd be paralyzed against a vigorous enemy. Sometimes you have to commit to a fight even when you're weak. You don't wait till you know you're tougher. You make yourself tougher by whatever means you can, and then you strike by surprise. You sneak up, you backstab, you blindside, you cheat, you lie, you do whatever it takes to make sure that you come out on top. This guy might be real tough as the only adult on a shuttle full of kids, but if he were a kid on the streets of Rotterdam, he'd maneuver himself into starvation in a month. If he wasn't killed before that just for talking like he thought his piss was perfume. The man turned to head back to the control cabin. Bean called out to him. "What's your name?" The man turned and fixed him with a withering stare. "Already drafting the orders to have my balls ground to powder, Bean?" Bean didn't answer, just looked him in the eye. "I'm Captain Dymac. Anything else you want to know?" "Might as well find out now as later." "Do you teach at battle school?" "Yes," he said. "Coming down to pick up shuttle loads of little boys and girls is how we get Earthside leave. Just as with you, my being on this shuttle means my vacation is over." The refueling planes peeled away and rose above them. No, it was their own craft that was sinking, and the tail was sinking lower than the nose of the shuttle. Metal covers came down over the windows. It felt like they were falling faster, faster, until with a bone-shaking roar, the rockets fired and the shuttle began to rise again, higher, faster, faster, until Bean felt like he was going to be pushed right through the back of his chair. It seemed to go on forever, unchanging. Then, silence. Silence, and then a wave of panic. They were falling again, but this time there was no downward direction, just nausea and fear. Bean closed his eyes. It didn't help. He opened them again, tried to reorient himself. No direction provided equilibrium. But he had schooled himself on the street not to succumb to nausea. A lot of the food he had to eat had already gone a little bad, and he couldn't afford to throw it up. So he went into his anti-nausea routine. Deep breaths, distracting himself by concentrating on wiggling his toes. And after a surprisingly short time, he was used to the Null G. As long as he didn't expect any direction to be down, he was fine. The other kids didn't have his routine, or perhaps they were more susceptible to the sudden, relentless loss of balance. Now the reason for the prohibition against eating before the launch became clear. There was plenty of retching going on, but with nothing to throw up, there was no mess, no smell. Dymac came back into the shuttle cabin, this time standing on the ceiling. Very cute, thought Bean. Another lecture began, this time about how to get rid of planet-side assumptions about directions and gravity. Could these kids possibly be so stupid they needed to be told such obvious stuff? Bean occupied the time of the lecture by seeing how much pressure it took to move himself around within his loosely fitting harness. Everybody else was big enough that the harnesses fit snugly and prevented movement. Bean alone had room for a little maneuvering. He made the most of it. By the time they arrived at Battle School, he was determined to have at least a little skill at movement in Null G. He figured that in space, his survival might someday depend on knowing just how much force it would take to move his body, and then how much force it would take to stop. Knowing it in his mind wasn't half so important as knowing it with his body. Analyzing things was fine, but good reflexes could save your life.
Chapter 6. Ender's Shadow.
Normally, your reports on a launch group are brief. A few troublemakers, an incident report, or, best of all, nothing.
You're free to disregard any portion of my report, sir.
Sir? My, but aren't we the prickly martinet today?
What part of my report did you think was excessive?
I think this report is a love song.
I realize that it might seem like sucking up to use with every launch the technique you used with Ender Wiggin.
You use it with every launch?
As you noticed yourself, sir, it has interesting results. It causes an immediate sorting out.
A sorting out into categories that might not otherwise exist. Nevertheless, I accept the compliment implied by your action. But 7 pages about Bean? Really? Did you actually learn that much from a response that was primarily silent compliance?
That is just my point, sir. It was not compliance at all. I was performing the experiment, but it felt as though his were the big eye looking down the microscope, and I were the specimen on the slide.
So he unnerved you?
He would unnerve anyone. He's cold, sir. And yet,
hot. Yes, I read your report. Every scintillating page of it.
Yes, sir.
I think you know that it is considered good advice for us not to get crushes on our students.
Sir?
In this case, however, I am delighted that you are so interested in Bean. Because, you see, I am not. I already have the boy I think gives us our best chance. Yet there is considerable pressure because of Bean's damnable faked-up test scores to give him special attention. Very well. He shall have it, and you shall give it to him.
But, sir...
Perhaps you are unable to distinguish an order from an invitation.
I'm only concerned that I think he already has a low opinion of me.
Good. Then he'll underestimate you. Unless you think his low opinion might be correct.
Compared to him, sir, we might all be a little dim.
Close attention is your assignment. Try not to worship him.
All that Bean had on his mind was survival that first day in Battle School. No one would help him. That had been made clear by Dimac's little charade in the shuttle. They were setting him up to be surrounded by... what? Rivals at best, enemies at worst. So it was the street again. Well, that was fine. Bean had survived on the street, and would have kept on surviving even if Sister Carlotta hadn't found him. Even Pablo. Bean might have made it even without Pablo the janitor finding him in the toilet of the clean place. So he watched. He listened. Everything the others learned, he had to learn just as well, maybe better. And on top of that, he had to learn what the others were oblivious to. The workings of the group, the systems of the Battle School, how teachers got on with each other, where the power was, who was afraid of whom. Every group had its bosses, its suck-ups, its rebels, its sheep. Every group had its strong bonds and its weak ones, friendships and hypocrisies. Lies within lies within lies. And Bean had to find them all as quickly as possible in order to learn the spaces in which he could survive. they were taken to their barracks, given beds, lockers, little portable desks that were much more sophisticated than the one he had used when studying with Sister Carlotta. Some of the kids immediately began to play with them, trying to program them or exploring the games built into them, but Bean had no interest in that. The computer system of Battle School was not a person. Mastering it might be helpful in the long run, but for today it was irrelevant. What Bean needed to find out was all outside the launchy barracks. Which is where, soon enough, they went. They arrived in the morning, according to space-time, which, to the annoyance of many in Europe and Asia, meant Florida time, since the earliest stations had been controlled from there. For the kids, having launched from Europe, it was late afternoon, and that meant they would have a serious time lag problem. Dymac explained that the cure for this was to get vigorous physical exercise and then take a short nap. No more than 3 hours in the early afternoon, following which they would again have plenty of physical exercise so they could fall asleep that night at the regular bedtime for students. They piled out to form a line in the corridor. "Green, brown, green," said Dymac, and showed them how those lines on the corridor walls would always lead them back to their barracks. Bean found himself jostled out of line several times and ended up right at the back. He didn't care. Mere jostling drew no blood and left no bruise, and last in line was the best place from which to observe. Other kids passed them in the corridor, sometimes individuals, sometimes pairs or trios, most with brightly colored uniforms in many different designs. Once they passed an entire group dressed alike and wearing helmets and carrying extravagant sidearms, jogging along with an intensity of purpose that Bean found intriguing. They're a crew, he thought, and they're heading off for a fight. They weren't too intense to notice the new kids walking along the corridor, looking up at them in awe. Immediately there were catcalls. "Launchies! Fresh meat! Who make cocoa in the hall and don't clean it up? They even smell stupid." But it was all harmless banter, older kids asserting their supremacy. It meant nothing more than that. No real hostility. In fact, it was almost affectionate. They remembered being launchies themselves. Some of the launchies ahead of Bean in line were resentful and called back some vague, pathetic insults, which only caused more hooting and derision from the older kids. Bean had seen older, bigger kids who hated younger ones because they were competition for food and drove them away, not caring if they caused the little ones to die. He had felt real blows, meant to hurt. He had seen cruelty, exploitation, molestation, murder. These other kids didn't know love when they saw it. What Bean wanted to know was how that crew was organized, who led it, how he was chosen, what the crew was for. The fact that they had their own uniform meant that it had official status. So that meant that the adults were ultimately in control. The opposite of the way crews were organized in Rotterdam, where adults tried to break them up, where newspapers wrote about them as criminal conspiracies instead of pathetic little leagues for survival. That really was the key. Everything the children did here was shaped by adults. In Rotterdam, the adults were either hostile, unconcerned, or, like Helga with her charity kitchen, ultimately powerless. So the children could shape their own society without interference. Everything was based on survival, on getting enough food without getting killed or injured or sick. Here there were cooks and doctors, clothing and beds. Power wasn't about access to food. It was about getting the approval of adults. That's what those uniforms meant. Adults chose them, and children wore them because adults somehow made it worth their while. So the key to everything was understanding the teachers. All this passed through Bean's mind, not so much verbally as with a clear and almost instantaneous understanding that within that crew there was no power at all compared to the power of the teachers before the uniformed catcallers reached him. When they saw Bean, so much smaller than any of the other kids, they broke out laughing, hooting, howling. "That one isn't big enough to be a turd! I can't believe he can walk! Diddums woozums, mama! Is it even human?" Bean tuned them out immediately. but he could feel the enjoyment of the kids ahead of him in line. They had been humiliated in the shuttle. Now it was Bean's turn to be mocked. They loved it. And so did Bean, because it meant that he was seen as less of a rival. By diminishing him, the passing soldiers had made him just that much safer from what? What was the danger here? For there would be danger. That he knew. There was always danger. And since the teachers had all the power, the danger would come from them. But Dymak had started things out by turning the other kids against him. So the children themselves were the weapons of choice. Bean had to get to know the other kids, not because they themselves were going to be his problem, but because their weaknesses, their desires could be used against him by the teachers. And to protect himself, Bean would have to work to undercut their hold on the other children. The only safety here was to subvert the teacher's influence. And yet that was the greatest danger, if he was caught doing it. They palmed in on a wall-mounted pad, then slid down a pole. The first time Bean had ever done it with a smooth shaft. In Rotterdam, all his sliding had been on rain spouts, signposts, and light poles. They ended up in a section of battle school with higher gravity. Bean did not realize how light they must have been on the barracks level until he felt how heavy he was down in the gym. "This is just a little heavier than Earth normal gravity," said Dymak. "You have to spend at least a half hour a day here, or your bones start to dissolve. And you have to spend the time exercising so you keep at peak endurance. And that's the key. Endurance exercise, not bulking up. You're too small for your bodies to endure that kind of training, and it fights you here. Stamina. That's what we want." The words meant almost nothing to the kids, but soon the trainer had made it clear. Lots of running on treadmills, riding on cycles, stair-stepping, push-ups, sit-ups, chin-ups, back-ups, but no weights. Some weight equipment was there, but it was all for the use of teachers. "Your heart rate is monitored from the moment you enter here," said the trainer. "If you don't have your heart rate elevated within 5 minutes of arrival and you don't keep it elevated for the next 25 minutes, it goes on your record and I see it on my control board here. I get a report on it too," said Dymak. "And you go on the pig list for everyone to see you've been lazy." Pig list. So that's the tool they used, shaming them in front of the others. Stupid. As if Bean cared. It was the monitoring board that Bean was interested in. How could they possibly monitor their heart rates and know what they were doing automatically from the moment they arrived? He almost asked the question until he realized the only possible answer. The uniform. It was in the clothing. Some system of sensors. It probably told them a lot more than heart rate. For one thing, they could certainly track every kid wherever he was in the station all the time. There must be hundreds and hundreds of kids here, and there would be computers reporting the whereabouts, the heart rates, and who could guess what other information about them. Was there a room somewhere with teachers watching every step they took? Or maybe it wasn't the clothes. After all, they had to palm in before coming down here, presumably to identify themselves. So maybe there were special sensors in this room. Time to find out. Bean raised his hand. "Sir?" he said. "Yes?" The trainer did a double-take on seeing Bean's size, and a smile played around the corners of his mouth. He glanced at Dymak. Dymak did not crack a smile or show any understanding of what the trainer was thinking. "Is the heart rate monitor in our clothing? If we take off any part of our clothes while we're exercising, does it—" "You are not authorized to be out of uniform in the gym," said the trainer. "The room is kept cold on purpose so that you will not need to remove clothing. You will be monitored at all times." Not really an answer, but it told him what he needed to know. The monitoring depended on the clothes. Maybe there was an identifier in the clothing, and by palming in, they told the gym sensors which kid was wearing which set of clothing. That would make sense. So clothing was probably anonymous from the time you put on a clean set until you palmed in somewhere. That was important. It meant that it might be possible to be untagged without being naked. Naked, Bean figured, would probably be conspicuous around here. They all exercised, and the trainer told them which of them were not up to the right heart rate and which of them were pushing too hard and would fatigue themselves too soon. Bean quickly got an idea of the level he had to work at and then forgot about it. He'd remember by reflex now that he knew. It was mealtime then. They were alone in the mess hall. As fresh arrivals, they were on a separate schedule that day. The food was good, and there was a lot of it. Bean was stunned when some of the kids looked at their portion and complained about how little there was. It was a feast. Bean couldn't finish it. The whiners were informed by the cooks that the quantities were all adapted to their individual dietary needs. Each kid's portion size came up on a computer display when he palmed in upon entering the mess hall. So you don't eat without your palm on a pad. Important to know. Bean soon found out that his size was going to get official attention. When he brought his half-finished tray to the disposal unit, an electronic chiming sound brought the on-duty nutritionist to speak to him. "It's your first day, so we aren't going to be rigid about it. But your portions are scientifically calibrated to meet your dietary needs, and in the future, you will finish every bit of what you are served." Bean looked at him without a word. He had already made his decision. If his exercise program made him hungrier, then he'd eat more. But if they were expecting him to gorge himself, they could forget it. It would be a simple enough matter to dump excess food onto the trays of the whiners. They'd be happy with it, and Bean would eat only as much as his body wanted. He remembered hunger very well, but he had lived with Sister Carlotta for many months, and he knew to trust his own appetite. For a while, he had let her goad him into eating more than he actually was hungry for. The result had been a sense of loginess, a harder time sleeping, and a harder time staying awake. He went back to eating only as much as his body wanted, letting his hunger be his guide, and it kept him sharp and quick. That was the only nutritionist he trusted. Let the whiners get sluggish. Dymac stood after several of them had finished eating. "When you're through, go back to the barracks. If you think you can find it. If you have any doubt, wait for me and I'll bring the last group back myself." The corridors were empty when Bean went out into the corridor. The other kids palmed the wall and their green-brown-green strip turned on. Bean watched them go. One of them turned back. "Aren't you coming?" Bean said nothing. There was nothing to say. He was obviously standing still. It was a stupid question. The kid turned around and jogged on down the corridor toward the barracks. Bean went the other way. No stripes on the wall. He knew that there was no better time to explore than now. If he was caught out of the area he was supposed to be in, they'd believe him if he claimed to have got lost. The corridor sloped up both behind him and in front of him. To his eyes, it looked like he was always going uphill, and when he looked back, it was uphill to go back the way he had come. Strange. But Dymac had already explained that the station was a huge wheel, spinning in space so that centrifugal force would replace gravity. That meant the main corridor on each level was a big circle, so you'd always come back to where you started, and down was always toward the outside of the circle. Bean made the mental adjustment. It was dizzying at first, to picture himself on his side as he walked along, but then he mentally changed the orientation so that he imagined the station as a wheel on a cart, with him at the bottom of it no matter how much it turned. That put the people above him upside down, but he didn't care. Wherever he was the bottom, and that way down stayed down and up stayed up. The launchies were on the mess hall level, but the older kids must not be, because after the mess halls and the kitchens, there were only classrooms and unmarked doors with palm pads high enough that they were clearly not meant for children to enter. Other kids could probably reach those pads, but not even by jumping could Bean hope to palm one. It didn't matter. They wouldn't respond to any child's handprint except to bring some adult to find out what the kid thought he was doing, trying to enter a room where he had no business. By long habit, or was it instinct, Bean regarded such barriers as only temporary blocks. He knew how to climb over walls in Rotterdam, how to get up on roofs. Short as he was, he still found ways to get wherever he needed to go. Those doors would not stop him if he decided he needed to get beyond them. He had no idea right now how he'd do it, but he had no doubt that he would find a way. So he wasn't annoyed. He simply tucked the information away, waiting until he thought of some way to use it. Every few meters there was a pole for downward passage or a ladderway for going up. To get down the pole to the gym, he had to palm a pad. But there seemed to be no pad on most of these, which made sense. Most poles and ladderways would merely let you pass between floors. No, they called them decks. This was the international fleet, and so everything pretended to be a ship. While only one pole led down to the gym, to which they needed to control access so that it didn't get overcrowded with people coming when they weren't scheduled. As soon as he had made sense of it, Bean didn't have to think of it anymore. He scrambled up a ladder. The next floor up had to be the barracks level for the older kids. Doors were more widely spaced, and each door had an insignia on it, using the colors of some uniform, no doubt based on their striped colors, though he doubted the older kids ever had to palm the wall to find their way around. There was also the silhouette of an animal. Some of them he didn't recognize, but he recognized a couple of birds, some cats, a dog, a lion, whatever was in use symbolically on signs in Rotterdam. No pigeon, no fly, only noble animals, or animals noted for courage. The dog's silhouette looked like some kind of hunting animal, very thin around the hips, not a mongrel. So this is where the crews meet, and they have animal symbols, which means they probably call themselves by animal names. Cat crew, or maybe lion crew, and probably not crew. Bean would soon learn what they called themselves. He closed his eyes and tried to remember the colors and insignia on the crew that passed and mocked him in the corridor earlier. He could see the shape in his mind, but didn't see it on any of the doors he passed. It didn't matter. Not worth traveling the whole corridor in search of it, when that would only increase his risk of getting caught. Up again. More barracks, more classrooms. How many kids in a barracks? This place was bigger than he thought. A soft chime sounded. Immediately, several doors opened and kids began to pour out into the corridor. A changeover time. At first, Bean felt more secure among the big kids because he thought he could get lost in the crowd, the way he always did in Rotterdam. But that habit was useless here. This wasn't a random crowd of people on their own errands. These might be kids, but they were military. They knew where everybody was supposed to be, and Bean, in his launchy uniform, was way out of place. Almost at once, a couple of older kids stopped him. "You don't belong on this deck," said one. At once, several others stopped to look at Bean as if he were an object washed into the street by a storm. "Look at the size of this one. Poor kid gots to sniff everybody's butt, eh? Hey, you're out of area, Launchy." Bean said nothing, just looked at each one as he spoke. Or she. "What are your colors?" asked a girl. Bean said nothing. Best excuse would be that he didn't remember, so he couldn't very well name them now. "He's so small he could walk between my legs without touching my—" "Oh, shut up, Dink. That's what you said when Ender—" "Yeah, Ender, right. You don't think this is the kid that—" "Was Ender this small when he arrived? And saying he another Ender? Right, like this one's going to shoot to the top of the standings. It wasn't Ender's fault that Bonzo wouldn't let him fire his weapon. But it's a fluke, that's all I'm saying. This the one they talking about? One like Ender? Top scores? Just get him down to the Launchy level." "Come with me," said the girl, taking him firmly by the hand. Bean came along meekly. "My name is Petra Arkanian," she said. Bean said nothing. "Come on. You may be little and you may be scared. but they don't let you in here if you're deaf or stupid." Bean shrugged. "Tell me your name before I break your stubby little fingers." "Bean," he said. "That's not a name. That's a lousy meal." He said nothing. "You don't fool me," she said. "This mute thing, it's just a cover. You came up here on purpose." He kept his silence, but it stabbed at him that she had figured him out so easily. Kids for this school, they're chosen because they're smart and they've got initiative. So of course you wanted to explore. The thing is, they expect it. They probably know you're doing it. So there's no point in hiding it. What are they going to do, give you some big bad piggy points? So that's what the older kids thought about the pig list. This stubborn silence thing, it'll just piss people off. I'd forget about it if I were you. Maybe it worked with Mommy and Daddy, but it just makes you look stubborn and ridiculous because anything that matters, you're going to tell anyway, so why not just talk? "Okay," said Bean. Now that he was complying, she didn't crow about it. The lecture worked, so the lecture was over. "Colors?" she asked. "Green, brown, green." Those launchy colors sound like something you'd find in a dirty toilet, don't you think? So she was just another one of the stupid kids who thought it was cute to make fun of launchies. It's like they designed everything to get the older kids to make fun of the younger ones. Or maybe she wasn't. Maybe she was just talking. She was a talker. There weren't a lot of talkers on the streets. Not among the kids, anyway. Plenty of them among the drunks. The system around here is screwed. It's like they want us to act like little kids. Not that that's going to bother you. Hell, you're already doing some dumb, lost little kid act. Not now, he said. Just remember this. No matter what you do, the teachers know about it, and they already have some stupid theory about what this means about your personality or whatever. They always find a way to use it against you if they want to, so you might as well not try. No doubt it's already in your report that you took this little jaunt when you were supposed to be having Betty by time, and that probably tells them that you respond to insecurity by seeking to be alone while exploring the limits of your new environment. She used a fancy voice for the last part. And maybe she had more voices to show off to him, but he wasn't going to stick around to find out. Apparently she was a take-charge person and didn't have anybody to take charge of until he came along. He wasn't interested in becoming her project. It was all right being Sister Carlotta's project because she could get him out of the street and into battle school. But what did this Petra Arcanian have to offer him? He slid down a pole, stopped in front of the first opening, pushed out into the corridor, ran to the next ladderway, and scooted up 2 decks before emerging into another corridor and running full out. She was probably right in what she said, but one thing was certain. He was not going to have her hold his hand all the way back to green, brown, green. The last thing he needed, if he was going to hold his own in this place, was to show up with some older kid holding his hand. Bean was 4 decks above the mess level where he was supposed to be right now. There were kids moving through here, but nowhere near as many as the deck below. Most of the doors were unmarked, but a few stood open, including one wide arch that opened into a game room. Bean had seen computer games in some of the bars in Rotterdam, but only from a distance, through the doors and between the legs of men and women going in and out in their endless search for oblivion. He had never seen a child playing a computer game except on the vids in store windows. Here it was real, with only a few players catching quick games between classes so that each game's sounds stood out. A few kids playing solo games, and then 4 of them playing a 4-sided space game with a holographic display. Bean stood back far enough not to intrude in their sightlines and watched them play. Each of them controlled a squadron of 4 tiny ships, with the goal of either wiping out all the other fleets or capturing, but not destroying, each player's slow-moving mothership. He learned the rules and the terminology by listening to the 4 boys chatter as they played. The game ended by attrition, not by any cleverness. The last boy simply happened to be the least stupid in his use of his ships. Bean watched as they reset the game. No one put in a coin. The games here were free. Bean watched another game. It was just as quick as the first, as each boy committed his ships clumsily, forgetting about whichever one was not actively engaged. It was as if they thought of their force as one active ship and 3 reserves. Maybe the controls didn't allow anything different. Bean moved closer. No, it was possible to set the course for one, flip to control another ship and another, then return to the first ship to change its course at any time. How did these boys get into battle school if this was all they could think of? Bean had never played a computer game before, but he saw at once that any competent player could quickly win if this was the best competition available. "Hey, dwarf, want to play?" One of them had noticed him. Of course, the others did too. "Yes," said Bean. "Well, bugger that," said the one who invited him. "Who do you think you are, Ender Wiggin?" They laughed, and then all 4 of them walked away from the game, heading for their next class. The room was empty. Class time. Ender Wiggin. The kids in the corridor talked about him, too. Something about Bean made these kids think of Ender Wiggin. Sometimes with admiration, sometimes with resentment. This Ender must have beaten some older kids at a computer game or something. And he was at the top of the standings. That's what somebody said. Standings in what? The kids in the same uniform, running like one crew, heading for a fight. That was the central fact of life here. There was one core game that everyone played. They lived in barracks according to what team they were on. Every kid's standings were reported so everybody else knew them. And whatever the game was, the adults ran it. So this was the shape of life here. And this Ender Wiggin, whoever he was at the top of it all. He led the standings. Bean reminded people of him. That made him a little proud, yes, but it also annoyed him. It was safer not to be noticed. But because this other small kid had done brilliantly, everybody who saw Bean thought of Ender, and that made Bean memorable. That would limit his freedom considerably. There was no way to disappear here as he had been able to disappear in crowds in Rotterdam. Well, who cared? He couldn't be hurt now, not really. No matter what happened, as long as he was here at battle school, he would never be hungry. He'd always have shelter. He had made it to heaven. All he had to do was the minimum required to not get sent home early. So who cared if people noticed him or not? It made no difference. Let them worry about their standings. Bean had already won the battle for survival, and after that, no other competition mattered. But even as he had that thought, he knew it wasn't true. Because he did care. It wasn't enough just to survive. It never had been. Deeper than his need for food had been his hunger for order, for finding out how things worked, getting a grasp on the world around him. When he was starving, of course he used what he learned in order to get himself into Poke's crew and get her crew enough food that there would be enough to trickle some down to him at the bottom of the pecking order. But even when Ashiel had turned them into his family and they had something to eat every day, Bean hadn't stopped being alert, trying to understand the changes, the dynamics in the group. Even with Sister Carlotta, he had spent a lot of effort trying to understand why and how she had the power to do for him what she was doing, and the basis on which she had chosen him. He had to know. He had to have the picture of everything in his mind. Here, too. He could have gone back to the barracks and napped. Instead, he risked getting in trouble just to find out things that no doubt he would have learned in the ordinary course of events. Why did I come up here? What was I looking for? The key. The world was full of locked doors, and he had to get his hands on every key. He stood still and listened. The room was nearly silent, but there was white noise, background rumble and hiss that made it so sounds didn't carry throughout the entire station. With his eyes closed, he located the source of the faint rushing sound. Eyes open, he then walked to where the vent was. An outflowing vent with slightly warmer air making a very slight breeze. The rushing sound was not the hiss of air here at the vent, but rather a much louder, more distant sound of the machinery that pumped air throughout the battle school. Sister Carlotta had told him that in space there was no air, so wherever people lived, they had to keep their ships and stations closed tight, holding in every bit of air. And they also had to keep changing the air because the oxygen, she said, got used up and had to be replenished. That's what this air system was about. It must go everywhere through the ship. Bean sat before the vent screen, feeling around the edges. There were no visible screws or nails holding it on. He got his fingernails under the rim and carefully slid his fingers around it, prying it out a little, then a little more. His fingers now fit under the edges. He pulled straight forward. The vent came free and Bean toppled over backward. Only for a moment. He set aside the screen and tried to see into the vent. The vent duct was only about 15 centimeters deep from front to back. The top was solid, but the bottom was open, leading down into the duct system. Bean sized up the vent opening just the way he had years before, stood on the seat of a toilet and studied the inside of the toilet tank, deciding whether he could fit in it. And the conclusion was the same. It would be cramped, it would be painful, but he could do it. He reached an arm inside and down. He couldn't feel the bottom. But with arms as short as his, that didn't mean much. There was no way to tell by looking which way the duct went when it got down to the floor level. Bean could imagine a duct leading under the floor, but that felt wrong to him. Sister Carlotta had said that every scrap of material used to build the station had to be hauled up from Earth or the manufacturing plants on the moon. They wouldn't have big gaps between the decks and the ceilings below, because that would be wasted space into which precious air would have to be pumped without anyone breathing it. No, the ductwork would be in the outside walls. It was probably no more than 15 centimeters deep anywhere. He closed his eyes and imagined an air system. Machinery making a warm wind blow through the narrow ducts, flowing into every room, carrying fresh, breathable air everywhere? No, that wouldn't work. There had to be a place where the air was getting sucked in and drawn back. And if the air blew in at the outside walls, then the intake would be in the corridors. Bean got up and ran to the door of the game room. Sure enough, the corridor's ceiling was at least 20 centimeters lower than the ceiling inside the room. But no vents, just light fixtures. He stepped back into the room and looked up. All along the top of the wall that bordered on the corridor, there was a narrow vent that looked more decorative than practical. The opening was about 3 centimeters. Not even Bean could fit through the intake system. He ran back to the open vent and took off his shoes. No reason to get hung up because his feet were so much bigger than they needed to be. He faced the vent and swung his feet down into the opening. Then he wriggled until his legs were entirely down the hole and his buttocks rested on the rim of the vent. His feet still hadn't found bottom. Not a good sign. What if the vent dropped straight down into the machinery? He wriggled back out, then went in the other way. It was harder and more painful, but now his arms were more usable, giving him a good grip on the floor as he slid chest deep into the hole. His feet touched bottom. Using his toes, he probed. Yes, the ductwork ran to the left and the right, along the outside wall of the room. And the opening was tall enough that he could slide down into it, then wriggle, always on his side, along from room to room. That was all he needed to know at present. He gave a little jump so his arms reached farther out onto the floor, meaning to use friction to let him pull himself up. Instead, he just slid back down into the vent. Oh, this was excellent. Someone would come looking for him eventually, or he'd be found by the next batch of kids who came in to play games, but he did not want to be found like this. More to the point, the ductwork would only give him an alternate route through the station if he could climb out of the vents. He had a mental image of somebody opening a vent and seeing his skull looking out at them, his dead body completely dried up in the warm wind of the air ducts where he starved to death or died of thirst trying to get out of the vents. As long as he was just standing there, though, he might as well find out if he could cover the vent opening from the inside. He reached over and, with difficulty, got a finger on the screen and was able to pull it toward him. Once he got a hand solidly on it, it wasn't hard at all to get it over the opening. He could even pull it in, tightly enough that it probably wouldn't be noticeably different to casual observers on the other side. With the vent closed, though, he had to keep his head turned to one side. There wasn't room enough for him to turn it. So once he got in the duct system, his head would either stay turned to the left or to the right. Great. He pushed the vent back out, but carefully, so that it didn't fall to the floor. Now it was time to climb out in earnest. After a couple more failures, he finally realized that the screen was exactly the tool he needed. Laying it down on the floor in front of the vent, he hooked his fingers under the far end. Pulling back on the screen provided him with the leverage to lift his body far enough to get his chest over the rim of the vent opening. It hurt to hang the weight of his body on such a sharp edge, but now he could get up on his elbows and then on his hands, lifting his whole body up through the opening and back into the room. He thought carefully through the sequence of muscles he had used and then thought about the equipment in the gym. Yes, he could strengthen those muscles. He put the vent screen back into place. Then he pulled up his shirt and looked at the red marks on his skin where the rim of the vent opening had scraped him mercilessly. There was some blood. Interesting. How would he explain it if anyone asked? He'd have to see if he could re-injure the same spot by climbing around on the bunks later. He jogged out of the game room and down the corridor to the nearest pole, then dropped to the mess hall level. All the way he wondered why he had felt such urgency about getting into the ducts. Whenever he got like that in the past, doing some task without knowing why it even mattered, it had turned out that there was a danger that he had sensed, but that hadn't yet risen to his conscious mind. What was the danger here? Then he realized. In Rotterdam, out on the street, he had always made sure he knew a back way out of everything, an alternate path to get from one place to another. If he was running from someone, he never dodged into a cul-de-sac to hide unless he knew another way out. In truth, he never really hid at all. He evaded pursuit by keeping on the move, always. No matter how awful the danger following him might be, he could not hold still. It felt terrible to be cornered. It hurt. It hurt and was wet and cold, and he was hungry, and there wasn't enough air to breathe, and people walked by, and if they just lifted the lid, they would find him, and he had no way to run if they did that. He just had to sit there waiting for them to pass without noticing him. If they used the toilet and flushed it, the equipment wouldn't work right because the whole weight of his body was pressing down on the float. A lot of the water had spilled out of the tank when he climbed in. They'd notice something was wrong, and they'd find him. It was the worst experience of his life, and he couldn't stand the idea of ever hiding like that again. It wasn't the small space that bothered him, or that it was wet, or that he was hungry or alone. It was the fact that the only way out was into the arms of his pursuers. Now that he understood that about himself, he could relax. He hadn't found the ductwork because he sensed some danger that hadn't yet risen to his conscious mind. He found the ductwork because he remembered how bad it felt to hide in the toilet tank as a toddler. So whatever danger there might be, he hadn't sensed it yet. It was just a childhood memory coming to the surface. Sister Carlotta had told him that a lot of human behavior was really acting out our responses to dangers long past. It hadn't sounded sensible to Bean at the time, but he didn't argue, and now he could see that she was right. And how could he know there would never be a time when that narrow, dangerous highway through the ductwork might not be exactly the route he needed to save his life? He never did palm the wall to light up green, brown, green. He knew exactly where his barracks was. How could he not? He had been there before and knew every step between the barracks and every other place he had visited in the station. And when he got there, Dymac had not yet returned with the slow eaters. His whole exploration hadn't taken more than 20 minutes, including his conversation with Petra and watching 2 quick computer games during the class break. He awkwardly hoisted himself up from the lower bunk, dangling for a while from his chest on the rim of the second bunk. Long enough that it hurt in pretty much the same spot he had injured climbing out of the vent. "What are you doing?" asked one of the launchies near him. Since the truth wouldn't be understood, he answered truthfully. "Injuring my chest," he said. "I'm trying to sleep," said the other boy. "You're supposed to sleep too." "Nap time," said another boy. "I feel like I'm some stupid 4-year-old. Bean wondered vaguely what these boys' lives had been like when taking a nap made them think of being 4 years old.
Sister Carlotta stood beside Pablo de Noches, looking at the toilet tank. "Old-fashioned kind," said Pablo. "Norteamericano. Very popular for a while back when the Netherlands first became international." She lifted the lid on the toilet tank. Very light. Plastic. As they came out of the lavatory, the office manager who had been showing them around looked at her curiously. "There's not any kind of danger from using the toilets, is there?" she asked. "No," said Sister Carlotta. "I just had to see it, that's all. It's fleet business. I'd appreciate it if you didn't talk about our visit here." Of course, that almost guaranteed that she would talk about nothing else. But Sister Carlotta counted on it sounding like nothing more than strange gossip. Whoever had run an organ farm in this building would not want to be discovered, and there was a lot of money in such evil businesses. That was how the devil rewarded his friends. Lots of money, up to the moment he betrayed them and left them to face the agony of hell alone. Outside the building, she spoke again to Pablo. "He really hid in there?" "He was very tiny," said Pablo de Noches. "He was crawling when I found him, but he was soaking wet up to his shoulder on one side, and his chest. I thought he peed himself, but he said no. Then he showed me the toilet. And he was red, here, where he pressed against the mechanism." "He was talking?" she said. "Not a lot. A few words. So tiny. I could not believe a child so small could talk." "How long was he in there?" Pablo shrugged. "Shriveled up skin like old lady. All over. Cold. I was thinking, he will die. Not warm water like a swimming pool. Cold. He shivered all night." "I can't understand why he didn't die," said Sister Carlotta. Pablo smiled. "No hay nada que Dios no puede hacer." "True," she answered. "But that doesn't mean we can't figure out how God works his miracles. Or why." Pablo shrugged. "God does what he does. I do my work and live, the best man I can be." She squeezed his arm. "You took in a lost child and saved him from people who meant to kill him. God saw you do that, and he loves you." Pablo said nothing, but Sister Carlotta could guess what he was thinking. How many sins, exactly, were washed away by that good act, and would it be enough to keep him out of hell? "Good deeds do not wash away sins," said Sister Carlotta. "Solo el Redentor puede limpiar su alma." Pablo shrugged. Theology was not his skill. You don't do good deeds for yourself, said Sister Carlotta. You do them because God is in you, and for those moments you are His hands and His feet, His eyes and His lips. I thought God was the baby. Jesus say, if you do it to this little one, you do it to me. Sister Carlotta laughed. God will sort out all the fine points in His own due time. It is enough that we try to serve Him. He was so small, said Pablo, but God was in him. She bade him goodbye as he got out of the taxi in front of his apartment building. Why did I have to see that toilet with my own eyes? My work with Bean is done. He left on the shuttle yesterday. Why can't I leave the matter alone? Because he should have been dead, that's why. And after starving on the streets for all those years, even if he lived, he was so malnourished, he should have suffered serious mental damage. He should have been permanently retarded. That was why she could not abandon the question of Bean's origin. Because maybe he was damaged. Maybe he is retarded. Maybe he started out so smart that he could lose half his intellect and still be the miraculous boy he is. She thought of how St. Matthew kept saying that all the things that happened in Jesus' childhood, his mother treasured them in her heart. Bean is not Jesus, and I am not the Holy Mother. But he is a boy, and I have loved him as my son. What he did, no child of that age could do. No child of less than a year, not yet walking by himself, could have such clear understanding of his danger that he would know to do the things that Bean did. Children that age often climbed out of their cribs, but they did not hide in a toilet tank for hours and then come out alive and ask for help. I can call it a miracle all I want, but I have to understand it. They use the dregs of the earth in those organ farms. Bean has such extraordinary gifts that he could only have come from extraordinary parents. And yet for all her research during the months that Bean lived with her, she had never found a single kidnapping that could possibly have been Bean. No abducted child. Not even an accident from which someone might have taken a surviving infant whose body was therefore never found. That wasn't proof. Not every baby that disappeared left a trace of his life in the newspapers, and not every newspaper was archived and available for a search on the nets. But Bean had to be the child of parents so brilliant that the world took note of them, didn't he? Could a mind like his come from ordinary parents? Was that the miracle from which all other miracles flowed? No matter how much Sister Carlotta tried to believe it, she could not. Bean was not what he seemed to be. He was in battle school now, and there was a good chance he would end up someday as the commander of a great fleet. But what did anyone know about him? Was it possible that he was not a natural human being at all? That his extraordinary intelligence had been given him not by God, but by someone or something else? There was the question. If not God, then who could make such a child? Sister Carlotta buried her face in her hands. Where did such thoughts come from? After all these years of searching, why did she have to keep doubting the one great success she had? We have seen the beast of Revelation, she said silently. The bugger, the formic monster bringing destruction to the earth, just as prophesied. We have seen the beast, and long ago Mazer Rackham and the human fleet, on the brink of defeat, slew that great dragon. But it will come again, And St. John the Revelator said that when it did, there would be a prophet who came with him. No, no. Bean is good, a good-hearted boy. He is not any kind of devil, not the servant of the beast, just a boy of great gifts that God may have raised up to bless this world in the hour of its greatest peril. I know him as a mother knows her child. I am not wrong. Yet when she got back to her room, she set her computer to work, searching now for something new, for reports from or about scientists who had been working at least 5 years ago on projects involving alterations in human DNA. And while the search program was querying all the great indexes on the nets and sorting their replies into useful categories, Sister Carlotta went to the neat little pile of folded clothing waiting to be washed. She would not wash it after all. She put it in a plastic bag along with Bean's sheets and pillowcase and sealed the bag. Bean had worn this clothing, slept on this bedding. His skin was in it, small bits of it, a few hairs, maybe enough DNA for a serious analysis. He was a miracle, yes, but she would find out just what the dimensions of this miracle might be. For her ministry had not been to save the children of the cruel streets of the cities of the world. Her ministry had been to help save the one species made in the image of God. That was still her ministry. And if there was something wrong with the child she had taken into her heart as a beloved son, she would find out about it and give warning.
Chapter 7. Exploration.
So this launch group was slow getting back to their barracks.
There is a 21-minute discrepancy.
Is that a lot? I didn't even know this sort of thing was tracked.
For safety, and to have an idea in the event of emergency where everyone is. Tracking the uniforms that departed from the mess hall and the uniforms that entered the barracks, we come up with an aggregate of 21 minutes. That could be 21 children loitering for exactly 1 minute, or one child for 21 minutes.
That's very helpful. Am I supposed to ask them?
No, they aren't supposed to know that we track them by their uniforms. It isn't good for them to know how much we know about them.
And how little.
Little?
If it was one student, it wouldn't be good for him to know that our tracking methods don't tell us who it was.
Oh, good point. And actually, I came to you because I believe that it was one student only.
Even though your data aren't clear?
Because of the arrival pattern, spaced out in groups of 2 or 3, a few solos, just the way they left the mess hall. A little bit of clumping, 3 solos become a threesome, 2 twos arrive as 4, but if there had been some kind of major distraction in the corridor, it would have caused major coalescing, a much larger group arriving at once after the disturbance ended.
So, one student with 21 minutes unaccounted for.
I thought you should at least be aware.
What would he do with 21 minutes?
You know who it was?
I will. Soon enough. Are the toilets tracked? Are we sure it wasn't somebody so nervous he went in to throw up his lunch?
Toilet entry and exit patterns were normal. In and out.
Yes. I'll find out who it was. And keep watching the data for this launch group.
So I was right to bring this to your attention?
Did you have any doubt of it?
Bean slept lightly, listening as he always did, waking twice that he remembered. He didn't get up, just lay there listening to the breathing of the others. Both times there was a little whispering somewhere in the room. Always children's voices, no urgency about them, but the sound was enough to rouse Bean and kindle his attention, just for a moment till he was sure there was no danger. He woke the 3rd time when Dymac entered the room. Even before sitting up, Bean knew that's who it was, from the weight of his step, the sureness of his movement, the press of authority. Bean's eyes were open before Dymac spoke. He was on all fours, ready to move in any direction before Dymac finished his first sentence. "Nap time is over, boys and girls. Time for work." It was not about Bean. If Dymac knew what Bean had done after lunch and before their nap, he gave no sign. No immediate danger. Bean sat on his bunk as Dymac instructed them in the use of their lockers and desks. Palm the wall beside the locker and it opens. Then turn on the desk and enter your name and a password. Bean immediately palmed his own locker with his right hand, but did not palm the desk. Instead, he checked on Dymac, busy helping another student near the door, then scrambled to the unoccupied third bunk above his own and palmed that locker with his left hand. There was a desk inside that one, too. Quickly, he turned on his own desk and typed in his name and a password. Bean. Ashiel. Then he pulled out the other desk and turned it on. Name? Poke. Password? Carlotta. He slipped the second desk back into the locker and closed the door, then tossed his first desk down onto his own bunk and slipped down after it. He did not look around to see if anyone noticed him. If they did, they'd say something soon enough. Visibly checking around would merely call attention to him and make people suspect him who would not otherwise have noticed what he did. Of course, the adults would know what he had done. In fact, Dymac was certainly noticing already when one child complained that his locker wouldn't open. So the station computer knew how many students there were and stopped opening lockers when the right total had been opened. But Dymac did not turn and demand to know who had opened 2 lockers. Instead, he pressed his own palm against the last student's locker. It popped open. He closed it again, and now it responded to the student's palm. So they were going to let him have his second locker, his second desk, his second identity. No doubt they would watch him with special interest to see what he did with it. He would have to make a point of fiddling with it now and then, clumsily, so they'd think they knew what he wanted a second identity for. Maybe some kind of prank. Or to write down secret thoughts. That would be fun. Sister Carlotta was always prying after his secret thoughts, and no doubt these teachers would too. Whatever he wrote, they'd eat it up. Therefore, they wouldn't be looking for his truly private work, which he would perform on his own desk. Or, if it was risky, on the desk of one of the boys across from him, both of whose passwords he had carefully noticed and memorized. Dymac was lecturing them about protecting their desks at all times, but it was inevitable that kids would be careless and desks would be left lying around. For now, though, Bean would do nothing riskier than what he had already done. The teachers had their own reasons for letting him do it. What mattered is that they not know his own. After all, he didn't know himself. It was like the vent. If he thought of something that might get him some advantage later, he did it. Dymac went on talking about how to submit homework, the directory of teachers' names, and the fantasy game that was on every desk. You are not to spend study time playing the game, he said. But when your studies are done, you are permitted a few minutes to explore. Bean understood at once. The teachers wanted the students to play the game and knew that the best way to encourage it was to put strict limits on it and then not enforce them. A game. Sister Carlotta had used games to try to analyze Bean from time to time. So Bean always turned them into the same game. Try to figure out what Sister Carlotta is trying to learn from the way I play this game. In this case, though, Bean figured that anything he did with the game would tell them things that he didn't want them to know about him. So he would not play at all unless they compelled him. And maybe not even then. It was one thing to joust with Sister Carlotta. Here they no doubt had real experts, and Bean was not going to give them a chance to learn more about him than he knew himself. Dymac took them on the tour, showing them most of what Bean had already seen. The other kids went ape over the game room. Bean did not so much as glance at the vent into which he had climbed, though he did make it a point to fiddle with the game he had watched the bigger boys play, figuring out how the controls worked and verifying that his tactics could in fact be carried out. They did a workout in the gym in which Bean immediately began working on the exercises that he thought he'd need. one-armed push-ups and pull-ups being the most important, though they had to get a stool for him to stand on in order to reach the lowest chinning bar. No problem. Soon enough he'd be able to jump to reach it. With all the food they were giving him, he could build up strength quickly. And they seemed grimly determined to pack food into him at an astonishing rate. After the gym they showered, and then it was supper time. Bean wasn't even hungry yet, and they piled enough food onto his tray to feed his whole crew back in Rotterdam. Bean immediately headed for a couple of the kids who had whined about their small portions, and without even asking permission, scraped his excess onto their trays. When one of them tried to talk to him about it, Bean just put his finger to his lips. In answer, the boy grinned. Bean still ended up with more food than he wanted, but when he turned in his tray, it was scraped clean. The nutritionist would be happy. It remained to be seen if the janitors would report the food Bean left on the floor. Free time. Bean headed back to the game room, hoping that tonight he'd actually see the famous Ender Wiggin. If he was there, he would no doubt be the center of a group of admirers. But at the center of the groups he saw were only the ordinary prestige-hungry clique formers who thought they were leaders and so would follow their group anywhere in order to maintain that delusion. No way could any of them be Ender Wiggin. And Bean was not about to ask. Instead, he tried his hand at several games. Each time, though, the moment he lost for the first time, other kids would push him out of the way. It was an interesting set of social rules. The students knew that even the shortest, greenest launchy was entitled to his turn, but the moment a turn ended, so did the protection of the rule. And they were rougher in shoving him than they needed to be, so the message was clear. You shouldn't have been using that game and making me wait. Just like the food lines at the charity kitchens in Rotterdam, except that absolutely nothing that mattered was at stake. That was interesting, to find that it wasn't hunger that caused children to become bullies on the street. The bulliness was already in the child, and whatever the stakes were, they would find a way to act as they needed to act. If it was about food, then the children who lost would die. If it was about games, though, the bullies did not hesitate to be just as intrusive and send the same message. Do what I want, or pay for it. Intelligence and education, which all these children had, apparently didn't make any important difference in human nature. Not that Bean had really thought they would. Nor did the low stakes make any difference in Bean's response to the bullies. He simply complied without complaint and took note of who the bullies were. Not that he had any intention of punishing them or of avoiding them either. He would simply remember who acted as a bully and take that into account when he was in a situation where that information might be important. No point in getting emotional about anything. Being emotional didn't help with survival. What mattered was to learn everything, analyze the situation, choose a course of action, and then move boldly. Know, think, choose, do. There was no place in that list for feel. Not that Bean didn't have feelings. He simply refused to think about them, or dwell on them, or let them influence his decisions when anything important was at stake. He's even smaller than Ender was. Again. Bean was so tired of hearing that. Don't talk about that hijo de puta to me, bicho. Bean perked up. Ender had an enemy. Bean was wondering when he'd spot one, for someone who was first in the standings had to have provoked something besides admiration. Who said it? Bean drifted nearer to the group the conversation had come from. The same voice came up again. And then he knew. That one was the boy who had called Ender an hijo de puta. He had the silhouette of some kind of lizard on his uniform, and a single triangle on his sleeve. None of the boys around him had the triangle. All were focused on him. Captain of the team? Bean needed more information. He tugged on the sleeve of a boy standing near him. "What?" said the boy, annoyed. "Who's that boy there?" asked Bean. "The team captain with the lizard." "It's a salamander, pinhead," Salamander Army, and he's the commander. Teams are called armies. Commander is the triangle rank. What's his name? Bonzo Madrid. And he's an even bigger asshole than you. The boy shrugged himself away from Bean. So Bonzo Madrid was bold enough to declare his hatred for Ender Wiggin, but a kid who was not in Bonzo's army had contempt for him in turn and wasn't afraid to say so to a stranger. Good to know. The only enemy Ender had, so far, was Contemptible. But, contemptible as Bonzo might be, he was a commander, which meant it was possible to become a commander without being the kind of boy that everybody respected. So what was their standard of judgment in assigning command in this war game that shaped the life of Battle School? More to the point, how do I get a command? That was the first moment that Bean realized that he even had such a goal. Here in Battle School, he had arrived with the highest scores in his launch group. But he was the smallest and youngest and had been isolated even further by the deliberate actions of his teacher, making him a target of resentment. Somehow, in the midst of all this, Bean had made the decision that this would not be like Rotterdam. He was not going to live on the fringes, inserting himself only when it was absolutely essential for his own survival. As rapidly as possible, he was going to put himself in place to command an army. Ashiel had ruled because he was brutal, because he was willing to kill. That would always trump intelligence, when the intelligent one was physically smaller and had no strong allies. But here the bullies only shoved and spoke rudely. The adults controlled things tightly, and so brutality would not prevail, not in the assignment of command. Intelligence, then, had a chance to win out. Eventually, Bean might not have to live under the control of stupid people. If this was what Bean wanted, and why not try for it as long as some more important goal didn't come along first, then he had to learn how the teachers made their decisions about command. Was it solely based on performance in classes? Bean doubted it. The International Fleet had to have smarter people than that running this school. The fact that they had that fantasy game on every desk suggested that they were looking at personality as well. Character. In the end, Bean suspected, character mattered more than intelligence. In Bean's litany of survival, know, think, choose, do, intelligence only mattered in the first three and was the decisive factor only in the second one. The teachers knew that. Maybe I should play the game, thought Bean. Then, not yet. Let's see what happens when I don't play. At the same time, he came to another conclusion he did not even know he had been concerned about. He would talk to Bonzo Madrid. Bonzo was in the middle of a computer game, and he was obviously the kind of person who thought of anything unexpected as an affront to his dignity. That meant that for Bean to accomplish what he wanted, he could not approach Bonzo in a cringing way, like the suck-ups who surrounded him as he played, commending him even for his stupid mistakes in gameplay. Instead, Bean pushed close enough to see when Bonzo's on-screen character died. Again. Señor Madrid, ¿puedo hablar con vosco? The Spanish came to mind easily enough. He had listened to Pablo de Noches talk to fellow immigrants in Rotterdam who visited his apartment, and on the telephone to family members back in Valencia. And using Bonzo's native language had the desired effect. He didn't ignore Bean. He turned and glared at him. What do you want, Bichinho? Brazilian slang was common in Battle School, and Bonzo apparently felt no need to assert the purity of his Spanish. Bean looked him in the eye, even though he was about twice Bean's height, and said, People keep saying that I remind them of Ender Wiggin, and you're the only person around here who doesn't seem to worship him. I want to know the truth. The way the other kids fell silent told Bean that he had judged aright. It was dangerous to ask Bonzo about Ender Wiggin. Dangerous, but that's why Bean had phrased his request so carefully. Damn right I don't worship the fart-eating, insubordinate traitor. But why should I tell you about him? Because you won't lie to me, said Bean, though he actually thought it was obvious Bonzo would probably lie outrageously in order to make himself look like the hero of what was obviously a story of his own humiliation at Ender's hands. And if people are going to keep comparing me to the guy, I've got to know what he really is. I don't want to get iced because I do it all wrong here. You don't owe me nothing. But when you're small like me, you gots to have somebody who can tell you the stuff you gots to know to survive. Bean wasn't quite sure of the slang here yet, but what he knew he used. One of the other kids chimed in as if Bean had written him a script and he was right on cue. Get lost, Launchy. Bonzo Madrid doesn't have time to change diapers. Bean rounded on him and said fiercely, I can't ask the teachers. They don't tell the truth. If Bonzo don't talk to me, who I ask then? You? You don't know zits from zeros. It was pure sergeant, that spiel, and it worked. Everybody laughed at the kid who had tried to brush him off, and Bonzo joined in, then put a hand on Bean's shoulder. I'll tell you what I know, kid. It's about time somebody wanted to hear the truth about that walking rectum. To the kid that Bean had just fronted, Bonzo said, Maybe you better finish my game. It's the only way you'll ever get to play at that level. Bean could hardly believe a commander would say such a pointlessly offensive thing to one of his own subordinates. But the boy swallowed his anger and grinned and nodded and said, That's right, Bonzo, and turned to the game, as instructed. A real suck-up. By chance, Bonzo led him to stand right in front of the wall vent where Bean had been stuck only a few hours before. Bean gave it no more than a glance. Let me tell you about Ender. He's all about beating the other guy. Not just winning. He has to beat the other guy into the ground or he isn't happy. No rules for him. You give him a plain order and he acts like he's going to obey it. But if he sees a way to make himself look good and all he has to do is disobey the order, well, all I can say is I pity whoever has him in his army. He used to be Salamander? Bonzo's face reddened. He wore a uniform with our colors. His name was on my roster, but he was never Salamander. The minute I saw him, I knew he was trouble. That cocky look on his face, like he thinks the whole battle school was made just to give him a place to strut. I wasn't having it. I put in to transfer him the second he showed up, and I refused to let him practice with us. I knew he'd learn our whole system and then take it to some other army and use what he learned from me to stick it to my army as fast as he could. I'm not stupid. In Bean's experience, that was a sentence never uttered except to prove its own inaccuracy. So he didn't follow orders. It's more than that. He goes crying like a baby to the teachers about how I don't let him practice, even though they know I've put in to transfer him out. But he whines, and they let him go into the battle room during free time and practice alone. Only he starts getting kids from his launch group and then kids from other armies, and they go in there as if he was their commander, doing what he tells them. That really pissed off a lot of us. And the teachers always give that little suck-up whatever he wants, so when we commanders demanded that they bar our soldiers from practicing with him, they just said free time is free. But everything is part of the game, sabe? Everything. So they're letting him cheat, and every lousy soldier and sneaky little bastard goes to Ender for those free time practices, so every army system is compromised, sabe? You plan your strategy for a game, and you never know if your plans aren't being told to a soldier in the enemy army the second they come out of your mouth, sabe? Sabe. Bean wanted to shout back at him, si, yo sé. But you couldn't show impatience with Bonzo. Besides, this was all fascinating. Bean was getting a pretty good picture of how this army game shaped the life of battle school. It gave the teachers a chance to see how the kids not only handled command, but also how they responded to incompetent commanders like Bonzo. Apparently he had decided to make Ender the goat of his army, only Ender refused to take it. This Ender Wiggin was the kind of kid who got it that the teachers ran everything and used them by getting that practice room. He didn't ask them to get Bonzo to stop picking on him. He asked them for an alternate way to train himself. Smart. The teachers had to love that, and Bonzo couldn't do a thing about it. Or could he? What did you do about it? It's what we're going to do. I'm about fed up. If the teachers won't stop it, somebody else will have to, eh? Bonzo grinned wickedly. So I'd stay out of Ender Wiggins' free time practice if I were you. Is he really number 1 in the standings? Number 1 is piss, said Bonzo. He's dead last in loyalty. There's not a commander who wants him in his army. Thanks, said Bean. Only now it kind of pisses me off that people say I'm like him. Just because you're small. They made him a soldier when he was still way too young. Don't let them do that to you and you'll be okay, sabe? I want to say, said Bean. He gave Bonzo his biggest grin. Bonzo smiled back and clapped him on the shoulder. You'll do okay. When you get big enough, if I haven't graduated yet, maybe you'll be in Salamander. If they leave you in command of an army for another day, it's just so that the other students can learn how to make the best of taking orders from a higher-ranking idiot. I'm not going to be a soldier for a long time, said Bean. Work hard, said Bonzo. It pays off. He clapped him on the shoulder yet again, then walked off with a big grin on his face. Proud of having helped a little kid. Glad to have convinced somebody of his own twisted version of dealing with Ender Wiggin, who was obviously smarter farting than Bonzo was talking. And there was a threat of violence against the kids who practiced with Ender Wiggin in free time. That was good to know. Bean would have to decide now what to do with that information. Get the warning to Ender? Warn the teachers? Say nothing? Be there to watch? Free time ended. The game room cleared out as everyone headed to their barracks for the time officially dedicated to independent study. Quiet time, in other words. For most of the kids in Bean's launch group, though, there was nothing to study. They hadn't had any classes yet. So for tonight, study meant playing the fantasy game on their desks and bantering with each other to assert position. Everybody's desk popped up with the suggestion that they could write letters home to their families. Some of the kids chose to do that, and no doubt they all assumed that's what Bean was doing. But he was not. He signed on to his first desk as Poke and discovered that, as he suspected, it didn't matter which desk he used. It was the name and password that determined everything. He would never have to pull that second desk out of its locker. Using the Poke identity, he wrote a journal entry. This was not unexpected. Diary was one of the options on the desk. What should he be? A whiner? Everybody pushed me out of the way in the game room just because I'm little. It isn't fair. A baby? I miss Sister Carlotta so much. I wish I could be in my own room back in Rotterdam. Ambitious. I'll get the best scores on everything. They'll see. In the end, he decided on something a little more subtle. What would a shield do if he were me? Of course, he's not little, but with his bad leg, it's almost the same thing. A shield always knew how to wait and not show them anything. That's what I've got to do, too. Just wait and see what pops up. Nobody's going to want to be my friend at first. But after a while, they'll get used to me, and we'll start sorting ourselves out in the classes. The first ones who will let me get close will be the weaker ones, but that's not a problem. You build your crew based on loyalty first. That's what a shield did. Build loyalty and train them to obey. You work with what you have and go from there. Let them stew on that. Let them think he was trying to turn battle school into the street life that he knew. They'd believe it. And in the meantime, he'd have time to learn as much as he could about how battle school actually worked, and come up with a strategy that actually fit the situation. Dymac came in one last time before lights out. "Your desks keep working after lights out," he said. "But if you use it when you're supposed to be sleeping, we'll know about it, and we'll know what you're doing. So it better be important, or you go on the pig list." Most of the kids put their desks away. A couple of them defiantly kept them out. Bean didn't care either way. He had other things to think about. Plenty of time for the desk tomorrow or the next day. He lay in the near darkness. Apparently the babies here had to have a little light so they could find their way to the toilet without tripping, and listen to the sounds around him, learning what they meant. A few whispers, a few shushes. The breathing of boys and girls as, one by one, they fell asleep. A few even had light child snores. But under those human sounds, the wind sound from the air system, and random clicking and distant voices, sounds of the flexing of a station rotating into and out of sunlight, the sound of adults working through the night. This place was so expensive. Huge, to hold thousands of kids and teachers and staff and crew. As expensive as a ship of the fleet, surely. And all of it just to train little children. The adults may keep the kids wrapped up in a game, but it was serious business to them. This program of training children for war wasn't just some wacko educational theory gone mad, though Sister Carlotta was probably right when she said that a lot of people thought it was. The IF wouldn't maintain it at this level if it weren't expected to give serious results. So these kids snoring and soughing and whispering their way into the darkness, they really mattered. They expect results from me. It's not just a party up here where you come for the food and then do what you want. They really do want to make commanders out of us. And since battle school has been going for a while, they probably have proof that it works. Kids who already graduated and went on to compile a decent service record. That's what I've got to keep in mind. Whatever the system is here, it works. A different sound. Not regular breathing. Jagged little breaths. An occasional gasp. And then a sob. Crying. Some boy was crying himself to sleep. In the nest, Bean had heard some of the kids cry in their sleep, or as they neared sleep. Crying because they were hungry, or injured, or sick, or cold. But what did these kids have to cry about here? Another set of soft sobs joined the first. They're homesick, Bean realized. They've never been away from Mommy and Daddy before, and it's getting to them. Bean just didn't get it. He didn't feel that way about anybody. You just live in the place you're in. You don't worry about where you used to be or where you wish you were. Here is where you are, and here's where you've got to find a way to survive. And lying in bed boo-hooing doesn't help much with that. No problem, though. Their weakness just puts me farther ahead. One less rival on my road to becoming a commander. Is that how Ender Wiggin thought about things? Bean recalled everything he had learned about Ender so far. The kid was resourceful. He didn't openly fight with Bonzo, but he didn't put up with his stupid decisions either. It was fascinating to Bean, because on the street the one rule he knew for sure was, you don't stick your neck out unless your throat's about to be slit anyway. If you have a stupid crew boss, you don't tell him he's stupid, you don't show him he's stupid, you just go along and keep your head down. That's how kids survived. When he had to, Bean had taken a bold risk. Got himself onto Polk's crew that way. But that was about food. That was about not dying. Why did Ender take such a risk when there was nothing at stake but his standing in the war game? Maybe Ender knew something Bean didn't know. Maybe there was some reason why the game was more important than it seemed. Or maybe Ender was one of those kids who just couldn't stand to lose, ever. The kind of kid who's for the team only as long as the team is taking him where he wants to go, and if it isn't, then it's every man for himself. That's what Bonzo thought. But Bonzo was stupid. Once again, Bean was reminded that there were things he didn't understand. Ender wasn't doing every man for himself. He didn't practice alone. He opened his free time practice to other kids. Launchies, too, not just kids who could do things for him. Was it possible he did that just because it was a decent thing to do? The way Poke had offered herself to Ashiel in order to save Bean's life? No, Bean didn't know that's what she did. He didn't know that's why she died. But the possibility was there, and in his heart he believed it. That was the thing he had always despised about her. She acted tough, but she was soft at heart. And yet, that softness was what saved his life. And try as he might, he couldn't get himself to take the too bad for her attitude that prevailed on the street. She listened to me when I talked to her. She did a hard thing that risked her own life on the chance that it would lead to a better life for all her crew. Then she offered me a place at her table, and in the end, she put herself between me and danger. Why? What was this great secret? Did Ender know it? How did he learn it? Why couldn't Bean figure it out for himself? Try as he might, though, he couldn't understand Poke. He couldn't understand Sister Carlotta either. Couldn't understand the arms she held him with, the tears she shed over him. Didn't they understand that no matter how much they loved him, he was still a separate person, and doing good for him didn't improve their lives in any way? If Ender Wiggin has this weakness, then I will not be anything like him. I am not going to sacrifice myself for anybody. And the beginning of that is that I refuse to lie in my bed and cry for Poke floating there in the water with her throat slit, or boo-hoo because Sister Carlotta isn't asleep in the next room. He wiped his eyes, rolled over, and willed his body to relax and go to sleep. Moments later, he was dozing in that light, easy-to-rouse sleep. Long before morning, his pillow would be dry. He dreamed, as human beings always dream, random firings of memory and imagination that the unconscious mind tries to put together into coherent stories. Bean rarely paid attention to his own dreams, rarely even remembered that he dreamed at all. But this morning he awoke with a clear image in his mind. Ants swarming from a crack in the sidewalk. Little black ants, and larger red ants doing battle with them, destroying them. All of them scurrying, none of them looking up to see the human shoe coming down to stamp the life out of them. When the shoe came back up, what was crushed under it was not ant bodies at all. They were the bodies of children, the urchins from the streets of Rotterdam, all of Ashiel's family. Bean himself. He recognized his own face rising above his flattened body, peering around for one last glimpse at the world before death. Above him loomed the shoe that killed him. But now it was worn on the end of a bugger's leg, and the bugger laughed and laughed. Bean remembered the laughing bugger when he awoke, and remembered the sight of all those children crushed flat, of his own body mashed like gum under a shoe. The meaning was obvious. While we children play at war, the buggers are coming to crush us. We must look above the level of our private struggles and keep in mind the greater enemy. Except that Bean rejected that interpretation of his own dream the moment he thought of it. Dreams have no meaning at all, he reminded himself. And even if they do mean something, it's a meaning that reveals what I feel, what I fear, not some deep abiding truth. So the buggers are coming. So they might crush us all like ants under their feet. What's that to me? My business right now is to keep Bean alive, to advance myself to a position where I might be useful in the war against the buggers. There's nothing I can do to stop them right now. Here's the lesson Bean took from his own dream. Don't be one of the scurrying, struggling ants. Be the shoe.
Sister Carlotta had reached a dead end in her search of the nets. Plenty of information on human genetics studies, but nothing like what she was looking for. So she sat there, doodling with a nuisance game on her desk, while trying to think of what to do next, and wondering why she was bothering to look into Bean's beginnings at all, when the secure message arrived from the IF. Since the message would erase itself a minute after arrival, to be resent every minute until it was read by the recipient, she opened it at once and keyed in her first and second passwords. From colonel.graf@battleschool.if to ss.carlotta@specasn.remcon.if. Ray Achilles. Please report all info on Achilles as known to subject. As usual, a message so cryptic that it didn't actually have to be encrypted, though, of course, it had been. This was a secure message, wasn't it? So why not just use the kid's name? Please report on Ashiel as known to Bean. Somehow Bean had given them the name Ashiel, and under circumstances such that they didn't want to ask him directly to explain. So it had to be in something he had written. A letter to her? She felt a little thrill of hope, and then scoffed at her own feelings. She knew perfectly well that mail from the kids in Battle School was almost never passed along, and besides, the chance of Bean actually writing to her was remote. But they had the name somehow, and wanted to know from her what it meant. The trouble is, she didn't want to give him that information without knowing what it would mean for Bean. So she prepared an equally cryptic reply. Will reply by secure conference only. Of course, this would infuriate Graf, but that was just a perk. Graf was so used to having power far beyond his rank that it would be good for him to have a reminder that all obedience was voluntary and ultimately depended on the free choice of the person receiving the orders. And she would obey, in the end. She just wanted to make sure Bean was not going to suffer from the information. If they knew he had been so closely involved with both the perpetrator and the victim of a murder, they might drop him from the program. And even if she was sure it would be all right to talk about it, she might be able to get a quid pro quo. It took another hour before the secure conference was set up, and when Graf's head appeared in the display above her computer, he was not happy. What game are you playing today, Sister Carlotta? You've been putting on weight, Colonel Graf. That's not healthy. Achilles, he said. Man with a bad heel, she said. Killed Hector and dragged his body around the gates of Troy. Also had a thing for a captive girl named Briseis. You know that's not the context. I know more than that. I know you must have got the name from something Bean wrote, because the name is not pronounced Achilles, it's pronounced Ashiel. French. Someone local there. Dutch is the native language here, though Fleet Common has just about driven it out as anything but a curiosity. Sister Carlotta, I don't appreciate your wasting the expense of this conference. And I'm not going to talk about it until I know why you need to know. Graf took a few deep breaths. She wondered if his mother taught him to count to 10, or if perhaps he had learned to bite his tongue from dealing with nuns in Catholic school. We are trying to make sense of something Bean wrote. Let me see it, and I'll help you as I can. He's not your responsibility anymore, Sister Carlotta, said Graf. Then why are you asking me about him? He's your responsibility, yes? So I can get back to work, yes? Graf sighed and did something with his hands, out of sight in the display. Moments later, the text of Bean's diary entry appeared on her display below and in front of Graf's face. She read it, smiling slightly. Well? Asked Graff. He's doing a number on you, Colonel. What do you mean? He knows you're going to read it. He's misleading you. You know this. Ashiel might indeed be providing him with an example, but not a good one. Ashiel once betrayed someone that Bean valued highly. Don't be vague, Sister Carlotta. I wasn't vague. I told you precisely what I wanted you to know, just as Bean told you what he wanted you to hear. I can promise you that his diary entries will only make sense to you if you recognize that he is writing these things for you with the intent to deceive. Why? Because he didn't keep a diary down there? Because his memory is perfect, said Sister Carlotta. He would never, never commit his real thoughts to a readable form. He keeps his own counsel. Always. You will never find a document written by him that is not meant to be read. Would it make a difference if he was writing it under another identity, which he thinks we don't know about? But you do know about it, and so he knows you will know about it. So the other identity is there only to confuse you, and it's working. I forgot. You think this kid is smarter than God. I'm not worried that you don't accept my evaluation. The better you know him, the more you'll realize that I'm right. You'll even come to believe those test scores. What will it take to get you to help me with this? Asked Graff. Try telling me the truth about what this information will mean to Bean. He's got his primary teacher worried. He disappeared for 21 minutes on the way back from lunch. We have a witness who talked to him on a deck where he had no business, and that still doesn't account for that last 17 minutes of his absence. He doesn't play with his desk. You think setting up false identities and writing phony diary entries isn't playing? There's a diagnostic, therapeutic game that all the children play. He hasn't even signed on yet. He'll know that the game is psychological, and he won't play it until he knows what it will cost him. Did you teach him that attitude of default hostility? No, I learned it from him. Tell me straight. Based on this diary entry, it looks as though he plans to set up his own crew here, as if this were the street. We need to know about this Ashiel, so we'll know what he actually has in mind. He plans no such thing, said Sister Carlotta. You say it so forcefully, but without giving me a single reason to trust your conclusion. You called me, remember? That's not enough, Sister Carlotta. Your opinions on this boy are suspect. He would never emulate Ashiel. He would never write his true plans where you could find them. He does not build crews. He joins them and uses them and moves on without a backward glance. So investigating this Ashiel won't give us a clue about Bean's future behavior? Bean prides himself on not holding grudges. He thinks they're counterproductive. But at some level, I believe he wrote about Ashiel specifically because you would read what he wrote and would want to know more about Ashiel. And if you investigated him, you would discover a very bad thing that Ashiel did. To Bean? To a friend of his. So he is capable of having friendships. The girl who saved his life here on the street. And what's her name? Poke. But don't bother looking for her. She's dead. Graff thought about that a moment. Is that the bad thing Ashiel did? Bean has reason to believe so, though I don't think it would be evidence enough to convict in court. And, as I said, all these things may be unconscious. I don't think Bean would knowingly try to get even with Ashiel, or anybody else for that matter, but he might hope you'd do it for him. You're still holding back, but I have no choice but to trust your judgment, do I? I promise you that Ashiel is a dead end. And if you think of a reason why it might not be so dead after all, I want your program to succeed, Colonel Graff, even more than I want Bean to succeed. My priorities are not skewed by the fact that I do care about the child. I really have told you everything now. But I hope you'll help me also. Information isn't traded in the IF, Sister Carlotta. It flows from those who have it to those who need it. Let me tell you what I want, and you decide if I need it. Well, I want to know of any illegal or top-secret projects involving the alteration of the human genome in the past 10 years. Graff looked off into the distance. It's too soon for you to be off on a new project, isn't it? So this is the same old project. This is about Bean. He came from somewhere. You mean his mind came from somewhere. I mean the whole package. I think you're going to end up relying on this boy, betting all our lives on him, and I think you need to know what's going on in his genes. It's a poor second to knowing what's happening in his mind, but that, I suspect, will always be out of reach for you. You sent him up here, and then you tell me something like this. Don't you realize that you have just guaranteed that I will never let him move to the top of our selection pool? You say that now, when you've only had him for a day, said Sister Carlotta. He'll grow on you. He damn well better not shrink, or he'd get sucked away by the air system. Tut, tut, Colonel Graff. Sorry, sister, he answered. Give me a high enough clearance, and I'll do the search myself. No, he said, but I'll get summaries sent to you. She knew that they would give her only as much information as they thought she should have. But when he tried to fob her off with useless drivel, she'd deal with that problem too. Just as she would try to get to a shield before the IF found him. Get him away from the streets and into a school, under another name. Because if the IF found him, in all likelihood they would test him, or find her scores on him. If they tested him, they would fix his foot and bring him up to battle school. And she had promised Bean that he would never have to face a shield again.
Chapter 8. Good Student.
He doesn't play the fantasy game at all?
He has never so much as chosen a figure, let alone come through the portal.
It's not possible that he hasn't discovered it.
He reset the preferences on his desk so that the invitation no longer pops up.
From which you conclude...
He knows it isn't a game. He doesn't want us analyzing the workings of his mind.
And yet he wants us to advance him.
I don't know that. He buries himself in his studies. For 3 months, he's been getting perfect scores on every test, but he only reads the lesson material once. His study is on other subjects of his own choosing.
Such as?
Vauban.
17th century fortifications? What is he thinking?
You see the problem?
How does he get along with the other children?
I think the classic description is loner. He is polite. He volunteers nothing. He asks only what he's interested in. The kids in his launch group think he's strange. They know he scores better than them on everything, but they don't hate him. They treat him like a force of nature. No friends, but no enemies.
That's important, that they don't hate him. They should if he stays aloof like that.
I think it's a skill he learned on the street, to turn away anger. He never gets angry himself. Maybe that's why the teasing about his size stopped.
Nothing that you're telling me suggests that he has command potential.
If you think he's trying to show command potential and failing at it, then you're right.
So, what do you think he's doing?
Analyzing us.
Gathering information without giving any. Do you really think he's that sophisticated?
He stayed alive on the street.
I think it's time for you to probe a little.
And let him know that his reticence bothers us?
If he's as clever as you think, he already knows.
Bean didn't mind being dirty. He had gone years without bathing after all. A few days didn't bother him. And if other people minded, they kept their opinions to themselves. Let them add it to the gossip about him. Smaller and younger than Ender. Perfect scores on every test. Stinks like a pig. That shower time was precious. That's when he could sign on to his desk as one of the boys bunking near him, while they were showering. They were naked, wearing only towels to the shower so their uniforms weren't tracking them. During that time, Bean could sign on and explore the system without letting the teachers know that he was learning the tricks of the system. It tipped his hand just a little when he altered the preferences so he didn't have to face that stupid invitation to play their mind game every time he changed tasks on his desk. But that wasn't a very difficult hack, and he decided they wouldn't be particularly alarmed that he figured it out. So far, Bean had found only a few really useful things, but he felt as though he was on the verge of breaking through more important walls. He knew that there was a virtual system that the students were meant to hack through. He had heard the legends about how Ender, of course, had hacked the system on his first day and signed on as God. But he knew that while Ender might have been unusually quick about it, he wasn't doing anything that wasn't expected of bright, ambitious students. Bean's first achievement was to find the way the teacher's system tracked student computer activity. By avoiding the actions that were automatically reported to the teachers, he was able to create a private file area that they wouldn't see unless they were deliberately looking for it. Then, whenever he found something interesting while signed on as someone else, he would remember the location, then go and download the information into his secure area and work on it at his leisure, while his desk reported that he was reading works from the library. He actually read those works, of course, but far more quickly than his desk reported. With all that preparation, Bean expected to make real progress. But far too quickly he ran into firewalls. Information the system had to have but wouldn't yield. He found several workarounds. For instance, he couldn't find any maps of the whole station, only of the student-accessible areas, and those were always diagrammatic and cute, deliberately out of scale. But he did find a series of emergency maps in a program that would automatically display them on the walls of the corridors in the event of a pressure loss emergency, showing the nearest safety locks. These maps were to scale, and by combining them into a single map in his secure area, he was able to create a schema of the whole station. Nothing was labeled except the locks, of course, but he learned of the existence of a parallel system of corridors on either side of the student area. The station must be not one but 3 parallel wheels, cross-linked at many points. That's where the teachers and staff lived, where the life support was located, the communications with the fleet. The bad news was that they had separate air circulation systems. The ductwork in one would not lead him to either of the others, which meant that while he could probably spy on anything going on in the student wheel, the other wheels were out of reach. Even within the student wheel, however, there were plenty of secret places to explore. The students had access to 4 decks, plus the gym below A deck and the battle room above D deck. There were actually 9 decks, however, 2 below A deck and 3 above D. Those spaces had to be used for something. And if they thought it was worth hiding it from the students, Bean figured it was worth exploring. And he would have to start exploring soon. His exercise was making him stronger, and he was staying lean by not overeating. It was unbelievable how much food they tried to force on him, and they kept increasing his portions, probably because the previous servings hadn't caused him to gain as much weight as they wanted him to gain. But what he could not control was the increase in his height. The ducts would be impassable for him before too long, if they weren't already. Yet using the air system to get him access to the hidden decks was not something he could do during showers. It would mean losing sleep. So he kept putting it off. One day wouldn't make that much difference. Until the morning when Dymac came into the barracks first thing in the morning and announced that everyone was to change his password immediately, with his back turned to the rest of the room, and was to tell no one what the new password was. "Never type it in where anyone can see," he said. Somebody's been using other people's passwords? Asked the kid, his tone suggesting that he thought this an appalling idea. Such dishonor. Bean wanted to laugh. It's required of all IF personnel, so you might as well develop the habit now, said Dymac. Anyone found using the same password for more than a week will go on the pig list. But Bean could only assume that they had caught on to what he was doing. That meant they had probably looked back into his probing for the past months and knew pretty much what he had found out. He signed on and purged his secure file area on the chance that they hadn't actually found it yet. Everything he really needed there he had already memorized. He would never rely on the desk again for anything his memory could hold. Stripping and wrapping his towel around him, Bean headed for the showers with the others. But Dymac stopped him at the door. Let's talk, he said. What about my shower? Asked Bean. Suddenly you care about cleanliness? Asked Dymac. So Bean expected to be chewed out for stealing passwords. Instead, Dymac sat beside him on a lower bunk near the door and asked him far more general questions. How are you getting on here? Fine. I know your test scores are good, but I'm concerned that you aren't making many friends among the other kids. I've got a lot of friends. You mean you know a lot of people's names and don't quarrel with anybody? Bean shrugged. He didn't like this line of questioning any better than he would have liked an inquiry into his computer use. Bean, the system here was designed for a reason. There are a lot of factors that go into our decisions concerning a student's ability to command. The classwork is an important part of that, but so is leadership. Everybody here is just full of leadership ability, right? Dymac laughed. Well, that's true. You can't all be leaders at once. I'm about as big as a 3-year-old, said Bean. I don't think a lot of kids are eager to start saluting me. But you could be building networks of friendship. The other kids are. You don't. I guess I don't have what it takes to be a commander. Dymac raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting you want to be iced? Do my test scores look like I'm trying to fail? What do you want? Asked Dymac. You don't play the games the other kids play. Your exercise program is weird, even though you know the regular program is designed to strengthen you for the battle room. Does that mean you don't intend to play that game either? Because if that's your plan, you really will get iced. That's our primary means of assessing command ability. That's why the whole life of the school is centered around the armies. I'll do fine in the battle room, said Bean. If you think you can do it without preparation, you're mistaken. A quick mind is no replacement for a strong, agile body. You have no idea how physically demanding the battle room can be. I'll join the regular workouts, sir. Dymac leaned back and closed his eyes with a small sigh. My, but you're compliant, aren't you, Bean? I try to be, sir. That is such complete bullshit, said Dymac. Sir? Here it comes, thought Bean. If you devoted the energy to making friends that you devote to hiding things from the teachers, you'd be the most beloved kid in the school. That would be Ender Wiggin, sir. And don't think we haven't picked up on the way you obsess about Wiggin. Obsess? Bean hadn't asked about him after that first day. Never joined in discussions about the standings. Never visited the battle room during Ender's practice sessions. Oh. What an obvious mistake. Stupid. You're the only Launchy who has completely avoided so much as seeing Ender Wiggin. You track his schedule so thoroughly that you are never in the same room with him. That takes real effort. I'm a Launchy, sir. He's in an army. Don't play dumb, Bean. It's not convincing and it wastes my time. Tell a useless and obvious truth. That was the rule. Everyone compares me to Ender all the time because I came here so young and small. I wanted to make my own way. I'll accept that for now because there's a limit to how deeply I want to wade into your bullshit, said Dymac. But in saying what he'd said about Ender, Bean wondered if it might not be true. Why shouldn't I have such a normal emotion as jealousy? I'm not a machine. So he was a little offended that Dymac seemed to assume that something more subtle had to be going on, that Bean was lying no matter what he said. Tell me, said Dymac, why you refuse to play the fantasy game. It looks boring and stupid, said Bean. That was certainly true. Not good enough, said Dymac. For one thing, it isn't boring and stupid to any other kid in Battle School. In fact, the game adapts itself to your interests. I have no doubt of that, thought Bean. It's all pretending, said Bean. None of it's real. Stop hiding for 1 second, can't you? Snapped Dymac. You know perfectly well that we use the game to analyze personality, and that's why you refuse to play. Sounds like you've analyzed my personality anyway, said Bean. You just don't let up, do you? Bean said nothing. There was nothing to say. I've been looking at your reading list, said Dymac. Vauban. Yes? Fortification engineering from the time of Louis XIV. Bean nodded. He thought back to Vauban and how his strategies had adapted to fit Louis's ever more straitened finances. Defense in depth had given way to a thin line of defenses. Building new fortresses had largely been abandoned, while raising redundant or poorly placed ones continued. Poverty triumphing over strategy. He started to talk about this, but Dymac cut him off. Come on, Bean. Why are you studying a subject that has nothing to do with war in space? Bean didn't really have an answer. He had been working through the history of strategy from Xenophon and Alexander to Caesar and Machiavelli. Vauban came in sequence. There was no plan. Mostly his readings were a cover for his clandestine computer work. But now that Dymac was asking him, what did 17th century fortifications have to do with war in space? I'm not the one who put Vauban in the library. We have the full set of military writings that are found in every library in the fleet. Nothing more significant than that. Bean shrugged. You spent 2 hours on Vauban. So what? I spent as long on Frederick the Great, and I don't think we're doing field drills either, or bayoneting anyone who breaks ranks during a march into fire. You didn't actually read Vauban, did you? Said Dymac. So I want to know what you were doing. I was reading Vauban. You think we don't know how fast you read? And thinking about Vauban? All right, then. What were you thinking? Like you said. About how it applies to war in space. Buy some time here. What does Vauban have to do with war in space? I'm waiting, said Dymac. Give me the insights that occupied you for 2 hours just yesterday. Well, of course, fortifications are impossible in space, said Bean. In the traditional sense, that is. But there are things you can do. Like his mini-fortresses, where you leave a sallying force outside the main fortification. You can station squads of ships to intercept raiders. And there are barriers you can put up, mines, fields of flotsam to cause collisions with fast-moving ships, holing them, that sort of thing. Dymac nodded, but said nothing. Bean was beginning to warm to the discussion. The real problem is that, unlike Vauban, we have only one strong point worth defending. Earth. And the enemy is not limited to a primary direction of approach. He could come from anywhere, all at once. So we run into the classic problem of defense, cubed. The farther out you deploy your defenses, the more of them you have to have, and if your resources are limited, you soon have more fortifications than you can man. What good are bases on moons of Jupiter or Saturn or Neptune when the enemy doesn't even have to come in on the plane of the ecliptic? He can bypass all our fortifications. The way Nimitz and MacArthur used two-dimensional island hopping against the defense and depth of the Japanese in World War II. Only our enemy can work in 3 dimensions. Therefore, we cannot possibly maintain defense in depth. Our only defense is early detection and a single-massed force. Dymak nodded slowly. His face showed no expression. Go on. Go on? That wasn't enough to explain 2 hours of reading? Well, so I thought that even that was a recipe for disaster, because the enemy is free to divide his forces. So even if we intercept and defeat 99 of 100 attacking squadrons, he only has to get 1 squadron through to cause terrible devastation on Earth. We saw how much territory a single ship could scour when they first showed up and started burning over China. Get 10 ships to Earth for a single day? And if they spread us out enough, they'd have a lot more than a day, and they could wipe out most of our main population centers. All our eggs are in that one basket. And all this you got from Vauban, said Dymak. Finally. That was apparently enough to satisfy him. From thinking about Vauban, and how much harder our defensive problem is. So, said Dymak, what's your solution? Solution? What did Dymak think Bean was? I'm thinking about how to get control of the situation here in Battle School, not how to save the world. I don't think there is a solution, said Bean, buying time again. But then, having said it, he began to believe it. There's no point in trying to defend Earth at all. In fact, unless they have some defensive device we don't know about, like some way of putting an invisible shield around a planet or something, the enemy is just as vulnerable. So the only strategy that makes any sense at all is an all-out attack. To send our fleet against their homeworld and destroy it. What if our fleets pass in the night? Asked Dymak. We destroy each other's worlds and all we have left are ships? No, said Bean, his mind racing. Not if we sent out a fleet immediately after the Second Bugger War. After Mazer Rackham's strike force defeated them, it would take time for word of their defeat to come back to them. So we build a fleet as quickly as possible and launch it against their home world immediately. That way the news of their defeat reaches them at the same time as our devastating counterattack. Dymak closed his eyes. Now you tell us. No, said Bean, as it dawned on him that he was right about everything. That fleet was already sent. Before anybody on this station was born, that fleet was launched. Interesting theory, said Dymak. Of course you're wrong on every point. No, I'm not, said Bean. He knew he wasn't wrong because Dymak's air of calm was not holding. Sweat was standing out on his forehead. Bean had hit on something really important here, and Dymak knew it. I mean, your theory is right about the difficulty of defense in space. But hard as it is, we still have to do it, and that's why you're here. As to some fleet we supposedly launched, the Second Bugger War exhausted humanity's resources, Bean. It's taken us this long to get a reasonable-sized fleet again, and to get better weaponry for the next battle. If you learned anything from Vauban, you should have learned that you can't build more than your people have resources to support. Besides which, you're assuming we know where the enemy's home world is. But your analysis is good insofar as you've identified the magnitude of the problem we face. Dymak got up from the bunk. It's nice to know that your study time isn't completely wasted on breaking into the computer system, he said. With that parting shot, he left the barracks. Bean got up and walked back to his own bunk, where he got dressed. No time for a shower now, and it didn't matter anyway, because he knew that he had struck a nerve in what he said to Dymak. The Second Bugger War hadn't exhausted humanity's resources. Bean was sure of that. The problems of defending a planet were so obvious that the IF couldn't possibly have missed them, especially not in the aftermath of a nearly lost war. They knew they had to attack. They built the fleet. They launched it. It was gone. It was inconceivable that they had done anything else. So what was all this nonsense with the battle school for? Was Dymak right? That battle school was simply about building up the defensive fleet around Earth to counter any enemy assault that might have passed our invasion fleet on the way? If that were true, there would be no reason to conceal it. No reason to lie. In fact, all the propaganda on Earth was devoted to telling people how vital it was to prepare for the next bugger invasion. So Dymak had done nothing more than repeat the story that the IF had been telling everybody on Earth for 3 generations. Yet Dymak was sweating like a fish, which suggested that the story wasn't true. The defensive fleet around Earth was already fully manned. That was the problem. The normal process of recruitment would have been enough. Defensive war didn't take brilliance, just alertness. Early detection, cautious interception, protection of an adequate reserve. Success depended not on the quality of command, but on the quantity of available ships and the quality of the weaponry. There was no reason for battle school. Battle school only made sense in the context of an offensive war, a war where maneuver, strategy, and tactics would play an important role. But the offensive fleet was already gone. For all Bean knew, the battle had already been fought years ago, and the IF was just waiting for news about whether we had won or lost. It all depended on how many light years away the bugger home planet was. For all we know, thought Bean, the war is already over. The IF knows that we won, and they simply haven't told anybody. And the reason for that was obvious. The only thing that had ended war on Earth and bound together all of humanity was a common cause: defeating the buggers. As soon as it was known that the bugger threat was eliminated, all the pent-up hostilities would be released. Whether it was the Muslim world against the West, or long-restrained Russian imperialism and paranoia against the Atlantic Alliance, or Indian adventurism, or all of them at once. Chaos. The resources of the international fleet would be co-opted by mutinying commanders from one faction or another. Conceivably, it could mean the destruction of Earth, without any help from the Formics at all. That's what the IF was trying to prevent. The terrible cannibalistic war that would follow, just as Rome tore itself apart in civil war after the final elimination of Carthage. Only far worse, because the weapons were more terrible and the hatreds far deeper. National and religious hatreds rather than the mere personal rivalries among leading citizens of Rome. The IF was determined to prevent it. In that context, battle school made perfect sense. For many years, almost every child on Earth had been tested, and those with any potential brilliance in military command were taken out of their homeland and put into space. The best of the battle school graduates, or at least those most loyal to the IF, might very well be used to command armies when the IF finally announced the end of the war and struck preemptively to eliminate national armies and unify the world, finally and permanently under one government. But the main purpose of the battle school was to get these kids off Earth so that they could not become commanders of the armies of any one nation or faction. After all, the invasion of France by the major European powers after the French Revolution led to the desperate French government discovering and promoting Napoleon, even though in the end he seized the reins of power instead of just defending the nation. The IF was determined that there would be no Napoleons on Earth to lead the resistance. All the potential Napoleons were here, wearing silly uniforms and battling each other for supremacy in a stupid game. It was all pig lists. By taking us, they have tamed the world. "If you don't get dressed, you'll be late for class," said Nikolai, the boy who slept on the bottommost bunk directly across from Bean. "Thanks," said Bean. He shed his dry towel and hurriedly pulled on his uniform. Sorry I had to tell them about your using my password, said Nikolai. Bean was dumbfounded. I mean, I didn't know it was you, but they started asking me what I was looking for in the emergency map system. And since I didn't know what they were talking about, it wasn't hard to guess that somebody was signing on as me. And there you are, in the perfect place to see my desk whenever I sign on, and... I mean, you're really smart. But it's not like I set out to tell on you. That's fine, said Bean. Not a problem. But, I mean, what did you find out? From the maps? Until this moment, Bean would have blown off the question, and the boy. Nothing much. I was just curious. That's what he would have said. But now his whole world had changed. Now it mattered that he have connections with the other boys, not so he could show his leadership ability to the teachers, but so that when war did break out on Earth, and when the IF's little plan failed, as it was bound to do, he would know who his allies and enemies were among the commanders of the various national and factional armies. For the IF's plan would fail. It was a miracle it hadn't failed already. It depended too heavily on millions of soldiers and commanders being more loyal to the IF than to their homeland. It would not happen. The IF itself would break up into factions, inevitably. But the plotters no doubt were aware of that danger. They would have kept the number of plotters as small as possible. Perhaps only the triumvirate of Hegemon, Strategos, and Polomark, and maybe a few people here at Battle School. Because this station was the heart of the plan. Here was where every single gifted commander for 2 generations had been studied intimately. There were records on every one of them. Who was most talented, most valuable. What their weaknesses were, both in character and in command. Who their friends were. What their loyalties were. Which of them, therefore, should be approached to command the IF's forces in the intra-human wars to come, and which should be stripped of command and held incommunicado until hostilities were over. No wonder they were worried about Bean's lack of participation in their little mind game. It made him an unknown quantity. It made him dangerous. But it was even more dangerous for Bean to play than ever. Not playing might make them suspicious and fearful, but in whatever move they planned against him, at least they wouldn't know anything about him. While if he did play, then they might be less suspicious. But if they did move against him, they would do it knowing whatever information the game gave to them. And Bean was not at all confident of his ability to outplay the game. Even if he tried to give them misleading results, that strategy in itself might tell them more about him than he wanted them to know. And there was another possibility, too. He might be completely wrong. There might be key information that he did not have. Maybe no fleet had been launched. Maybe they hadn't defeated the buggers at their homeworld. Maybe there really was a desperate effort to build a defensive fleet. Maybe. Bean had to get more information in order to have some hope that his analysis was correct and that his choices would be valid. And Bean's isolation had to end. "Nikolai," said Bean, "you wouldn't believe what I've found out from those maps. Did you know there are 9 decks, not just 4? 9? And that's just in this wheel. There are 2 other wheels they never tell us about. But the pictures of the station show only the one wheel. Those pictures were all taken when there was only one wheel. But in the plans there are 3, parallel to each other, turning together." Nikolai looked thoughtful. "But that's just the plans. Maybe they never built those other wheels. Then why would they still have maps for them in the emergency system?" Nikolai laughed. "My father always said, bureaucrats never throw anything away." Of course. Why hadn't he thought of that? The emergency map system was no doubt programmed before the first wheel was ever brought into service. So all those maps would already be in the system, even if the other wheels were never built, even if 2/3 of the maps would never have a corridor wall to be displayed on. No one would bother to go into the system and clean them out. I never thought of that, said Bean. He knew, given his reputation for brilliance, that he could pay Nikolai no higher compliment, as indeed the reaction of the other kids in nearby bunks showed. No one had ever had such a conversation with Bean before. No one had ever thought of something that Bean hadn't obviously thought of first. Nikolai was blushing with pride. But the 9 decks, that makes sense, said Nikolai. Wish I knew what was on them, said Bean. Life support, said the girl named Corn Moon. They got to be making oxygen somewhere here. That takes a lot of plants. More kids joined in. And staff. All we ever see are teachers and nutritionists. And maybe they did build the other wheels. We don't know they didn't. The speculation ran rampant through the group. And at the center of it all, Bean. Bean and his new friend Nikolai. Come on, said Nikolai. We'll be late for math.
Part 3. Scholar. Chapter 9. Garden of Sophia.
So he found out how many decks there are. What can he possibly do with that information?
Yes, that's the exact question. What was he planning that he felt it necessary to find that out? Nobody else even looked for that in the whole history of this school.
You think he's plotting revolution?
All we know about this kid is that he survived on the streets of Rotterdam. It's a hellish place from what I hear. The kids are vicious. They make Lord of the Flies look like Pollyanna.
When did you read Pollyanna?
It was a book?
How can he plot a revolution? He doesn't have any friends.
I never said anything about revolution. That's your theory.
I don't have a theory. I don't understand this kid. I never even wanted him up here. I think we should just send him home.
No.
No, sir, I'm sure you meant to say.
After 3 months in battle school, he figured out that defensive war makes no sense, and that we must have launched a fleet against the bugger homeworlds right after the end of the last war.
He knows that? And you come telling me he knows how many decks there are?
He doesn't know it. He guessed. I told him he was wrong.
Oh, I'm sure he believed you.
I'm sure he's in doubt.
This is all the more reason to send him back to Earth, or out to some distant base somewhere. Do you realize the nightmare if there's a breach of security on this?
Everything depends on how he uses the information.
Only we don't know anything about him, so we have no way of knowing how he'll use it.
Sister Carlotta...
Do you hate me? That woman is even more inscrutable than your little dwarf.
A mind like Bean's is not to be thrown away just because we fear there might be a security breach.
Nor is security to be thrown away for the sake of one really smart kid.
Aren't we smart enough to create new layers of deception for him? Let him find out something that he'll think is the truth. All we have to do is come up with a lie that we think he'll believe.
Sister Carlotta sat in the terrace garden, across the tiny table from the wizened old exile. I'm just an old Russian scientist, living out the last years of his life on the shores of the Black Sea. Anton took a long drag on his cigarette and blew it out over the railing, adding it to the pollution flowing from Sophia out over the water. I'm not here with any law enforcement authority, said Sister Carlotta. You have something much more dangerous to me. You are from the fleet. You're in no danger. That's true, but only because I'm not going to tell you anything. Thank you for your candor. You value candor, But I don't think you would appreciate it if I told you the thoughts your body arouses in the mind of this old Russian. Trying to shock nuns is not much sport. There is no trophy. So, you take nunitude seriously. Sister Carlotta sighed. You think I came here because I know something about you, and you don't want me to find out more. But I came here because of what I can't find out about you. Which is anything. Because I was researching a particular matter for the IF, they gave me a summary of articles on the topic of research into altering the human genome. And my name came up? On the contrary, your name was never mentioned. How quickly they forget. But when I read the few papers available from the people they did mention, always early work, before the IF security machine clamped down on them, I noticed a trend. Your name was always cited in their footnotes, cited constantly, and yet not a word of yours could be found, not even abstracts of papers. Apparently you have never published, and yet they quote me. Almost miraculous, isn't it? You people do collect miracles, don't you? To make saints? No beatification until after you're dead, sorry. I have only one lung left as it is, said Anton. So I don't have that long to wait, as long as I keep smoking. You could stop. With only one lung, it takes twice as many cigarettes to get the same nicotine. Therefore, I have had to increase my smoking, not cut down. This should be obvious, but then you do not think like a scientist. You think like a woman of faith. You think like an obedient person. When you find out something is bad, you don't do it. Your research was into genetic limitations on human intelligence. Was it? Because it's in that area that you are always cited. Of course, these papers were never about that exact subject, or they too would have been classified. But the titles of the articles mentioned in the footnotes, the ones you never wrote since you never published anything, are all tied to that area. It is so easy in a career to find oneself in a rut. So I want to ask you a hypothetical question. My favorite kind. Next to rhetorical ones. I can nap equally well through either kind. Suppose someone were to break the law and attempt to alter the human genome, specifically to enhance intelligence. Then someone would be in serious danger of being caught and punished. Suppose that, using the best available research, he found certain genes that he could alter in an embryo that would enhance the intelligence of the person when he was born. Embryo? Are you testing me? Such changes can only happen in the egg, a single cell. And suppose a child was born with these alterations in place. The child was born, and he grew up enough for his great intelligence to be noticed. I assume you are not speaking of your own child. I'm speaking of no child at all, a hypothetical child. How would someone recognize that this child had been genetically altered, without actually examining the genes? Anton shrugged. What does it matter if you examine the genes? They will be normal. Even though you altered them, it is such a little change. Hypothetically speaking. Within the normal range of variation? It is 2 switches. One that you turn on, one that you turn off. The gene is already there, you see. What gene? Savants were the key for me. Autistic, usually. Dysfunctional. They have extraordinary mental powers. Lightning-fast calculations. Phenomenal memories. But they are inept, even retarded in other areas. Square roots of 12-digit numbers in seconds, but incapable of conducting a simple purchase in a store. How can they be so brilliant and so stupid? That gene? No. It was another, but it showed me what was possible. The human brain could be far smarter than it is. But is there a, how you say, bargain? Trade-off. A terrible bargain. To have this great intellect, you have to give up everything else. That's how the brains of autistic savants accomplish such feats. They do one thing, and the rest is a distraction, an annoyance, beyond the reach of any conceivable interest. Their attention truly is undivided. So all hyper-intelligent people would be retarded in some other way. That is what we all assumed, because that is what we saw. The exceptions seemed to be only mild savants, who were thus able to spare some concentration on ordinary life. Then I thought, but I can't tell you what I thought, because I have been served with an order of inhibition. He smiled helplessly. Sister Carlotta's heart fell. When someone was a proven security risk, they implanted in his brain a device that caused any kind of anxiety to launch a feedback loop, leading to a panic attack. Such people were then given periodic sensitization to make sure that they felt a great deal of anxiety when they contemplated talking about the forbidden subject. Viewed one way, it was a monstrous intrusion on a person's life. But if it was compared to the common practice of imprisoning or killing people who could not be trusted with a vital secret, an order of intervention could look downright humane. That explained, of course, why Anton was amused by everything. He had to be. If he allowed himself to become agitated or angry, any strong negative emotion really, then he would have a panic attack, even without talking about forbidden subjects. Sister Carlotta had read an article once in which the wife of a man equipped with such a device said that their life together had never been happier, because now he took everything so calmly, with good humor. The children love him now, instead of dreading his time at home. She said that, according to the article, only hours before he threw himself from a cliff. Life was better, apparently, for everyone but him. And now she had met a man whose very memories had been rendered inaccessible. "What a shame," said Sister Carlotta. "But stay. My life here is a lonely one. You're a sister of mercy, aren't you? Have mercy on a lonely old man, and walk with me." She wanted to say no, to leave at once. At that moment, however, he leaned back in his chair and began to breathe deeply, regularly, with his eyes closed, as he hummed a little tune to himself. A ritual of calming. So, at the very moment of inviting her to walk with him, he had felt some kind of anxiety that triggered the device. That meant there was something important about his invitation. "Of course I'll walk with you," she said. "Though technically my order is relatively unconcerned with mercy to individuals. We are far more pretentious than that. Our business is trying to save the world." He chuckled. One person at a time would be too slow. Is that it? We make our lives of service to the larger causes of humanity. The Savior already died for sin. We work on trying to clean up the consequences of sin on other people. An interesting religious quest, said Anton. I wonder whether my old line of research would have been considered a service to humanity, or just another mess that someone like you would have to clean up. I wonder that myself, said Sister Carlotta. We will never know. They strolled out of the garden into the alley behind the house, and then to a street, and across it, and onto a path that led through an unattended park. The trees here are very old, Sister Carlotta observed. How old are you, Carlotta? Objectively or subjectively? Stick to the Gregorian calendar, please, as most recently revised. That switch away from the Julian system still sticks in the Russian craw, does it? It forced us for more than 7 decades to commemorate an October Revolution that actually occurred in November. You are much too young to remember when there were communists in Russia. On the contrary, I am old enough now to have all the memories of my people locked within my head. I remember things that happened long before I was born. I remember things that never happened at all. I live in memory. Is that a pleasant place to dwell? Pleasant? He shrugged. I laugh at all of it because I must. Because it is so sweetly said. All the tragedies. And yet, nothing is learned. Because human nature never changes, she said. I have imagined, he said, how God might have done better when he made man. In his own image, I believe. Male and female created he them. Making his image anatomically vague, one must suppose. He laughed and clapped her rather too forcefully on the back. I didn't know you could laugh about such things. I am pleasantly surprised. I'm glad I could bring cheer into your bleak existence. And then you sink the barb into the flesh. They reached an overlook that had rather less of a view of the sea than Anton's own terrace. It is not a bleak existence, Carlotta. For I can celebrate God's great compromise in making human beings as we are. Compromise? Our bodies could live forever, you know. We don't have to wear out. Our cells are all alive. They can maintain and repair themselves, or be replaced by fresh ones. There are even mechanisms to keep replenishing our bones. Menopause need not stop a woman from bearing children. Our brains need not decay, shedding memories or failing to absorb new ones. But God made us with death inside. You are beginning to sound serious about God. God made us with death inside, and also with intelligence. We have our 70 years or so, perhaps 90 with care. In the mountains of Georgia, 130 is not unheard of, though I personally believe they are all liars. They would claim to be immortal if they thought they could get away with it. We could live forever if we were willing to be stupid the whole time. Surely you're not saying that God had to choose between long life and intelligence for human beings. It's there in your own Bible, Carlotta. 2 trees, knowledge and life. You eat of the tree of knowledge, and you will surely die. You eat of the tree of life, and you remain a child in the garden forever, undying. You speak in theological terms, and yet I thought you were an unbeliever. Theology is a joke to me. Amusing. I laugh at it. I can tell amusing stories about theology to jest with believers. You see, it pleases me and keeps me calm.
At last she understood. How clearly did he have to spell it out? He was telling her the information she asked about, but doing it in code, in a way that fooled not only any eavesdroppers, and there might well be listeners to every word they said, but even his own mind. It was all a jest. Therefore he could tell her the truth, as long as he did it in this form. Then I don't mind hearing your wild, humorous forays into theology. Genesis tells us of men who lived to be more than 900 years old. What it does not tell you is how very stupid these men all were. Sister Carlotta laughed aloud. That's why God had to destroy humanity with his little flood, Anton went on. Get rid of those stupid people and replace them with quicker ones. Quick, quick, quick. Their minds moved, their metabolism, rushing onward into the grave. From Methuselah at nearly a millennium of life, to Moses with his 120 years, and now to us. But our lives are getting longer. I rest my case. Are we stupider now? So stupid that we would rather have long life for our children than see them become too much like God, knowing good and evil, knowing everything. He clutched at his chest, gasping, "Oh, God! God in heaven!" He sank to his knees. His breath was shallow and rapid now. His eyes rolled back in his head. He fell over. Apparently he hadn't been able to maintain his self-deception. His body finally caught on to how he had managed to tell his secret to this woman by speaking it in the language of religion. She rolled him onto his back. Now that he had fainted, his panic attack was subsiding. Not that fainting was trivial in a man of Anton's age, but he would not need any heroism to bring him back. Not this time. He would wake up calm. Where were the people who were supposed to be monitoring him? Where were the spies who were listening in to their conversation? Pounding feet on the grass, on the leaves. "A bit slow, weren't you?" she said without looking up. "Sorry, we didn't expect anything." The man was youngish, but not terribly bright-looking. The implant was supposed to keep him from spilling his tale. It was not necessary for his guards to be clever. "I think he'll be all right." "What were you talking about?" "Religion," she said, knowing that her account would probably be checked against a recording. He was criticizing God for mismaking human beings. He claimed to be joking, but I think that a man of his age is never really joking when he talks about God. Do you? "Fear of death gets in them," said the young man sagely, or at least as sagely as he could manage. "Do you think he accidentally triggered this panic attack by agitating his own anxiety about death?" If she asked it as a question, it wasn't actually a lie, was it? "I don't know. He's coming around." "Well, I certainly don't want to cause him any more anxiety about religious matters. When he wakes up, tell him how grateful I am for our conversation. Assure him that he has clarified for me one of the great questions about God's purpose." "Yes, I'll tell him," said the young man earnestly.
Of course, he would garble the message hopelessly. Sister Carlotta bent over and kissed Anton's cold, sweaty forehead. Then she rose to her feet and walked away. So that was the secret. The genome that allowed a human being to have extraordinary intelligence acted by speeding up many bodily processes. The mind worked faster. The child developed faster. Bean was indeed the product of an experiment in unlocking the savant gene. He had been given the fruit of the tree of knowledge. But there was a price. He would not be able to taste of the tree of life. Whatever he did with his life, he would have to do it young, because he would not live to be old. Anton had not done the experiment. He had not played God, bringing forth human beings who would live in an explosion of intelligence, sudden fireworks instead of single long-burning candles. But he had found a key God had hidden in the human genome. Someone else, some follower, some insatiably curious soul, some would-be visionary longing to take human beings to the next stage of evolution, or some other such mad, arrogant cause. This someone had taken the bold step of turning that key, opening that door, putting the killing, brilliant fruit into the hand of Eve. And because of that act, that serpentine, slithering crime, it was Bean who had been expelled from the garden. Bean, who would now surely die, but die like a god, knowing good and evil.
Chapter 10. Sneaky.
I can't help you. You didn't give me the information I asked for.
We gave you the damned summaries.
You gave me nothing, and you know it. And now you come to me asking me to evaluate Bean for you? But you don't tell me why. You give me no context. You expect an answer, but you deprive me of the means of providing it.
Frustrating, isn't it?
Not for me. I simply won't give you any answer.
Then Bean is out of the program.
If your mind is made up, no answer of mine will change you, especially because you have made certain my answer will be unreliable.
You know more than you've told me, and I must have it.
How marvelous. You have achieved perfect empathy with me, for that is the exact statement I have repeatedly made to you.
An eye for an eye? How Christian of you.
Unbelievers always want other people to act like Christians.
Perhaps you haven't heard, but there's a war on.
Again, I could have said the same thing to you. There's a war on, yet you fence me around with foolish secrecy. Since there is no evidence of the Formic enemy spying on us, this secrecy is not about the war. It's about the triumvirate maintaining their power over humanity. And I am not remotely interested in that.
You're wrong. That information is secret in order to prevent some terrible experiments from being performed.
Only a fool closes the door when the wolf is already inside the barn.
Do you have proof that Bean is the result of a genetic experiment?
How can I prove it when you have cut me off from all evidence? Besides, what matters is not whether he has altered genes, but what those genetic changes, if he has them, might lead him to do. Your tests were all designed to allow you to predict the behavior of normal human beings. They may not apply to Bean.
If he's that unpredictable, then we can't rely on him. He's out.
What if he's the only one who can win the war? Do you drop him from the program then?
Bean didn't want to have much food in his body, not tonight, so he gave away almost all his food and turned in a clean tray long before anyone else was done. Let the nutritionist be suspicious. He had to have time alone in the barracks. The engineers had always located the intake at the top of the wall over the door into the corridor. Therefore, the air must flow into the room from the opposite end, where the extra bunks were unoccupied. Since he had not been able to see a vent just glancing around that end of the room, it had to be located under one of the lower bunks. He couldn't search for it when others would see him, because no one could be allowed to know that he was interested in the vents. Now, alone, he dropped to the floor and in moments was jimmying at the vent cover. It came off readily. He tried putting it back on, listening carefully for the level of noise that operation caused. Too much. The vent screen would have to stay off. He laid it on the floor beside the opening, but out of the way so he wouldn't accidentally bump into it in the darkness. Then, to be sure, he took it completely out from under that bunk and slid it under the one directly across. Done. He then resumed his normal activities. Until night. Until the breathing of the others told him that most, if not all, were asleep. Bean slept naked, as many of the boys did. His uniform would not give him away. They were told to wear their towels when going to and from the toilet in the night, so Bean assumed that it, too, could be tracked. So as Bean slid down from his bunk, he pulled his towel from its hook on the bunk frame and wrapped it around himself as he trotted to the door of the barracks. Nothing unusual. Toilet trips were allowed, if not encouraged, after lights out, and Bean had made it a point to take several such runs during his time in battle school. No pattern was being violated, and it was a good idea to make his first excursion with an empty bladder. When he came back, if anyone was awake, all they saw was a kid in a towel heading back to his bunk. But he walked past his bunk and quietly sat down and slid under the last bunk, where the uncovered vent awaited him. His towel remained on the floor under the bunk, so that if anyone woke enough to notice that Bean's bunk was empty, they would see that his towel was missing and assume he had gone to the toilet. It was no less painful this time, sliding into the vent, but once inside, Bean found that his exercise had paid off. He was able to slide down at an angle, always moving slowly enough to make no noise and to avoid snagging his skin on any protruding metal. He wanted no injuries he'd have to explain. In the utter darkness of the air duct, he had to keep his mental map of the station constantly in mind. The faint night light of each barracks cast only enough light into the air ducts to allow him to make out the location of each vent. But what mattered was not the location of the other barracks on this level. Bean had to get either up or down to a deck where teachers lived and worked. Judging from the amount of time it took Dymac to get to their barracks the rare times that a quarrel demanded his attention, Bean assumed that his quarters were on another deck. And because Dymac always arrived breathing a little heavily, Bean also assumed it was a deck below their own level, not above. Dymac had to climb a ladder, not slide down a pole, to reach them. Nevertheless, Bean had no intention of going down first. He had to see whether he could successfully climb to a higher deck before getting himself potentially trapped on a lower one. So when he finally, after passing 3 barracks, came to a vertical shaft, he did not climb down. Instead, he probed the walls to see how much larger it was than the horizontals. It was much wider. Bean could not reach all the way across it, but it was only slightly deeper, front to back. That was good. As long as Bean didn't work too hard and sweat too much, friction between his skin and the front and back walls of the duct would allow him to inch his way upward. And in the vertical duct, he could face forward, giving his neck a much-needed respite from being perpetually turned to one side. Downward was almost harder than upward, because once he started sliding, it was harder to stop. He was also aware that the lower he went, the heavier he would become. And he had to keep checking the wall beside him, looking for another side duct. But he didn't have to find it by probing, after all. He could see the side duct because there was light in both directions. The teachers didn't have the same lights-out rules as the students, and their quarters were smaller so that vents came more frequently, spilling more light into the duct. In the first room, a teacher was awake and working at his desk. The trouble was that Bean, peering out of a vent screen near the floor, could not see a thing he was typing. It would be that way in all the rooms. The floor vents would not work for him. He had to get into the air intake system. Back to the vertical duct. The wind was coming from above, and so that was where he had to go if he was to cross over from one system to another. His only hope was that the duct system would have an access door before he reached the fans, and that he would be able to find it in the dark. Heading always into the wind and finding himself noticeably lighter after climbing past 7 decks, he finally reached a wider area with a small light strip. The fans were much louder, but he still wasn't near enough to see them. It didn't matter. He would be out of this wind. The access door was clearly marked. It also might be wired to sound an alarm if it was opened, but he doubted it. That was the kind of thing that was done in Rotterdam to guard against burglars. Burglary wasn't a serious problem on space stations. This door would only have been alarmed if all doors in the station were fitted with alarms. He'd find out soon enough. He opened the door, slipped out into a faintly lighted space, closed the door behind him. The structure of the station was visible here, the beams, the sections of metal plating. There were no solid surfaces. The room was also noticeably colder, and not just because he was out of the hot wind. Cold, hard space was on the other side of those curved plates. The furnaces might be located here, but the insulation was very good, and they had not bothered to pump much of that hot air into this space, relying instead on seepage to heat it. Bean hadn't been this cold since Rotterdam. But compared to wearing thin clothing in the winter streets with the wind off the North Sea, this was still almost balmy. It annoyed Bean that he had become so pampered here that he even cared about such a slight chill, and yet he couldn't keep himself from shivering a couple of times. Even in Rotterdam, he hadn't been naked. Following the ductwork, he climbed up the workman's ladderways to the furnaces and then found the air intake ducts and followed them back down. It was easy to find an access door and enter the main vertical duct. Because the air in the intake system did not have to be under positive pressure, the ducts did not have to be so narrow. Also, this was the part of the system where dirt had to be caught and removed, so it was more important to maintain access. By the time air got past the furnaces, it was already as clean as it was ever going to get. So instead of shinnying up and down narrow shafts, Bean scrambled easily down a ladder, and in the low light still had no trouble reading the signs telling which deck each side opening led to. The side passages weren't really ducts at all. Instead, they consisted of the entire space between the ceiling of one corridor and the floor of the one above. All the wiring was here, and the water pipes. Hot, cold, sewer. And besides the strips of dim work lights, the space was frequently lighted by the vents on both sides of the space. Those same narrow strips of vent openings that Bean had seen from the floor below on his first excursion. Now he could see easily down into each teacher's quarters. He crept along, making as little noise as possible, a skill he had perfected prowling through Rotterdam. He quickly found what he was looking for, a teacher who was awake but not working at his desk. The man was not well known to Bean because he supervised an older group of launchies and did not teach any of the classes Bean was taking. He was heading for a shower. That meant he would come back to the room and perhaps would sign in again, allowing Bean to have a chance at getting both his login name and his password. No doubt the teachers changed passwords often, so whatever he got wouldn't last long. Moreover, it was always possible that attempting to use a teacher's password on a student desk might set off some kind of alarm. But Bean doubted it. The whole security system was designed to shut students out, to monitor student behavior. The teachers would not be so closely watched. They frequently worked on their desks at odd hours, and they also frequently signed on to student desks during the day to call on their more powerful tools to help solve a student's problem, or give a student more personalized computer resources. Bean was reasonably sure that the risk of discovery was outweighed by the benefits of snagging a teacher's identity. While he waited, he heard voices a few rooms up. He wasn't quite close enough to make out the words. Did he dare risk missing the bather's return? Moments later, he was looking down into the quarters of Dymak himself. Interesting. He was talking to a man whose holographic image appeared in the air over his desk. Colonel Graff, Bean realized. The commandant of Battle School. My strategy was simple enough, Graff was saying. I gave in and got her access to the stuff she wanted. She was right. I can't get good answers from her unless I let her see the data she's asking for. So did she give you any answers? No, too soon. But she gave me a very good question, which is whether the boy is actually human. Oh, come on. Does she think he's a bugger larva in a human suit? Nothing to do with the buggers. Genetically enhanced. It would explain a lot. But still human, then. Isn't that debatable? The difference between humans and chimpanzees is genetically slight. Between humans and Neanderthals, it had to be minute. How much difference would it take for him to be a different species? Philosophically interesting, but in practical terms, we don't know what this kid will do. There's no data on his species. He's a primate, which suggests certain regularities, but we can't assume anything about his motivations that, sir, with all due respect, he's still a kid. He's a human being. He's not some alien. That's precisely what we've got to find out before we determine how much we can rely on him. And that's why you are to watch him even more carefully. If you can't get him into the mind game, then find some other way to figure out what makes him tick. Because we can't use him until we know just how much we can rely on him. Interesting that they openly call it the mind game among themselves, thought Bean. Then he realized what they were saying. Can't get him into the mind game. As far as Bean knew, he was the only kid who didn't play the fantasy game. They were talking about him. New species. Genetically altered. Bean felt his heart pounding in his chest. What am I? Not just smart, but different. What about the breach of security? Dymak asked. That's the other thing. You've got to figure out what he knows, or at least how likely he is to spill it to any other kids. That's the greatest danger right now. Is the possibility of this kid being the commander we need great enough to balance the risk of breaching security and collapsing the program? I thought with Ender we had an all-or-nothing long odds bet, but this one makes Ender look like a sure thing. I didn't think of you as a gambler, sir. I'm not. But sometimes you're forced into the game. I'm on it, sir. Encrypt everything you send me on him. No names. No discussions with other teachers beyond the normal. Contain this. Of course. If the only way we can beat the buggers is to replace ourselves with a new species, Dymak, then have we really saved humanity? One kid is not replacement of a species, said Dymak. Foot in the door. Camel's nose in the tent. Give them an inch. Them, sir? Yes. I'm paranoid and xenophobic. That's how I got this job. Cultivate those virtues and you too might rise to my lofty station. Dymak laughed. Graff didn't. His head disappeared from the display. Bean had the discipline to remember that he was waiting to get a password. He crept back to the bather's room. Still not back. What breach of security were they talking about? It must have been recent for them to be discussing it with such urgency. That meant it had to be Bean's conversation with Dymak about what was really going on with the battle school. And yet his guess that the battle had already happened could not be it, or Dymak and Graff would not be talking about how he might be the only way they could beat the buggers. If the buggers were still unbeaten, the breach of security had to be something else. It could still be that his earlier guess was partly right, and Battle School existed as much to strip the Earth of good commanders as to beat the buggers. Graf's and Dimac's fear might be that Bean would let other kids in on the secret. For some of them, at least, it might rekindle their loyalty to the nation or ethnic group or ideology of their parents. And since Bean had definitely been planning to probe the loyalties of other students over the next months and years, he now would have to be doubly cautious not to let his pattern of conversation attract the attention of the teachers. All he needed to know was which of the best and brightest kids had the strongest home loyalties. Of course, for that, Bean would need to figure out just how loyalty worked, so he would have some idea of how to weaken it or strengthen it, how to exploit it or turn it. But just because this first guess of Bean's could explain their words didn't mean it was right. And just because the final bugger war had not yet been fought didn't mean his initial guess was completely wrong. They might, for instance, have launched a fleet against the bugger homeworld years ago, but were still preparing commanders to fight off an invasion fleet now approaching Earth. In that case, the security breach Graf and Dimac feared was that Bean would frighten others by letting them know how urgent and dire the situation of humanity was. The irony was that of all the children Bean had ever known, none could keep a secret as well as he did. Not even Ashiel, for in refusing his share of Poke's bread, he had tipped his hand. Bean could keep a secret, but he also knew that sometimes you had to give some hint of what you knew in order to get more information. That was what had prompted Bean's conversation with Dimac. It was dangerous, but in the long run, if he could keep them from removing him from the school entirely in order to silence him, not to mention keeping them from killing him, he had learned more important information than he had given them. In the end, the only things they could learn from him were about himself. And what he learned from them was about everything else. A much larger pool of knowledge. Himself. That was their puzzle. Who he was. Silly to be concerned about whether he was human. What else could he be? He had never seen any child show any desire or emotion that he himself had not felt. The only difference was that Bean was stronger, and did not let his fleeting needs and passions control his actions. Did that make him alien? He was human. Only better. The teacher came back into the room. He hung up his damp towel, but even before he dressed, he sat back down and logged on. Bean watched his fingers move over the keys. It was so quick. A blur of keystrokes. He would have to replay the memory in his mind many times to make sure, but at least he had seen it. Nothing obstructed his view. Bean crawled back toward the vertical intake shaft. The evening's expedition had already taken as long as he dared. He needed his sleep, and every minute away increased the risk of chance discovery. In fact, he had been very lucky on this first foray through the ducts. To happen to hear Dimac and Graf conversing about him, to happen to watch a teacher who conveniently gave him a clear view of his login. For a moment it crossed Bean's mind that they might know he was in the air system, might even have staged all this for him to see what he'd do. It might be just one more experiment. No. It wasn't just luck that this teacher showed him the login. Bean had chosen to watch him because he was going to shower, because his desk was sitting on the table in such a way that Bean had a reasonable chance of seeing the login. It was an intelligent choice on Bean's part. He had gone with the best odds, and it paid off. As for Dimac and Graf, it might have been chance that he overheard them talking, but it was his own choice to move closer at once in order to hear. And come to think of it, he had chosen to go exploring in the ducts because of precisely the same event that had prompted Graf and Dimac to be so concerned. Nor was it a surprise that their conversation happened after lights out for the children. That's when things would have quieted down, and with duties done, there would be time for a conversation without Graf calling Dimac in for a special meeting, which might arouse questions in the minds of the other teachers. Not luck, really. Bean had made his own luck. He saw the login and overheard the conversation because he had made that quick decision to get into the intake system and acted on it at once. He had always made his own luck. Maybe that was something that went along with whatever genetic alteration Graff had found out about. She, they had said. She had raised the question of whether Bean was genetically human. Some woman who was searching for information, and Graff had given in, was letting her have access to facts that had been hidden from her. That meant that he would receive more answers from this woman as she began to use that new data. More answers about Bean's origins. Could it be Sister Carlotta who had doubted Bean's humanity? Sister Carlotta, who wept when he left her and went into space? Sister Carlotta, who loved him as a mother loves her child? How could she doubt him? If they wanted to find some inhuman human, some alien in a human suit, they ought to take a good long look at a nun who embraces a child as her own, and then goes around casting doubt about whether he's a real boy. The opposite of Pinocchio's fairy. She touches a real boy and turns him into something awful and fearful. It could not have been Sister Carlotta they were talking about. Just another woman. His guess that it might be her was simply wrong, just like his guess that the final battle with the buggers had already happened. That's why Bean never fully trusted his own guesses. He acted on them, but always kept himself open to the possibility that his interpretations might be wrong. Besides, his problem was not figuring out whether he really was human or not. Whatever he was himself, and must act in such a way as to not only stay alive, but also get as much control over his own future as possible. The only danger to him was that they were concerned about the issue of his possible genetic alteration. Bean's task was therefore to appear so normal that their fears on that score would be dispelled. But how could he pretend to be normal? He hadn't been brought here because he was normal. He was brought here because he was extraordinary. For that matter, so were all the other kids. And the school put so much strain on them that some became downright odd. Like Bonzo Madrid, with his loud vendetta against Ender Wiggin. So, in fact, Bean shouldn't appear normal. He should appear weird in the expected ways. Impossible to fake that. He didn't know yet what signs the teachers were looking for in the behavior of the children here. He could find 10 things to do and do them, never guessing that there were 90 things he hadn't noticed. No. What he had to do was not to act in predictable ways, but to become what they hoped their perfect commander would be. When he got back to his barracks, climbed back up to his bunk, and checked the time on his desk, he found that he had done it all in less than an hour. He put away his desk and lay there replaying in his mind the image in his memory of the teacher's fingers logging in. When he was reasonably certain of what the login and password were, he allowed himself to drift toward sleep. Only then, as he was beginning to doze, did he realize what his perfect camouflage would be, quelling their fears and bringing him both safety and advancement. He had to become Ender Wiggin.
Chapter 11. Daddy.
Sir, I asked for a private interview.
Dymac is here because your breach of security affects his work.
Breach of security? This is why you reassign me?
There is a child who used your login to the master teacher system. He found the login record files and rewrote them to give himself an identity.
Sir, I have faithfully adhered to all regulations. I never sign on in front of the students.
Everyone says they never sign on, but then it turns out they do.
Excuse me, sir, but Upana does not. He's always on the others when he catches them doing it. Actually, he's kind of anal about it. Drives us all crazy.
You can check my login records. I never sign on during teaching hours. In fact, I never sign on outside my quarters.
Then how could this child possibly get in using your login?
My desk sits on my table, like so. If I may use your desk to demonstrate.
Of course.
I sit like so. I keep my back to the door so no one can even see in. I never sign on in any other position.
Well, it's not like there's a window he can peek through.
Yes, it is, sir.
Dymac?
There is a window, sir. Look, the vent.
Are you seriously suggesting that he could...
He's the smallest child who ever...
It was that little bean child who got my login?
Excellent, Dymac. You've managed to let his name slip out, haven't you?
I'm sorry, sir.
Ah, another security breach. Will you send Dymac home with me?
I'm not sending anybody home.
Sir, I must point out that Bean's intrusion into the master-teacher system is an excellent opportunity.
To have a student romping through the student data files?
To study Bean. We don't have him in the fantasy game, but now we have the game he chooses to play. We watch where he goes in the system, what he does with this power he has created for himself.
But the damage he can do is...
He won't do any damage, sir. He won't do anything to give himself away. This kid is too street smart. It's information he wants. He'll look, not touch.
So, you've got him analyzed already, is that it? You know what he's doing at all times.
I know that if there's a story we really want him to believe, he has to discover it himself. He has to steal it from us. So I think this little security breach is the perfect way to heal a much more important one.
What I'm wondering is if he's been crawling through the ducts, what else has he heard?
If we close off the duct system, he'll know he was caught, and then he won't trust what we set up for him to find.
So I have to permit a child to crawl around through the ductwork and...
He can't do it much longer. He's growing, and the ducts are extremely shallow.
That's not much comfort right now. And unfortunately, we still have to kill Uphanad for knowing too much.
Please assure me that you're joking.
Yes, I'm joking. You'll have him as a student soon enough, Captain Uphanad. Watch him very carefully. Speak of him only with me. He's unpredictable and dangerous.
Dangerous? Little Bean.
He cleaned your clock, didn't he?
Yours too, sir. Begging your pardon.
Bean worked his way through every student at Battle School, reading the records of a half-dozen or so per day. Their original scores, he found, were the least interesting thing about them. Everyone here had such high scores on all the tests given back on Earth that the differences were almost trivial. Bean's own scores were the highest, and the gap between him and the next highest, Ender Wiggin, was wide as the gap between Ender and the next child after him. But it was all relative. The difference between Ender and Bean amounted to half of a percentage point. Most of the children clustered between 97 and 98%. Of course, Bean knew what they could not know, that for him getting the highest possible score on the tests had been easy. He could have done more, he could have done better, but he had reached the boundary of what the test could discover. The gap between him and Ender was much wider than they supposed. And yet, in reading the records, Bean came to see that the scores were merely a guide to a child's potential. The teachers talked most about things like cleverness, insight, intuition, the ability to develop rapport, to outguess an opponent, the courage to act boldly, the caution to make certain before committing, the wisdom to know which course was the appropriate one. And in considering this, Bean realized that he was not necessarily any better at these things than the other students. Ender Wiggin really did know things that Bean did not know. Bean might have thought to do as Wiggin did, arranging extra practices to make up for being with a commander who wouldn't train him. Bean even might have tried to bring in a few other students to train with him, since many things could not be done alone. But Wiggin had taken all comers, no matter how difficult it became to practice with so many in the battle room, and according to the teacher's notes, he spent more time now training others than in working on his own technique. Of course, that was partly because he was no longer in Bonzo Madrid's army, so he got to take part in the regular practices. But he still kept working with the other kids, especially the eager launchies who wanted a head start before they were promoted into a regular army. Why? Is he doing what I'm doing? Studying the other students to prepare for a later war on Earth? Is he building some kind of network that reaches out into all the armies? Is he somehow mistraining them, so he can take advantage of their mistakes later. From what Bean heard about Wiggin from the kids in his launch group who attended those practices, he came to realize that it was something else entirely. Wiggin seemed really to care about the other kids doing their best. Did he need so badly for them to like him? Because it was working, if that's what he was trying for. They worshipped him. But there had to be more to it than some hunger for love. Bean couldn't get a handle on it. He found that the teacher's observations, while helpful, didn't really help him get inside Wiggin's head. For one thing, they kept the psychological observations from the mind games somewhere else that Bean didn't have access to. For another, the teachers couldn't really get into Wiggin's mind because they simply didn't think at his level. Bean did. But Bean's project wasn't to analyze Wiggin out of scientific curiosity, or to compete with him, or even to understand him. It was to make himself into the kind of child that the teachers would trust, would rely on, would regard as fully human. For that project, Wiggin was his teacher because Wiggin had already done what Bean needed to do. And Wiggin had done it without being perfect. Without being, as far as Bean could tell, completely sane. Not that anyone was. But Wiggin's willingness to give up hours every day to training kids who could do nothing for him, the more Bean thought about it, the less sense it made. Wiggin was not building a network of supporters. Unlike Bean, he didn't have a perfect memory, so Bean was quite sure Wiggin was not compiling a mental dossier on every other kid in Battle School. The kids he worked with were not the best and were often the most fearful and dependent of the launchies and of the losers in the regular armies. They came to him because they thought being in the same room with the soldier who was leading in the standings might bring some luck to them. But why did Wiggin keep giving his time to them? Why did Poke die for me? That was the same question. Bean knew it. He found several books about ethics in the library and called them up on his desk to read. He soon discovered that the only theories that explained altruism were bogus. The stupidest was the old sociobiological explanation of uncles dying for nephews. There were no blood ties in armies now, and people often died for strangers. Community theory was fine as far as it went. It explained why communities all honored sacrificial heroes in their stories and rituals, but it still didn't explain the heroes themselves. For that was what Bean saw in Wiggin. This was the hero at his root. Wiggin really does not care as much about himself as he does about these other kids who aren't worth 5 minutes of his time. And yet this may be the very trait that makes everyone focus on him. Maybe this is why in all those stories Sister Carlotta told him, Jesus always had a crowd around him. Maybe this is why I'm so afraid of Wiggin. Because he's the alien, not me. He's the unintelligible one, the unpredictable one. He's the one who doesn't do things for sensible, predictable reasons. I'm going to survive, and once you know that, there's nothing more to know about me. Him, though. He could do anything. The more he studied Wiggin, the more mysteries Bean uncovered. The more he determined to act like Wiggin until at some point he came to see the world as Wiggin saw it. But even as he tracked Wiggin, still from a distance, what Bean could not let himself do was what the younger kids did, what Wiggin's disciples did. He could not call him Ender. Calling him by his last name kept him at a distance. A microscope's distance, anyway. What did Wiggin study when he read on his own? Not the books of military history and strategy that Bean had blown through in a rush and was now rereading methodically, applying everything to both space combat and modern warfare on Earth. Wiggin did his share of reading too, but when he went into the library, he was just as likely to look at combat vids, and the ones he watched most often were of bugger ships. Those, and the clips of Mazer Rackham's strike force in the heroic battle that broke the back of the second invasion. Bean watched them too, though not over and over again. Once he saw them, he remembered them perfectly and could replay them in his mind, with enough detail that he could notice things later that he hadn't realized at first. Was Wiggin seeing something new each time he went back to these vids? Or was he looking for something that he hadn't yet found? Is he trying to understand the way the buggers think? Why doesn't he realize that the library here simply doesn't have enough of the vids to make it useful? It's all propaganda stuff here. They withheld all the terrible scenes of dead guys, of fighting and killing hand-to-hand when ships were breached and boarded. They didn't have vids of defeats where the buggers blew the human ships out of the sky. All they had here was ships moving around in space, a few minutes of preparation for combat. War in space? So exciting in the made-up stories, so boring in reality. Occasionally something would light up. Mostly it was just dark. And, of course, the obligatory moment of Mazer Rackham's victory. What could Wiggin possibly hope to learn? Bean learned more from the omissions than from what he actually saw. For instance, there was not one picture of Mazer Rackham anywhere in the library. That was odd. The Triumvirate's faces were everywhere, as were those of other commanders and political leaders. Why not Rackham? Had he died in the moment of victory? Or was he perhaps a fictitious figure, a deliberately created legend so that there could be a name to peg the victory to? But if that were the case, they'd have created a face for him. It was too easy to do that. Was he deformed? Was he really, really small? If I grow up to be the commander of the human fleet that defeats the buggers, will they hide my picture too, because someone so tiny can never be seen as a hero? Who cares? I don't want to be a hero. That's Wiggin's gig. Nikolai, the boy across from him. Bright enough to make some guesses Bean hadn't made first. Confident enough not to get angry when he caught Bean intruding on him. Bean was so hopeful when he came at last to Nikolai's file. The teacher evaluation was negative. A placeholder. Cruel. But was it true? Bean realized, I have been putting too much trust in the teacher's evaluations. Do I have any real evidence that they're right? Or do I believe in their evaluations because I am rated so highly? Have I let them flatter me into complacency? What if all their evaluations were hopelessly wrong? I had no teacher files on the streets of Rotterdam. I actually knew the children. Poke. I made my own judgment of her, and I was almost right. Just a few surprises here and there. Sergeant? No surprises at all. Ashiel? Yes, I knew him. So why have I stayed apart from the other students? Because they isolated me at first, and because I decided that the teachers had the power. But now I see that I was only partly right. The teachers have the power here and now, but someday I will not be in battle school, and what does it matter then what the teachers think of me? I can learn all the military theory and history that I want, and it will do me no good if they never entrust me with command. And I will never be placed in charge of an army or a fleet unless they have reason to believe that other men would follow me. Not men today, but boys, most of them. A few girls. Not men, but they will be men. How do they choose their leaders? How do I make them follow one who is so small, so resented? What did Wiggin do? Bean asked Nikolai which of the kids in their launch group practiced with Wiggin. Only a few. And they on the fringes, né? Suck-ups and brags. But who are they? You trying to get in with Wiggin? Just want to find out about him. What do you want to know? The questions bothered Bean. He didn't like talking so much about what he was doing. But he didn't sense any malice in Nikolai. He just wanted to know. History. He the best, né? How we get that way? Bean wondered if he sounded quite natural with the soldier slang. He hadn't used it that much. The music of it, he still wasn't quite there. You find out, you tell me. He rolled his eyes in self-derision. I'll tell you, said Bean. I got a chance to be best like Ender? Nikolai laughed. You got a chance the way you learn. Wiggins' snot ain't honey, said Bean. What does that mean? He human like anybody. I find out, I tell you, okay? Bean wondered why Nikolai already despaired about his own chances of being one of the best. Could it be that the teacher's negative evaluation was right after all? Or had they unconsciously let him see their disdain for him, and he believed them? From the boys Nikolai had pointed out, the brags and suck-ups, which wasn't an inaccurate evaluation as far as it went, Bean learned what he wanted to know. The names of Wiggins' closest friends. Shen, Eli, Petra, her again. But Shen the longest. Bean found him in the library during study time. The only reason to go there was for the vids. All the books could be read from the desks. Shen wasn't watching vids, though. He had his desk with him, and he was playing the fantasy game. Bean sat down beside him to watch. A lion-headed man in chainmail stood before a giant who seemed to be offering him a choice of drinks. The sound was shaped so that Bean couldn't hear it from beside the desk, though Shen seemed to be responding. He typed in a few words. His lion man figure drank one of the substances and promptly died. Shen muttered something and shoved the desk away. That the giant's drink? Said Bean. I heard about that. You've never played it? Said Shen. You can't win it. I thought. I heard. Didn't sound fun. Sound fun? You haven't tried it? It's not like it's hard to find. Bean shrugged, trying to fake the mannerisms he'd seen other boys use. Shen looked amused. Because Bean did the cool guy shrug wrong? Or because it looked cute to have somebody so small do it? Come on. You don't play the fantasy game? What you said, Bean prompted him. You thought nobody ever won it. I saw a guy in a place I'd never seen. I asked him where it was, and he said, other side of the giant's drink. He tell you how to get there? I didn't ask. Why not? Shen grinned, looked away. It be Wiggin, eh? Asked Bean. The grin faded. I didn't say that. I know you're his friend, that's why I came here. What is this? You spying on him? You from Bonzo? This was not going well. Bean hadn't realized how protective Wiggins' friends might be. I'm from me. Look, nothing bad, okay? I just want to know about... You know him from the start, right? They say you've been his friend from Launchy days. So what? Look, he got friends, right? Like you. Even though he always does better in class, always the best on everything, right? But they don't hate him. Plenty Bichang hate him. I got to make some friends, man. Bean knew that he shouldn't try to sound pitiful. Instead, he should sound like a pitiful kid who was trying really hard not to sound pitiful. So he ended his maudlin little plea with a laugh, as if he was trying to make it sound like a joke. You're pretty short, said Shen. Not on the planet I'm from, said Bean. For the first time, Shen let a genuine smile come to his face. The planet of the pygmies. Them boys too big for me. Look, I know what you're saying, said Shen. I had this funny walk. Some of the kids were ragging me. Ender stopped them. How? Ragged them more. I never heard he got a mouth. No, he didn't say nada. Did it on the desk. Sent a message from God. Oh, yeah. Bean had heard about that. He did that for you? They were making fun of my butt. I had a big butt. Before workouts, you know, back then. So he make fun of them for looking at my butt. But he signs it, God. So they didn't know it was him. Oh, they knew. Right away. But he didn't say anything. Out loud. That's how you got to be friends? He the protector of the little guys? Like a shield. Little guys, said Shen. He was the smallest in our launch group. Not like you, but way small. Younger, see? He was youngest, but he became your protector? No, not like that. No, he kept it from going on, that's all. He went to the group. It was Bernard. He was getting together the biggest guys, the tough guys, the bullies. Yeah, I guess. Only Ender, he goes to Bernard's number one, his best friend. Ally. He gets Ally to be his friend, too. So he stole away Bernard's support. No, man. No, it's not like that. He made friends with Ally and then got Ally to help him make friends with Bernard. Bernard? He's the one Ender broke his arm in the shuttle. That's right. And I think really Bernard never forgave him. But he saw how things were. How were things? Ender's good, man. He doesn't hate anybody. If you're a good person, you're going to like him. You want him to like you. If he likes you, then you're okay, see? But if you're scum, he just makes you mad. Just knowing he exists, see? So Ender, he tries to wake up the good part of you. How do you wake up good parts? I don't know, man. You think I know? It's just... You know Ender long enough, he just makes you want him to be proud of you. That sounds so... Sounds like I'm a baby, nah? Bean shook his head. What it sounded like to him was devotion. Bean hadn't really understood this. Friends were friends, he thought. Like Sargent and Pope used to be, before Ashiel. But it was never love. When Ashiel came, they loved him, but it was more like worship, like a god. He got them bread. They gave bread back to him. Like what he called himself. Papa. Was it the same thing? Was Ender Ashiel all over again? You're smart, kid, said Shen. I was there, nah? Only I never once thought, how did Ender do it? How can I do the same, be like him? It's like that was Ender. He's great, but it's nothing I could do. Maybe I should have tried. I just wanted to be with him. 'Cause you're good too, said Bean. Shen rolled his eyes. I guess that's what I was saying, wasn't it? Implying, anyway. Guess that makes me a brag, nah? Big old brag, said Bean, grinning. He makes you want to... I'd die for him. That sounds like hero talk, nah? But it's true. I'd die for him. I'd kill for him. You'd fight for him. Shen got it at once. That's right. He's a born commander. Ally fight for him too? A lot of us. But some not, yes? Like I said, the bad ones, they hate him. He makes them crazy. So the whole world divides up. Good people love Wigan, bad people hate Wigan. Shen's face went suspicious again. I don't know why I told you all that, Merida. You're too smart to believe any of it. I do believe it, said Bean. Don't be mad at me. He'd learned that one a long time ago. Little kid says, don't be mad at me, they feel a little silly. I'm not mad, said Shen. I just thought you were making fun of me. I wanted to know how Wigan makes friends. If I knew that, If I really understood that, I'd have more friends than I do, kid. But I got Ender as my friend, and all his friends are my friends too, and I'm their friend, so it's like a family. A family. Papa. Ashiel again. That old dread returned. That night after Poke died. Seeing her body in the water. Then Ashiel in the morning. How he acted. Was that Wiggin? Papa until he got his chance? Ashiel was evil, and Ender was good. Yet they both created a family. Both had people who loved them, who would die for them. Protector, Papa. Provider, Mama. Only parent to a crowd of orphans. We're all street kids up here in Battle School, too. We might not be hungry, but we're all still wishing for a family. Except me. Last thing I need. Some papa smiling at me, waiting with a knife. Better to be the papa than to have one. How can I do that? Get somebody to love me the way Shen loves Wiggin? No chance. I'm too little. Too cute. I got nothing they want. All I can do is protect myself, work the system. Ender's got plenty to teach those that have some hope of doing what he's done. But me? I have to learn my own way. Even as he made the decision, though, he knew he wasn't done with Wiggin. Whatever Wiggin had, whatever Wiggin knew, Bean would learn it. And so passed the weeks, the months. Bean did all his regular classwork. He attended the regular battle room classes with Dymak, teaching them how to move and shoot, the basic skills. On his own, he completed all the enrichment courses you could take at your own desk, certifying in everything. He studied military history, philosophy, strategy. He read ethics, religion, biology. He kept track of every student in the school, from the newly arrived launchies to the students about to graduate. When he saw them in the halls, he knew more about them than they knew about themselves. He knew their nation of origin. He knew how much they missed their families and how important their native country or ethnic or religious group was to them. He knew how valuable they might be to a nationalist or idealist resistance movement. And he kept reading everything Wiggin read, watching everything Wiggin watched, hearing about Wiggin from the other kids, watching Wiggin's standings on the boards, meeting more of Wiggin's friends, hearing them talk about him. Bean listened to all the things Wiggin was quoted as saying and tried to fit them into some coherent philosophy, some worldview, some attitude, some plan. And he found out something interesting. Despite Wiggin's altruism, despite his willingness to sacrifice, not one of his friends ever said that Wiggin came and talked over his problems. They all went to Wiggin, but who did Wiggin go to? He had no more real friends than Bean did. Wiggin kept his own counsel, just like Bean. Soon Bean found himself being advanced out of classes whose work he had already mastered and being plunged into classwork with older and older groups who looked at him with annoyance at first, but later simply with awe as he raced past them and was promoted again before they were half done. Had Wiggin been pushed through his classwork at an accelerated rate? Yes, but not quite as fast. Was that because Bean was better? Or because the deadline was getting closer? For the sense of urgency in teacher evaluations was getting greater. The ordinary students, as if any child here were ordinary, were getting briefer and briefer notations. They weren't being ignored exactly, but the best were being identified and lifted out. The seeming best. For Bean began to realize that their evaluations were often colored by which students they liked the best. The teachers pretended to be dispassionate, impartial, but in fact they got sucked in by the more charismatic children, just as the other students did. If a kid was likable, they gave him better comments on leadership, even if he was really just glib and athletic and needed to surround himself with a team. As often as not, they tagged the very students who would be the least effective commanders, while ignoring the ones who, to Bean, showed real promise. It was frustrating to watch them make such obvious mistakes. Here they had Wiggin right before their eyes. Wiggin, who was the real thing, and they still went on misreading everybody else. Getting all excited about some of these energetic, self-confident, ambitious kids, even though they weren't actually producing excellent work. Wasn't this whole school set up in order to find and train the best possible commanders? The Earthside testing did pretty well. There were no real dolts among the students. But the system had overlooked one crucial factor. How were the teachers chosen? They were career military, all of them. Proven officers with real ability. But in the military, you don't get trusted positions just because of your ability. You also have to attract the notice of superior officers. You have to be liked. You have to fit in with the system. You have to look like what the officers above you think that officers should look like. You have to think in ways that they are comfortable with. The result was that you ended up with a command structure that was top-heavy with guys who looked good in uniform and talked right and did well enough not to embarrass themselves, while the really good ones quietly did all the serious work and bailed out their superiors and got blamed for errors they had advised against until they eventually got out. That was the military. These teachers were all the kind of people who thrived in that environment. And they were selecting their favorite students based on precisely that same screwed-up sense of priorities. No wonder a kid like Dink Meeker saw through it and refused to play. He was one of the few kids who was both likable and talented. His likability made them try to make him commander of his own army. His talent let him understand why they were doing it and turned them down because he couldn't believe in such a stupid system. And other kids, like Petra Arkanian, who had obnoxious personalities but could handle strategy and tactics in their sleep, who had the confidence to lead others into war, to trust their own decisions and act on them. They didn't care about trying to be one of the guys, and so they got overlooked. Every flaw became magnified, every strength belittled. So Bean began constructing his own anti-army. Kids who weren't getting picked out by the teachers, but were the real talents, the ones with heart and mind, not just face and chat. He began to imagine who among them should be officers, leading their own tunes under the command of Ender Wiggin, of course. Bean could not imagine anyone else in that position. Wiggin would know how to use them. And Bean knew just where he should be. Close to Wiggin. A tune leader, but the most trusted of them. Wiggin's right-hand man. So when Wiggin was about to make a mistake, Bean could point out to him the error he was making. And so that Bean could be close enough to maybe understand why Wiggin was human, and he himself was not.
Sister Carlotta used her new security clearance like a scalpel most of the time, slicing her way into the information establishment, picking up answers here and new questions there, talking to people who never guessed what her project was, why she knew so much about their top-secret work, and quietly putting it all together in her own mind, in memos to Colonel Graff. But sometimes she wielded her top security clearance like a meat axe, using it to get past prison wardens and security officers, who saw her unbelievable level of need to know, and then, when they checked to make sure her documents weren't a stupid forgery, were screamed at by officers so high-ranked that it made them want to treat Sister Carlotta like God. That's how, at last, she came face to face with Bean's father, or at least the closest thing to a father that he had. "I want to talk to you about your installation in Rotterdam." He looked at her sourly. "I already reported on everything. That's why I'm not dead, though I wonder if I made the right choice." "They told me you were quite the whiner," said Sister Carlotta. utterly devoid of compassion. "I didn't expect it to surface so quickly. Go to hell." He turned his back on her, as if that meant anything. "Dr. Valescu, the records show that you had 23 babies in your organ farm in Rotterdam." He said nothing. "But of course, that's a lie." Silence. "And, oddly enough, I know that the lie is not your idea. Because I know that your installation was not an organ farm indeed, and that the reason you aren't dead is because you agreed to plead guilty to running an organ farm in exchange for never discussing what you were really doing there." He slowly turned around again, enough that he could look up and see her with a sidelong glance. "Let me see that clearance you tried to show me before." She showed it to him again. He studied it. "What do you know?" he asked. "I know your real crime was continuing a research project after it was closed down, because you had these fertilized eggs that had been meticulously altered. You had turned Anton's key. You wanted them to be born. You wanted to see who they would become. If you know all that, why have you come to me? Everything I knew is in the documents you must have read." "Not at all," said Sister Carlotta. "I don't care about confessions. I don't care about logistics. I want to know about the babies." "They're all dead," he said. "We killed them when we knew we were about to be discovered." He looked at her with bitter defiance. "Yes, infanticide. 23 murders. But since the government couldn't admit that such children had ever existed, I was never charged with the crimes. God judges me, though. God will press the charges." "Is that why you're here? Is that who gave you your clearance?" "You make jokes about this? All I want to know is what you learned about them." "I learned nothing. There was no time. They were still babies." "You had them for almost a year. They developed. All the work done since Anton found his key was theoretical. You watched the babies grow." A slow smile crept across his face. "This is like those Nazi medical crimes all over again. You deplore what I did, but you still want to know the results of my research. You monitored their growth, their health, their intellectual development. We were about to start the tracking of intellectual development. The project wasn't funded, of course, so it's not as if we could provide much more than a clean, warm room and basic bodily needs. Their bodies, then, their motor skills. Small," he said. "They are born small. They grow slowly. Undersized and underweight, all of them. But very bright. Crawling, very young. Making pre-speech sounds far earlier than normal. That's all we knew. I didn't see them often myself. I couldn't afford the risk of detection." "So what was your prognosis?" "Prognosis? How did you see their future?" "Dead. That's everyone's future. What are you talking about?" "If they hadn't been slaughtered, Dr. Valescu, what would have happened?" "They would have kept on growing, of course." "And later?" "There is no later. They keep on growing." She thought for a moment, trying to process the information. "That's right, sister. You're getting it. They grow slowly, but they never stop. That's what Anton's key does. Unlocks the mind because the brain never stops growing. But neither does anything else. The cranium keeps expanding. It's never fully closed. The arms and legs, longer and longer. So when they reach adult height, there is no adult height. There's just height at the time of death. You can't keep growing like that forever. There's a reason why evolution builds a stop clock into the growth control of long-lived bodies. You can't keep growing without some organ giving out eventually. Usually the heart. The implications filled Sister Carlotta with dread. And the rate of this growth? In the children, I mean? How long until they are at normal height for their age? My guess was that they'd catch up twice, said Valescu. Once just before puberty, and then the normal kids would leap ahead for a while. But slow and steady wins the race, n'est-ce pas? By 20, they would be giants. And then they'd die, almost certainly before age 25. Do you have any idea how huge they would be? So my killing them, you see, it was a mercy. I doubt any of them would have chosen to miss out on even the mere 20 years you took from them. They never knew what happened to them. I'm not a monster. We drugged them all. They died in their sleep, and then the bodies were incinerated. What about puberty? Would they ever mature sexually? That's the part we'll never know, isn't it? Sister Carlotta got up to go. He lived, didn't he? Asked Valescu. Who? The one we lost. The one whose body wasn't with the others. I counted only 22 going into the fire. When you worship Moloch, Dr. Valescu, you get no answers but the ones your chosen God provides. Tell me what he's like. His eyes were so hungry. You know it was a boy? They were all boys, said Valescu. What, did you discard the girls? How do you think I got the genes I worked with? I implanted my own altered DNA into denucleated eggs. God help us. They were all your own twins? I'm not the monster you think I am, said Valescu. I brought the frozen embryos to life because I had to know what they would become. Killing them was my greatest sorrow. And yet you did it. To save yourself. I was afraid. And the thought came to me, they're only copies. It isn't murder to discard the copies. Their souls and lives were their own. Do you think the government would have let them live? Do you really think they would have survived? Any of them? You don't deserve to have a son, said Sister Carlotta. But I have one. Don't I? He laughed. While you, Miss Carlotta, perpetual bride of the invisible God, how many do you have? They may have been copies, Valescu, but even dead they're worth more than the original. He continued laughing as she walked down the corridor away from him, but it sounded forced. She knew his laughter was a mask for grief. But it wasn't the grief of compassion, or even of remorse. It was the grief of a damned soul. Bean, God be thanked, she thought, that you do not know your father, and never will. You're nothing like him. You're far more human. In the back of her mind, though, she had one nagging doubt. Was she sure Bean had more compassion, more humanity? Or was Bean as cold of heart as this man, as incapable of empathy? Was he all mind? Then she thought of him growing and growing, from this too tiny child to a giant whose body could no longer sustain life. This was the legacy your father gave you. This was Anton's key. She thought of David's cry when he learned of the death of his son. Absalom. Oh, Absalom. Would God I could die for thee. Absalom, my son. But he was not dead yet, was he? Valescu might have been lying, might simply be wrong. There might be some way to prevent it. And even if there was not, there were still many years ahead of Bean, and how he lived those years still mattered. God raises up the children that he needs, and makes men and women of them, and then takes them from this world at his good pleasure. To him, all of life is but a moment. All that matters is what that moment was used for. And Bean would use it well. She was sure of that. Or, at least she hoped it with such fervor that it felt like certainty.
Chapter 12. Roster.
If Wiggins the one, then let's get him to Eros.
He's not ready for command school yet. It's premature.
Then we have to go with one of the alternates.
That's your decision.
Our decision. What do we have to go on but what you tell us?
I've told you about those older boys, too. You have the same data I have.
Do we have all of it?
Do you want all of it?
Do we have the data on all the children with scores and evaluations at such a high level?
No.
Why not?
Some of them are disqualified for various reasons.
Disqualified by whom?
By me.
On what grounds?
One of them is borderline insane, for instance. We're trying to find some structure in which his abilities will be useful. But he could not possibly bear the weight of complete command.
That's one.
Another is undergoing surgery to correct a physical defect.
Is it a defect that limits his ability to command?
It limits his ability to be trained to command.
But it's being fixed.
He's about to have his third operation. If it works, he might amount to something. But as you say, there won't be time.
How many more children have you concealed from us?
I have concealed none of them. If you mean how many have I simply not referred to you as potential commanders, the answer is all of them. Except the ones whose names you already have.
Let me be blunt. We hear rumors about a very young one.
They're all young.
We hear rumors about a child who makes the Wiggin boy look slow.
They all have their different strengths.
There are those who want you relieved of your command.
If I'm not to be allowed to select and train these kids properly, I'd prefer to be relieved, sir. Consider this a request.
So it was a stupid threat. Advance them all as quickly as you can. Just keep in mind that they need a certain amount of time in command school, too. It does us no good to give them all your training if they don't have time to get ours.
Dymac met Graf in the Battle Room Control Center. Graf conducted all his secure meetings here until they could be sure Bean had grown enough that he couldn't get through the ducts. The battle rooms had their own separate air systems. Graf had an essay on his desk display. Have you read this? Problems in campaigning between solar systems separated by light years. It's been circulating pretty widely among the faculty. But it isn't signed, said Graf. You don't happen to know who wrote it, do you? No, sir. Did you write it? I'm no scholar, Dymac, you know that. In fact, this was written by a student. At command school? A student here. At that moment, Dymac understood why he had been called in. Bean, 6 years old. The paper reads like a work of scholarship. I should have guessed. He picks up the voice of the strategists he's been reading, or their translators, though I don't know what will happen now that he's been reading Frederick and Bülow in the original, French and German. He inhales languages and breathes them back out. What did you think of this paper? You already know it's killing me to keep key information from this boy. If he can write this with what he knows, what would happen if we told him everything? Colonel Graf, why can't we promote him right out of battle school, set him loose as a theorist, and then watch what he spits out? Our job isn't to find theorists here. It's too late for theory anyway. I just think, look, a kid so small, who'd follow him? He's being wasted here. But when he writes, nobody knows how little he is. Nobody knows how young he is. I see your point, but we're not going to breach security, period. Isn't he already a grave security risk? The mouse who scutters through the ducts? No, I think he's grown too big for that. He doesn't do those sidearm push-ups anymore. I thought the security risk came from the fact that he guessed that an offensive fleet had been launched generations ago, so why were we still training children for command? From analysis of his papers, from his activities when he signs on as a teacher, we think he's got a theory, and it's wonderfully wrong. But he believes his false theory only because he doesn't know about the Ansible. Do you understand? Because that's the main thing we'd have to tell him about, isn't it? Of course. So you see, that's the one thing we can't tell him. What is his theory? That we're assembling children here in preparation for a war between nations, or between nations and the IF, a landside war back on Earth. Why would we take the kids into space to prepare for a war on Earth? Think just a minute, and you'll get it. Because when we've licked the Formix, there probably will be a little landside conflict, and all the talented commanders, the IF would already have them. You see, we can't have this kid publishing, not even within the IF. Not everybody has given up loyalty to groups on Earth. So why did you call me in? Because I do want to use him. We aren't running the war here, but we are running a school. Did you read his paper about the ineffectiveness of using officers as teachers? Yes, I felt slapped. Well, this time he's mostly wrong because he has no way of knowing how non-traditional our recruitment of faculty has always been. But he may also be a little bit right, because our system of testing for officer potential was designed to produce candidates with the traits identified in the most highly regarded officers in the second invasion. Hi-ho, you see. Some of the highly regarded were officers who performed well in battle, but the war was too short to weed out the deadwood. The officers they tested included just the kind of people he criticized in his paper. So he had the wrong reason, but the right result. Absolutely. It gives us little pricks like Bonzo Madrid. You've known officers like him, haven't you? So why should we be surprised that our tests give him command of an army, even though he has no idea what to do with it? All the vanity and all the stupidity of Custer or Hooker or, hell, pick your own vain incompetent. It's the most common kind of general officer. May I quote you? I'll deny it. The thing is, Bean has been studying the dossiers of all the other students. We think he's evaluating them for loyalty to their native identity group and also for their excellence as commanders. By his standards of excellence. We need to get Ender the command of an army. We're under a lot of pressure to get our leading candidates into command school. But if we bust one of the current commanders in order to make a place for Ender, it'll cause too much resentment. So you have to give him a new army. Dragon. There are still kids here who remember the last Dragon army. Right. I like that. The Jinx. I see. You want to give Ender a running start. It gets worse. I thought it would. We also aren't going to give him any soldiers that aren't already on their commander's transfer list. The dregs? What are you doing to this kid? If we choose them by our ordinary standards, then yes, the dregs. But we aren't going to choose Ender's army. Bean? Our tests are worthless on this, right? Some of those dregs are the very best students, according to Bean, right? And he's been studying the launchies. So give him an assignment. Tell him to solve a hypothetical problem. Construct an army only out of launchies. Maybe the soldiers on the transfer lists, too. I don't think there's any way to do that without telling him that we're onto his fake teacher login. So tell him. Then he won't believe anything he found while searching. "He didn't find anything," said Graff. "We didn't have to plant anything fake for him to find because he had his false theory. See? So whether he thinks we planted stuff or not, he'll stay deceived, and we're still secure." "You seem to be counting on your understanding of his psychology." "Sister Carlotta assures me that he differs from ordinary human DNA in only one small area." "So now he's human again?" "I've got to make decisions based on something, Dymac." "So the jury's still out on the human thing?" "Get me a roster of the hypothetical army Bean would pick, so we can give it to Ender." "He'll put himself in it, you know." "He damn well better, or he's not as smart as we've been thinking." "What about Ender? Is he ready?" "Anderson thinks he is." Graff sighed. To Bean, it's still just a game because none of the weight has fallen on him yet. But Ender, I think he knows deep down where this is going to lead. I think he feels it already. "Sir, just because you're feeling the weight doesn't mean he is." Graff laughed. "You cut straight to the heart of things, don't you?" "Bean's hungry for it, sir. If Ender isn't, then why not put the burden where it's wanted?" "If Bean's hungry for it, it proves he's still too young. Besides, the hungry ones always have something to prove. Look at Napoleon. Look at Hitler. Bold at first, yes, but then still bold later on when they need to be cautious to pull back. Patton, Caesar, Alexander, always overreaching, never quite putting the finish on it. No, it's Ender, not Bean. Ender doesn't want to do it, so he won't have anything to prove." "Are you sure you're not just picking the kind of commander you'd want to serve under?" "That's precisely what I'm doing," said Graff. "Can you think of a better standard?" "The thing is, you can't pass the buck on this one, can you? Can't say how it was the tests, you just followed the tests, the scores, whatever." "Can't run this like a machine." "That's why you don't want Bean, isn't it? Because he was made like a machine." "I don't analyze myself. I analyze them." "So, if we win, who really won the war? The commander you picked, or you for picking him?" "The triumvirate for trusting me, after their fashion. But if we lose, well, then it's definitely you. We're all dead then. What will they do? Kill me first, or leave me till last so I can contemplate the consequences of my error?" "Ender, though, I mean, if he's the one, he won't say it's you. He'll take it all on himself. Not the credit for victory, just the blame for failure." "Win or lose, the kid I pick is going to have a brutal time of it."
Bean got his summons during lunch. He reported at once to Dymac's quarters. He found his teacher sitting at his desk, reading something. The light was set so that Bean couldn't read it through the dazzle. "Have a seat," said Dymac. Bean jumped up and sat on Dymac's bed, his legs dangling. "Let me read you something," said Dymac. "There are no fortifications, no magazines, no strong points. In the enemy solar system, there can be no living off the land, since access to habitable planets will be possible only after complete victory. Supply lines are not a problem, since there are none to protect, but the cost of that is that all supplies and ordnance must be carried with the invading fleet. In effect, all interstellar invasion fleets are suicide attacks, because time dilation means that even if a fleet returns intact, almost no one they knew will still be alive. They can never return, and so must be sure that their force is sufficient to be decisive and therefore is worth the sacrifice. Mixed-sex forces allow the possibility of the army becoming a permanent colony and/or occupying force on the captured enemy planet." Bean listened complacently. He had left it in his desk for them to find it, and they had done so. "You wrote this, Bean, but you never submitted it to anybody." "There was never an assignment that had fit." "You don't seem surprised that we found it." "I assume that you routinely scan our desks." just as you routinely scan ours. Bean felt his stomach twist with fear. They knew. Cute, naming your false login graph with a caret in front of it. Bean said nothing. You've been scanning all the other students' records. Why? I wanted to know them. I've only made friends with a few. Close friends with none. I'm little and I'm smarter than they are. Nobody's standing in line. So you use their records to tell you more about them. Why do you feel the need to understand them? Someday I'll be in command of one of these armies. Plenty of time to get to know your soldiers then. No, sir, said Bean. No time at all. Why do you say that? Because of the way I've been promoted. And Wiggin. We're the two best students in this school, and we're being raced through. I'm not going to have much time when I get an army. Bean, be realistic. It's going to be a long time before anybody's going to be willing to follow you into battle. Bean said nothing. He knew that this was false, even if Dymak didn't. Let's see just how good your analysis is. Let me give you an assignment. For which class? No class, Bean. I want you to create a hypothetical army. Working only with launchies, construct an entire roster, the full complement of 41 soldiers. No veterans? Bean meant the question neutrally, just checking to make sure he understood the rules. But Dymak seemed to take it as criticism of the unfairness of it. No, tell you what. You can include veterans who were posted for transfer at their commander's request. That'll give you some experienced ones. The ones the commander couldn't work with. Some really were losers, but some were the opposite. Fine, said Bean. How long do you think it will take you? Bean already had a dozen picked out. I can tell the list to you right now. I want you to think about it seriously. I already have, but you need to answer a couple of questions first. You said 41 soldiers, but that would include the commander. All right, 40, and leave the commander blank. I have another question. Am I to command the army? You can write it up that way if you want. But Dymak's very unconcern told Bean that the army was not for him. This army's for Wiggin, isn't it? Dymak glowered. It's hypothetical. Definitely Wiggin, said Bean. You can't boot somebody else out of command to make room for him, so you're giving Wiggin a whole new army. I bet it's Dragon. Dymak looked stricken, though he tried to cover it. Don't worry, said Bean. I'll give him the best army you can form, following those rules. I said this was hypothetical. You think I wouldn't figure it out when I found myself in Wiggin's army and everybody else in it was also on my roster? Nobody's said we're actually going to follow your roster. You will. Because I'll be right and you'll know it, said Bean. And I can promise you, it'll be a hell of an army. With Wiggin to train us, we'll kick ass. Just do the hypothetical assignment and talk to no one about it. Ever. That was dismissal, but Bean didn't want to be dismissed yet. They came to him. They were having him do their work. He wanted to have his say while they were still listening. The reason this army can be so good is that your system's been promoting a lot of the wrong kids. About half the best kids in this school are launchies or on the transfer lists, because they're the ones who haven't already been beaten into submission by the kiss-ass idiots you put in command of armies or toons. These misfits and little kids are the ones who can win. Wiggin will figure that out. He'll know how to use us. Bean, you're not as smart about everything as you think you are. Yes, I am, sir, said Bean, or you wouldn't have given this assignment to me. May I be dismissed? Or do you want me to tell you the roster now? Dismissed, said Dymak. I probably shouldn't have provoked him, thought Bean. Now it's possible that he'll fiddle with my roster just to prove he can. But that's not the kind of man he is. If I'm not right about that, then I'm not right about anybody else either. Besides, it felt good to speak the truth to someone in power. After working with the list a little while, Bean was just as glad that Dymac hadn't taken him up on his foolish offer to make up the roster on the spot. Because it wasn't just a matter of naming the 40 best soldiers among the launchies and the transfer lists. Wiggin was way early for command, and that would make it harder for older kids to take it, getting put into a kid's army. So he struck off the list all who were older than Wiggin. That left him with nearly 60 kids who were good enough to be in the army. Bean was ranking them in order of value when he realized that he was about to make another mistake. Quite a few of these kids were in the group of launchies and soldiers that practiced with Wiggin during free time. Wiggin would know these kids best, and naturally he'd look to them to be his toon leaders, the core of his army. The trouble was, while a couple of them would do fine as toon leaders, relying on that group would mean passing over several who weren't part of that group, including Bean. So he doesn't choose me to lead a toon. He isn't going to choose me anyway, right? I'm too little. He won't look at me and see a leader. Is this just about me, then? Am I corrupting this process just to get myself a chance to show what I can do? And if I am, what's wrong with that? I know what I can do, and no one else really gets it. The teachers think I'm a scholar. They know I'm smart. They trust my judgment, but they aren't making this army for me. They're making it for him. I still have to prove to them what I can do. And if I really am one of the best, it would be to the benefit of the program to have it revealed as quickly as possible. And then he thought, is this how idiots rationalize their stupidity to themselves? "Ho, Bean," said Nikolai. "Ho," said Bean. He passed a hand across his desk, blanking the display. "Tell me." "Nothing to tell. You looked grim." "Just doing an assignment." Nikolai laughed. "You never look that serious doing classwork. You just read for a while and then you type for a while. Like it was nothing. This is something. An extra assignment. A hard one, eh?" "Not very." "Sorry to break in. Just thought maybe something was wrong. Maybe a letter from home." They both laughed at that. Letters weren't that common here. Every few months at the most. And the letters were pretty empty when they came. Some never got mail at all. Bean was one of them, and Nikolai knew why. It wasn't a secret. He was just the only one who noticed and the only one who asked about it. "No family at all?" he had said. "Some kids' families, maybe I'm the lucky one," Bean answered him, and Nikolai agreed. "But not mine. I wish you had parents like mine." And then he went on about how he was an only child, but his parents really worked hard to get him. They did it with surgery, fertilized 5 or 6 eggs, then twinned the healthiest ones a few more times, and finally they picked me. I grew up like I was going to be king or the Dalai Lama or something. And then one day the IF says we need him. Hardest thing my parents ever did, saying yes. But I said, what if I'm the next Mazer-Akim? And they let me go. That was months ago, but it was still between them, that conversation. Kids didn't talk much about home. Nikolai didn't discuss his family with anybody else either, just with Bean. And in return, Bean told him a little about life on the street. Not a lot of details, because it would sound like he was asking for pity or trying to look cool. But he mentioned how they were organized into a family. Talked about how it was Polk's crew, and then it became Ashiel's family, and how they got into a charity kitchen. Then Bean waited to see how much of this story started circulating. None of it did. Nikolai never said a word about it to anyone else. That was when Bean was sure that Nikolai was worth having as a friend. He could keep things to himself without even having to be asked to do it. And now here Bean was, making up the roster for this great army, and here sat Nikolai asking him what he was doing. Dymac had said to tell no one, but Nikolai could keep a secret. What harm could it do? Then Bean recovered his senses. Knowing about this wouldn't help Nikolai in any way. Either he'd be in Dragon Army or he wouldn't. If he wasn't, he'd know Bean hadn't put him there. If he was, it would be worse, because he'd wonder if Bean had included him in the roster out of friendship instead of excellence. Besides, Nikolai shouldn't be in Dragon Army. Bean liked him and trusted him, but Nikolai was not among the best of the launchies. He was smart, he was quick, he was good, but he was nothing special. Except to me, thought Bean. It was a letter from your parents, said Bean. They've stopped writing to you. They like me better. Yeah, and the Vatican is moving to Mecca, and I'm going to be made Polemarch. No jeito, said Nikolai. You too tall, bicho. Nikolai picked up his desk. I can't help you with your classwork tonight, Bean, so please don't beg me. He lay back on his bed, started into the fantasy game. Bean lay back too. He woke up his display and began wrestling with the names again. If he eliminated every one of the kids who'd been practicing with Wiggin, how many of the good ones would it leave? 15 veterans from the transfer lists, 22 launchies, including Bean. Why hadn't these launchies taken part in Wiggin's free time practices? The veterans, they were already in trouble with their commanders. They weren't about to antagonize them anymore, so it made sense for them not to have taken part. But these launchies, weren't they ambitious? Or were they bookish, trying to do it all through classwork instead of catching on that the battle room was everything? Bean couldn't fault them for that. It had taken him a while to catch on, too. Were they so confident of their own abilities they didn't think they needed the extra prep? Or so arrogant they didn't want anybody to think they owed their success to Ender Wiggin? Or so shy they... No. He couldn't possibly guess their motives. They were all too complex anyway. They were smart, with good evaluations. Good by Bean's standards, not necessarily by the teachers. That was all he needed to know. If he gave Wiggin an army without a single kid he'd worked with in practices, then all the army would start out equal in his eyes. Which meant Bean would have the same chance as any other kid to earn Wiggin's eye and maybe get command of a tune. If they couldn't compete with Bean for that position, then too damn bad for them. But that left him with 37 names on the roster. 3 more slots to fill. He went back and forth on a couple. Finally decided to include Crazy Tom, a veteran who held the unenviable record of being the most transferred soldier in the history of the game who wasn't actually iced and sent home. So far. The thing was, Crazy Tom really was good. Sharp mind. But he couldn't stand it when somebody above him was stupid and unfair. And when he got pissed, he really went off. Ranting, throwing things, tearing bedding off every bed in his barracks once, another time writing a message about what an idiot his commander was and mailing it to every other student in the school. A few actually got it before the teachers intercepted it, and they said it was the hottest thing they ever read. Crazy Tom. Could be disruptive. But maybe he was just waiting for the right commander. He was in. And a girl, Wu, which of course had become Woo and even Woo-hoo. Brilliant at her studies, absolutely a killer in the arcade games, but she refused to be a toon leader, and as soon as her commanders asked her, she put in for a transfer and refused to fight until they gave it to her. Weird. Bean had no idea why she did that. The teachers were baffled too. Nothing in her tests to show why. What the hell, thought Bean. She's in. Last slot. He typed in Nikolai's name. Am I doing him a favor? He's not bad. He's just a little slower than these kids, just a little gentler. It'll be hard for him. And if he's left out of it, he won't mind. He'll just do his best with whatever army he gets sent to eventually. And yet, Dragon Army is going to be a legend. Not just here in battle school, either. These kids are going to go on to be leaders in the IF. Or somewhere, anyway. And they'll tell stories about when they were in Dragon Army with the great Ender Wiggin. And if I include Nikolai, then even if he isn't the best of the soldiers, even if he's in fact the slowest, he'll still be in. He'll still be able to tell those stories someday. And he's not bad. He won't embarrass himself. He won't bring down the army. He'll do okay. So why not? And I want him with me. He's the only one I've ever talked to about personal things. The only one who knows the name of Poke. I want him. And there's a slot on the roster. Bean went down the list one more time. Then he alphabetized it and mailed it to Dymac. The next morning, Bean, Nikolai, and 3 other kids in their launch group had their assignment to drag an army. Months before, they should have been promoted to soldiers. The unchosen kids were envious, hurt, furious by turn, especially when they realized Bean was one of the chosen. Do they make uniform flash suits that size? It was a good question, and the answer was no, they didn't. The colors of Dragon Army were gray, orange, gray. Because soldiers were usually a lot older than Bean when they came in, they had to cut a flash suit down for Bean, and they didn't do it all that well. Flash suits weren't manufactured in space, and nobody had the tools to do a first-rate job of alteration. When they finally got it to fit him, Bean wore his flash suit to the Dragon Army barracks. Because it had taken him so long to be fitted, he was the last to arrive. Wiggin arrived at the door just as Bean was entering. "Go ahead," said Wiggin. It was the first time Wiggin had ever spoken to him. For all Bean knew, the first time Wiggin had even noticed him. So thoroughly had Bean concealed his fascination with Wiggin that he had made himself effectively invisible. Wiggin followed him into the room. Bean started down the corridor between the bunks, heading for the back of the room where the younger soldiers always had to sleep. He glanced at the other kids, who were all looking at him as he passed with a mixture of horror and amusement. They were in an army so lame that this little tiny kid was part of it? Behind him, Wiggin was starting his first speech. Voice confident, loud enough, but not shouting, not nervous. "I'm Ender Wiggin. I'm your commander. Bunking will be arranged by seniority." Some of the launchies groaned. Veterans to the back of the room, newest soldiers to the front. The groaning stopped. That was the opposite of the way things were usually arranged. Wiggin was already shaking things up. Whenever he came into the barracks, the kids closest to him would be the new ones. Instead of getting lost in the shuffle, they'd always have his attention. Bean turned around and headed back to the front of the room. He was still the youngest kid in Battle School, but 5 of the soldiers were from more recently arrived launch groups, so they got the positions nearest the door. Bean got an upper bunk directly across from Nikolai, who had the same seniority, being from the same launch group. Bean clambered up onto his bed, hampered by his flash suit, and put his palm beside the locker. Nothing happened. "Those of you who are in an army for the first time," said Wiggin, "just pull the locker open by hand. No locks. Nothing private here." Laboriously, Bean pulled off his flash suit to stow it in his locker. Wiggin walked along between the bunks, making sure that seniority was respected. Then he jogged to the front of the room. "All right, everybody. Put on your flash suits and come to practice." Bean looked at him in complete exasperation. Wiggin had been looking right at him when he started taking off his flash suit. Why didn't he suggest that Bean not take the damn thing off? "We're on the morning schedule," Wiggin continued. "Straight to practice after breakfast. Officially, you have a free hour between breakfast and practice. We'll see what happens after I find out how good you are." Truth was, Bean felt like an idiot. Of course Wiggin would head for practice immediately. He shouldn't have needed a warning not to take the suit off. He should have known. He tossed his suit pieces onto the floor and slid down the frame of the bunk. A lot of the other kids were talking, flipping clothes at each other, playing with their weapons. Bean tried to put on the cut-down suit, but couldn't figure out some of the jury-rigged fastenings. He had to take off several pieces and examine them to see how they fit, and finally gave up, took it all off, and started assembling it on the floor. Wiggin, unconcerned, glanced at his watch. Apparently, 3 minutes was his deadline. "All right, everybody out, now! On your way!" "But I'm naked," said one boy. Anwar, from Ecuador, child of Egyptian immigrants. His dossier ran through Bean's mind. "Dress faster next time," said Wiggin. Bean was naked, too. Furthermore, Wiggin was standing right there, watching him struggle with his suit. He could have helped. He could have waited. What am I getting myself in for? 3 minutes from first call to running out the door. That's the rule this week, said Wiggin. Next week the rule is 2 minutes. Move. Out in the corridor, kids who were in the midst of free time or were heading for class stopped to watch the parade of the unfamiliar uniforms of Dragon Army, and to mock the ones that were even more unusual. One thing for sure, Bean was going to have to practice getting dressed in his cut-down suit if he was going to avoid running naked through the corridors. And if Wiggin didn't make any exceptions for him the first day, when he only just got his non-regulation flash suit, Bean certainly was not going to ask for special favors. I chose to put myself in this army, Bean reminded himself as he jogged along, trying to keep pieces of his flash suit from spilling out of his arms.
Part 4. Soldier. Chapter 13. Dragon Army.
I need access to Bean's genetic information, said Sister Carlotta.
That's not for you, said Graf.
And here I thought my clearance level would open any door.
We invented a special new category of security, called Not for Sister Carlotta. We don't want you sharing Bean's genetic information with anyone else. And you were already planning on putting it in other hands, weren't you?
Only to perform a test. So, you'll have to perform it for me. I want a comparison between Bean's DNA and Volescu's.
I thought you told me Volescu was the source of the cloned DNA.
I've been thinking about it since I told you that, Colonel Graf, and you know what? Bean doesn't look anything like Volescu. I couldn't see how he could possibly grow up to be like him, either.
Maybe the difference in growth patterns makes him look different, too.
Maybe. But it's also possible Volescu is lying. He's a vain man.
Lying about everything?
Lying about anything. About paternity, quite possibly. And if he's lying about that...
Then maybe Bean's prognosis isn't so bleak. Don't you think we've already checked with our genetics people? Volescu wasn't lying about that anyway. Anton's key will probably behave just the way he described.
Please, run the test and tell me the results.
Because you don't want Bean to be Volescu's son.
I don't want Bean to be Volescu's twin, and neither, I think, do you.
Good point. Though I must tell you, the boy does have a vain streak.
When you're as gifted as Bean, accurate self-assessment looks like vanity to other people.
Yeah, but he doesn't have to rub it in, does he?
Uh-oh. Has someone's ego been hurt?
Not mine. Yet. But one of his teachers is feeling a little bruised.
I notice you aren't telling me I faked his scores anymore.
Yes, Sister Carlotta, you were right all along. He deserves to be here, and so does... Well, let's just say you hit the jackpot after all those years of searching.
It's humanity's jackpot.
I said he was worth bringing up here, not that he was the one who'll lead us to victory. The wheel's still spinning on that one. And my money's on another number.
Going up the ladderways while holding a flash suit wasn't practical, so Wiggin made the ones who were dressed run up and down the corridor, working up a sweat while Bean and the other naked or partially dressed kids got their suits on. Nikolai helped Bean get his suit fastened. It humiliated Bean to need help, but it would have been worse to be the last one finished. The pesky little teeny brat who slows everyone down. With Nikolai's help, he was not the last one done. Thanks. No ojike. Moments later, they were streaming up the ladders to the battle room level. Wiggin took them all the way to the upper door, the one that opened out into the middle of the battle room wall, the one used for entering when it was an actual battle. There were handholds on the sides, the ceiling, and the floor, so students could swing out and hurl themselves into the null-G environment. The story was that gravity was lower in the battle room because it was closer to the center of the station, but Bean had already realized that was bogus. There would still be some centrifugal force at the doors and a pronounced Coriolis effect. Instead, the battle rooms were completely null. To Bean, that meant that the IF had a device that would either block gravitation or, more likely, produce false gravity that was perfectly balanced to counter Coriolis and centrifugal forces in the battle room, starting exactly at the door. It was a stunning technology, and it was never discussed inside the IF, at least not in the literature available to students in battle school, and completely unknown outside. Wiggin assembled them in 4 files along the corridor and ordered them to jump up and use the ceiling handholds to fling their bodies into the room. Assemble on the far wall, as if you were going for the enemy's gate. To the veterans, that meant something. To the launchies, who had never been in a battle and had never, for that matter, entered through the upper door, it meant nothing at all. Run up and go 4 at a time when I open the gate, 1 group per second. Wiggin walked to the back of the group, and using his hook, a controller strapped to the inside of his wrist and curved to conform to his left hand, he made the door, which had seemed quite solid, disappear. Go! The first 4 kids started running for the gate. Go! The next group began to run before the first had even reached it. There would be no hesitation or somebody would crash into you from behind. Go! The first group grabbed and swung with varying degrees of clumsiness and heading out in various directions. Go! Later groups learned, or tried to, from the awkwardness of the earlier ones. Go! Bean was at the end of the line, in the last group. Wiggin laid a hand on his shoulder. You can use a side handhold if you want. Right, thought Bean. Now you decide to baby me. Not because my Meshuggah flash suit didn't fit together right, but just because I'm short. Go suck on it, said Bean. Go! Bean kept pace with the other 3, though it meant pumping his legs half again as fast, and when he got near the gate he took a flying leap, tapped the ceiling handhold with his fingers as he passed, and sailed out into the room with no control at all, spinning in 3 nauseating directions at once. But he didn't expect himself to do any better, and instead of fighting the spin, he calmed himself and did his anti-nausea routine, relaxing himself until he neared a wall and had to prepare for impact. He didn't land near one of the recessed handholds and wasn't facing the right way to grab anything, even if he had. So he rebounded, but this time was a little more stable as he flew, and he ended up on the ceiling very near the back wall. It took him less time than some to make his way down to where the others were assembling, lined up along the floor under the middle gate on the back wall. The enemy gate. Wiggin sailed calmly through the air. Because he had a hook, during practice he could maneuver in mid-air in ways that soldiers couldn't. During battle, though, the hook would be useless, so commanders had to make sure they didn't become dependent on the hook's added control. Bean noted approvingly that Wiggin seemed not to use the hook at all. He sailed in sideways, snagged a handhold on the floor about 10 paces out from the back wall, and hung in the air. Upside down. Fixing his gaze on one of them, Wiggin demanded, "Why are you upside down, soldier?" Immediately, some of the other soldiers started to turn themselves upside down like Wiggin. "Attention!" Wiggin barked. All movement stopped. "I said, why are you upside down?" Bean was surprised that the soldier didn't answer. Had he forgotten what the teacher did in the shuttle on the way here? The deliberate disorientation? Or was that something that only Dymac did? I said, why does every one of you have his feet in the air and his head toward the ground? Wiggin didn't look at Bean in particular, and this was one question Bean didn't want to answer. There was no assurance of which particular correct answer Wiggin was looking for, so why open his mouth just to get shut down? It was a kid named Shane, short for Seamus, who finally spoke up. Sir, this is the direction we were in coming out of the door. Good job, thought Bean. Better than some lame argument that there was no up or down in Null G. Well, what difference is that supposed to make? What difference does it make what the gravity was back in the corridor? Are we going to fight in the corridor? Is there any gravity here? No, sir, they all murmured. From now on, you forget about gravity before you go through that door. The old gravity is gone, erased. Understand me? Whatever your gravity is, when you get to the door, remember, the enemy's gate is down. Your feet are toward the enemy gate. Up is toward your own gate. North is that way. He pointed toward what had been the ceiling. South is that way. East is that way. West is... What way? They pointed. That's what I expected, said Wiggin. The only process you've mastered is the process of elimination, and the only reason you've mastered that is because you can do it in the toilet. Bean watched, amused. So Wiggin subscribed to the "you're so stupid you need me to wipe your butts" school of basic training. Well, maybe that was necessary. One of the rituals of training. Boring till it was over, but commander's choice. Wiggin glanced at Bean, but his eyes kept moving. What was the circus I saw out here? Did you call that forming up? Did you call that flying? Now everybody launch and form up on the ceiling. Right now. Move! Bean knew what the trap was and launched for the wall they had just entered through before Wiggin had even finished talking. Most of the others also got what the test was, but a fair number of them launched the wrong way. Toward the direction Wiggin had called north instead of the direction he had identified as up. This time Bean happened to arrive near a handhold, and he caught it with surprising ease. He had done it before in his launch group's battle room practices, but he was small enough that, unlike the others, it was quite possible for him to land in a place that had no handhold within reach. Short arms were a definite drawback in the battle room. On short bounds, he could aim at a handhold and get there with some accuracy. On a cross-room jump, there was little hope of that. So it felt good that this time, at least, he didn't look like an oaf. In fact, having launched first, he arrived first. Bean turned around and watched as the ones who had blown it made the long, embarrassing second leap to join the rest of the army. He was a little surprised at who some of the bozos were. Inattention can make clowns of us all, he thought. Wiggin was watching him again, and this time it was no passing glance. You, Wiggin pointed at him. Which way is down? Didn't we just cover this? Toward the enemy door. Name, kid? Come on. Wiggin really didn't know who the short kid with the highest scores in the whole damn school was? Well, if we're playing mean sergeant and hapless recruit, I'd better follow the script. This soldier's name is Bean, sir. Get that for size or for brains? Some of the other soldiers laughed, but not many of them. They knew Bean's reputation. To them, it was no longer funny that he was so small. It was just embarrassing that a kid that small could make perfect scores on tests that had questions they didn't even understand. Well, Bean, you're right onto things. Wiggin now included the whole group as he launched into a lecture on how coming through the door feet first made you a much smaller target for the enemy to shoot at. Harder for him to hit you and freeze you. Now, what happens when you're frozen? Can't move, somebody said. That's what frozen means, said Wiggin. But what happens to you? Wiggin wasn't phrasing his question very clearly, in Bean's opinion, and there was no use in prolonging the agony while the others figured it out. So Bean spoke up. You keep going in the direction you started in. at the speed you were going when you were flashed. That's true, said Wiggin. You 5, there on the end. Move! He pointed at 5 soldiers, who spent long enough looking at each other to make sure which 5 he meant that Wiggin had time to flash them all, freezing them in place. During practice, it took a few minutes for a freeze to wear off, unless the commander used his hook to unfreeze them earlier. The next 5, move! 7 kids moved at once. No time to count. Wiggin flashed them as quickly as he flashed the others, but because they had already launched, they kept moving at a good clip toward the walls they had headed for. The first 5 were hovering in the air near where they had been frozen. Look at these so-called soldiers. Their commander ordered them to move, and now look at them. Not only are they frozen, they're frozen right here, where they can get in the way. While the others, because they moved when they were ordered, are frozen down there, plugging up the enemy's lanes, blocking the enemy's vision. I imagine that about 5 of you have understood the point of this. We all understand it, Wiggin. It's not like they bring stupid people up here to battle school. It's not like I didn't pick you the best available army. And no doubt Bean is one of them. Right, Bean? Bean could hardly believe that Wiggin was singling him out again. Just because I'm little, he's using me to embarrass the others. The little guy knows the answers, so why don't you big boys? But then Wiggin doesn't realize yet. He thinks he has an army of incompetent launchies and rejects. He hasn't had a chance to see that he actually has a select group. So he thinks of me as the most ludicrous of a sad lot. He's found out I'm not an idiot, but he still assumes the others are. Wiggin was still looking at him. Oh, yeah, he had asked a question. Right, sir, said Bean. Then what is the point? Spit back to him exactly what he just said to us. When you were ordered to move, move fast, so if you get iced, you'll bounce around instead of getting in the way of your own army's operations. Excellent. At least I have one soldier who can figure things out. Bean was disgusted. This was the commander who was supposed to turn Dragon into a legendary army? Wiggin was supposed to be the alpha and omega of the battle school, and he's playing the game of singling me out to be the goat. Wiggin didn't even find out our scores, didn't discuss his soldiers with the teachers. If he did, he'd already know that I'm the smartest kid in the school. The others all know it. That's why they're looking at each other in embarrassment. Wiggin is revealing his own ignorance. Bean saw how Wiggin seemed to be registering the distaste of his own soldiers. It was just an eye blink, but maybe Wiggin finally got it that his make-fun-of-the-shrimp ploy was backfiring. Because he finally got on with the business of training. He taught them how to kneel in midair, even flashing their own legs to lock them in place, and then fire between their knees as they moved downward toward the enemy, so that their legs became a shield, absorbing fire and allowing them to shoot for longer periods of time out in the open. A good tactic, and Bean finally began to get some idea of why Wiggin might not be a disastrous commander after all. He could sense the others giving respect to their new commander at last. When they'd got the point, Wiggin thawed himself and all the soldiers he had frozen in the demonstration. Now, he said, which way is the enemy's gate? Down, they all answered. And what is our attack position? Oh, right, thought Bean, like we can all give an explanation in unison. The only way to answer was to demonstrate. So Bean flipped himself away from the wall, heading for the other side, firing between his knees as he went. He didn't do it perfectly. There was a little rotation as he went, but all in all he did okay for his first actual attempt at the maneuver. Above him he heard Wiggin shout at the others, "Is Bean the only one who knows how?" By the time Bean had caught himself on the far wall, the whole rest of the army was coming after him, shouting as if they were on the attack. Only Wiggin remained at the ceiling. Bean noticed with amusement that Wiggin was standing there oriented the same way he had been in the corridor. His head north, the old up. He might have the theory down pat, but in practice it's hard to shake off the old gravity-based thinking. Bean had made it a point to orient himself sideways, his head to the west. and the soldiers near him did the same, taking their orientation from him. If Wiggin noticed, he gave no sign. "Now come back at me, all of you. Attack me." Immediately his flash suit lighted up with 40 weapons firing at him as his entire army converged on him, firing all the way. "Ouch," said Wiggin when they arrived. "You got me." Most of them laughed. "Now what are your legs good for in combat?" "Nothing," said some boys. "Bean doesn't think so," said Wiggin. "So he isn't going to let up on me even now. Well, what does he want to hear?" Somebody else muttered shields, but Wiggin didn't key in on that, so he must have something else in mind. "They're the best way to push off walls," Bean guessed. "Right," said Wiggin. "Come on. Pushing off is movement, not combat," said Crazy Tom. A few others murmured their agreement. "Oh, good. Now it starts," thought Bean. Crazy Tom picks a meaningless quarrel with his commander who gets pissed off at him and... But Wiggin didn't take umbrage at Crazy Tom's correction. He just corrected him back mildly. There is no combat without movement. Now, with your legs frozen like this, can you push off walls? Bean had no idea. Neither did anyone else. "Bean?" asked Wiggin. "Of course." "I've never tried it," said Bean. "But maybe if you faced the wall and doubled over at the waist..." "Right, but wrong. Watch me. My back's to the wall, legs are frozen. Since I'm kneeling, my feet are against the wall. Usually when you push off, you have to push downward, so you string out your body behind you like a string bean, right?" The group laughed. For the first time, Bean realized that maybe Wiggin wasn't being stupid to get the whole group laughing at the little guy. Maybe Wiggin knew perfectly well that Bean was the smartest kid, and had singled him out like this because he could tap into all the resentment the others felt for him. This whole session was guaranteeing that the other kids would all think it was okay to laugh at Bean, to despise him even though he was smart. Great system, Wiggin. Destroy the effectiveness of your best soldier. Make sure he gets no respect. However, it was more important to learn what Wiggin was teaching than to feel sullen about the way he was teaching it. So Bean watched intently as Wiggin demonstrated a frozen leg takeoff from the wall. He noticed that Wiggin gave himself a deliberate spin. It would make it harder for him to shoot as he flew, but it would also make it very hard for a distant enemy to focus enough light on any part of him for long enough to get a kill. I may be pissed off, but that doesn't mean I can't learn. It was a long and grueling practice, drilling over and over again on new skills. Bean saw that Wiggin wasn't willing to let them learn each technique separately. They had to do them all at once, integrating them into smooth, continuous movements. Like dancing, Bean thought. You don't learn to shoot and then learn to launch and then learn to do a controlled spin. You learn to launch, shoot, spin. At the end, all of them dripping with sweat, exhausted, and flushed with the excitement of having learned stuff that they'd never heard of other soldiers doing, Wiggin assembled them at the lower door and announced that they'd have another practice during free time. And don't tell me that free time is supposed to be free. I know that, and you're perfectly free to do what you want. I'm inviting you to come to an extra, voluntary practice. They laughed. This group consisted entirely of kids who had not chosen to do extra battle room practice with Wiggin before, and he was making sure they understood that he expected them to change their priorities now. But they didn't mind. After this morning, they knew that when Wiggin ran a practice, every second was effective. They couldn't afford to miss a practice or they'd fall significantly behind. Wiggin would get their free time. Even Crazy Tom wasn't arguing about it. But Bean knew that he had to change his relationship with Wiggin right now, or there was no chance that he would get a chance for leadership. What Wiggin had done to him in today's practice, feeding on the resentment of the other kids for this little pipsqueak, would make it even less plausible for Bean to be made a leader within the army. If the other kids despised him, who would follow him? So Bean waited for Wiggin in the corridor after the others had gone on ahead. "Ho, Bean," said Wiggin. "Ho, Ender," said Bean. Did Wiggin catch the sarcasm in the way Bean said his name? Was that why he paused a moment before answering? "Sir," said Wiggin softly. "Oh, cut out the merda. I've seen those vids. We all laugh at those vids." "I know what you're doing, Ender, sir, and I'm warning you." "Warning me?" "I can be the best man you've got, but don't play games with me." "Or what?" "Or I'll be the worst man you've got. One or the other." Not that Bean expected Wiggin to understand what he meant by that. How Bean could only be effective if he had Wiggin's trust and respect. How otherwise he'd just be the little kid, useful for nothing. Wiggin would probably take it to mean that Bean meant to cause trouble if Wiggin didn't use him. And maybe he did mean that, a little. "And what do you want?" asked Wiggin. "Love and kisses?" Say it flat out. Put it in his mind so plainly he can't pretend not to understand. "I want a tune." Wiggin walked close to Bean, looked down at him. To Bean, though, it was a good sign that Wiggin hadn't just laughed. "Why should you get a tune?" "Because I'd know what to do with it." Knowing what to do with a tune is easy. It's getting them to do it that's hard. Why should any soldier want to follow a little pinprick like you? Wiggin had got straight to the crux of the problem. But Bean didn't like the malicious way he said it. "They used to call you that, I hear. I hear Bonzo Madrid still does." Wiggin wasn't taking the bait. "I asked you a question, soldier." "I'll earn their respect, sir, if you don't stop me." To his surprise, Wiggin grinned. "I'm helping you." "Like hell." "Nobody would notice you except to feel sorry for the little kid. But I made sure they all noticed you today." "You should have done your research, Wiggin. You're the only one who didn't know already who I was." "They'll be watching every move you make," said Wiggin. "All you have to do to earn their respect now is be perfect. So I don't even get a chance to learn before I'm being judged. That's not how you bring along talent." Poor kid. Nobody's treating him fair. Wiggin's deliberate obtuseness infuriated Bean. "You're smarter than this, Wiggin." Seeing Bean's rage, Wiggin brought a hand forward and pushed him until his back rested firmly against the wall. "I'll tell you how to get a tune. Prove to me you know what you're doing as a soldier. Prove to me you know how to use other soldiers. And then prove to me that somebody's willing to follow you into battle. Then you'll get your tune. But not bloody well until." Bean ignored the hand pressing against him. It would take a lot more than that to intimidate him physically. "That's fair," he said. "If you actually work that way, I'll be a tune leader in a month." Now it was Wiggin's turn to be angry. He reached down, grabbed Bean by the front of his flash suit, and slid him up the wall so they stood there eye to eye. "When I say I work a certain way, Bean, then that's the way I work." Bean just grinned at him. In this low gravity, so high in the station, picking up little kids wasn't any big test of strength. And Wiggin was no bully. There was no serious threat here. Wiggin let go of him. Bean slid down the wall and landed gently on his feet, rebounded slightly, settled again. Wiggin walked to the pole and slid down. Bean had won this encounter by getting under Wiggin's skin. Besides, Wiggin knew he hadn't handled this situation very well. He wouldn't forget. In fact, it was Wiggin who had lost a little respect, and he knew it, and he'd be trying to earn it back. "Unlike you, Wiggin, I do give the other guy a chance to learn what he's doing before I insist on perfection. You screwed up with me today, but I'll give you a chance to do better tomorrow and the next day." But when Bean got to the pole and reached out to take hold, he realized his hands were trembling and his grip was too weak. He had to pause a moment, leaning on the pole till he had calmed enough. That face-to-face encounter with Wiggin, he hadn't won that. It might even have been a stupid thing to do. Wiggin had hurt him with those snide comments, that ridicule. Bean had been studying Wiggin as the subject of his private theology, and today he had found out that all this time Wiggin didn't even know Bean existed. Everybody compared Bean to Wiggin, but apparently Wiggin hadn't heard or didn't care. He had treated Bean like nothing. And after having worked so hard this past year to earn respect, he didn't find it easy to be nothing again. It brought back feelings he thought he left behind in Rotterdam. The sick fear of imminent death. Even though he knew that no one here would raise a hand against him, he still remembered being on the edge of dying when he first went up to Poke and put his life in her hands. Is that what I've done once again? By putting myself on this roster, I gave my future into this boy's hands. I counted on him seeing in me what I see. But of course he couldn't. I have to give him time. If there was time. For the teachers were moving quickly now, and Bean might not have a year in this army to prove himself to Wiggin.
Chapter 14. Brothers.
You have results for me?
Interesting ones. Volescu was lying. Somewhat.
I hope you're going to be more precise than that.
Bean's genetic alteration was not based on a clone of Volescu, but they are related. Volescu is definitely not Bean's father, but he is almost certainly Volescu's half-uncle or a double cousin. I hope Volescu has a half-brother or double first cousin, because such a man is the only possible father of the fertilized egg that Volescu altered.
You have a list of Volescu's relatives, I assume.
We didn't need any family at the trial, and Volescu's mother was not married. He uses her name.
So Volescu's father had another child somewhere, only you don't even know his name. I thought you knew everything.
We know everything that we knew was worth knowing. That's a crucial distinction. We simply haven't looked for Volescu's father. He's not guilty of anything important. We can't investigate everybody.
Another matter. Since you know everything that you know is worth knowing, perhaps you can tell me why a certain crippled boy has been removed from the school where I placed him.
Oh, him. When you suddenly stopped touting him, we got suspicious, so we checked him out, tested him. He's no Bean, but he definitely belongs here.
And it never crossed your mind that I had good reason for keeping him out of battle school?
We assumed that you thought that we might choose Ashiel over Bean, who was, after all, far too young, so you offered only your favorite.
You assumed. I've been dealing with you as if you were intelligent, and you've been dealing with me as if I were an idiot. Now I see it should have been the exact reverse.
I didn't know Christians got so angry.
Is Ashiel already in battle school?
He's still recovering from his 4th surgery. We have to fix the leg on Earth.
Let me give you a word of advice. Do not put him in battle school while Bean is still there.
Bean is only 6. He's still too young to enter battle school, let alone graduate.
If you put Ashiel in, take Bean out. Period.
Why?
If you're too stupid to believe me after all my other judgments turned out to be correct, why should I give you the ammunition to let you second-guess me? Let me just say that putting them in school together is a probable death sentence for one of them.
Which one?
That rather depends on which one sees the other first.
Ashiel says he owes everything to Bean. He loves Bean.
Then by all means believe him and not me. But don't send the body of the loser back to me to deal with. You bury your own mistakes.
That sounds pretty heartless.
I'm not going to weep over the grave of either boy. I tried to save both their lives. You apparently seem determined to let them find out which is fittest in the best Darwinian fashion.
Calm down, Sister Carlotta. We'll consider what you've told us. We won't be foolish.
You've already been foolish. I have no high expectations for you now.
As days became weeks, the shape of Wiggin's army began to unfold, and Bean was filled with both hope and despair. Hope because Wiggin was setting up an army that was almost infinitely adaptable. Despair because he was doing it without any reliance on Bean. After only a few practices, Wiggin had chosen his toon leaders, every one of them a veteran from the transfer lists. In fact, every veteran was either a toon leader or a second. Not only that, instead of the normal organization, 4 toons of 10 soldiers each, he had created 5 toons of 8, and then made them practice a lot in half toons of 4 men each, one commanded by the toon leader, the other by the second. No one had ever fragmented an army like that before. And it wasn't just an illusion. Wiggin worked hard to make sure the toon leaders and seconds had plenty of leeway. He'd tell them their objective and let the leader decide how to achieve it. Or he'd group 3 toons together under the operational command of one of the toon leaders to handle one operation, while Wiggin himself commanded the smaller remaining force. It was an extraordinary amount of delegation. Some of the soldiers were critical at first. As they were milling around near the entrance to the barracks, the veterans talked about how they'd practiced that day, in 10 groups of 4. "Everybody knows it's loser strategy to divide your army," said Fly Mola, who commanded A Toon. Bean was a little disgusted that the soldier with the highest rank after Wiggin would say something disparaging about his commander's strategy. Sure, Fly was learning too, but there's such a thing as insubordination. "He hasn't divided the army," said Bean. "He's just organized it. And there's no such thing as a rule of strategy that you can't break. The idea is to have your army concentrated at the decisive point, not to keep it huddled together all the time." Fly glared at Bean. "Just 'cause you little guys can hear us doesn't mean you understand what we're talking about. If you don't want to believe me, think what you want. My talking isn't going to make you stupider than you already are." Fly came at him, grabbing him by the arm and dragging him to the edge of his bunk. At once, Nikolai launched himself from the bunk opposite and landed on Fly's back, bumping his head into the front of Bean's bunk. In moments, the other toon leaders had pulled Fly and Nikolai apart. A ludicrous fight, anyway, since Nikolai wasn't that much bigger than Bean. "Forget it, Fly," said Hot Soup, Han Su, leader of D-Toon. "Nikolai thinks he's Bean's big brother." "What's the kid doing mouthing off to a toon leader?" demanded Fly. "You were being insubordinate toward our commander," said Bean. "And you were also completely wrong. By your view, Lee and Jackson were idiots at Chancellorsville." "He keeps doing it." "Are you so stupid you can't recognize the truth just because the person telling it to you is short?" All of Bean's frustration at not being one of the officers was spilling out. He knew it, but he didn't feel like controlling it. They needed to hear the truth. And Wiggin needed to have the support when he was being taken down behind his back. Nikolai was standing on the lower bunk, so he was as close to Bean as possible, affirming the bond between them. "Come on, Fly," said Nikolai. "This is Bean, remember?" And to Bean's surprise, that silenced Fly. Until this moment, Bean had not realized the power that his reputation had. He might be just a regular soldier in Dragon Army, but he was still the finest student of strategy and military history in the school, and apparently everybody, or at least everybody but Wiggin, knew it. "I should have spoken with more respect," said Bean. "Damn right," said Fly. "But so should you." Fly lunged against the grip of the boys holding him. "Talking about Wiggin," said Bean, "you spoke without respect. Everybody knows it's loser strategy to divide your army." He got Fly's intonation almost exactly right. Several kids laughed. And grudgingly, so did Fly. "Okay, right," said Fly. "I was out of line." He turned to Nikolai. "But I'm still an officer." "Not when you're dragging a little kid off his bunk, you're not," said Nikolai. "You're a bully when you do that." Fly blinked. Wisely, no one said a thing until Fly had decided how he was going to respond. "You're right, Nikolai. To defend your friend against a bully." He looked from Nikolai to Bean and back again. "Pusha, you guys even look like brothers." He walked past them, heading for his bunk. The other toon leaders followed him. Crisis over. Nikolai looked at Bean then. "I was never as squished up and ugly as you," he said. "And if I'm going to grow up to look like you, I'm going to kill myself now," said Bean. Do you have to talk to really big guys like that? I didn't expect you to attack him like a one-man swarm of bees. I guess I wanted to jump on somebody, said Nikolai. You? Mr. Nice Guy? I don't feel so nice lately. He climbed up on the bunk beside Bean so they could talk more softly. I'm out of my depth here, Bean. I don't belong in this army. What do you mean? I wasn't ready to get promoted. I'm just average. Maybe not that good. And even though this army wasn't a bunch of heroes in the standings, these guys are good. Everybody learns faster than me. Everybody gets it, and I'm still standing there thinking about it. So you work harder. I am working harder. You just get it right away, everything. You see it all. And it's not that I'm stupid. I always get it too, just a step behind. Sorry, said Bean. What are you sorry about? It's not your fault. Yes, it is, Nikolai. Come on. You telling me you wish you weren't part of Ender Wiggins' army? Nikolai laughed a little. He's really something, isn't he? You'll do your part. You're a good soldier. You'll see. When we get into the battles, you'll do as well as anybody. Probably. They can always freeze me and throw me around. The big lumpy projectile weapon. You're not so lumpy. Everybody's lumpy compared to you. I've watched you. You give away half your food. They feed me too much. I've got to study. Nikolai jumped across to his bunk. Bean felt bad sometimes about having put Nikolai in this situation. But when they started winning, a lot of kids outside of Dragon Army would be wishing they could trade places with him. In fact, it was kind of surprising Nikolai realized he wasn't as qualified as the others. After all, the differences weren't that pronounced. Probably there were a lot of kids who felt just like Nikolai. But Bean hadn't really reassured him. In fact, he had probably reaffirmed Nikolai's feelings of inferiority. What a sensitive friend I am.
There was no point in interviewing Valescu again, not after getting such lies from him the first time. All that talk of copies and him the original. There was no mitigation now. He was a murderer, a servant of the father of lies. He would do nothing to help Sister Carlotta. And the need to find out what might be expected of the one child who evaded Valescu's little holocaust was too great to rely again on the word of such a man. Besides, Valescu had made contact with his half-brother or double cousin. How else could he have obtained a fertilized egg containing his DNA? So Sister Carlotta should be able either to follow Valescu's trail or duplicate his research. She learned quickly that Valescu was the illegitimate child of a Romanian woman in Budapest. A little checking, and the judicious use of her security clearance, got her the name of the father, a Greek-born official in the League who had recently been promoted to service on the Hegemon's staff. That might have been a roadblock, but Sister Carlotta did not need to speak to the grandfather. She only needed to know who he was in order to find out the names of his 3 legitimate children. The daughter was eliminated because the shared parent was a male, and in checking the 2 sons, she decided to go first to visit the married one. They lived on the island of Crete, where Julian ran a software company whose only client was the International Defense League. Obviously, this was not a coincidence, but nepotism was almost honorable compared to some of the outright graft and favor trading that was endemic in the League. In the long run, such corruption was basically harmless, since the international fleet had seized control of its own budget early on and never let the League touch it again. Thus, the Polomark and the Strategos had far more money at their disposal than the Hegemon, which made him, though first in title, weakest in actual power and independence of movement. And just because Julian Delficki owed his career to his father's political connections did not necessarily mean that his company's product was not adequate and that he himself was not an honest man, by the standards of honesty that prevailed in the world of business, anyway. Sister Carlotta found that she did not need her security clearance to get a meeting with Julian and his wife, Elena. She called, and she said she would like to see them on a matter concerning the IF, and they immediately opened their calendar to her. She arrived in Knossos and was immediately driven to their home on a bluff overlooking the Aegean. They looked nervous. Indeed, Elena was almost frantic, wringing a handkerchief. "Please," she said, after accepting their offer of fruit and cheese, "please tell me why you are so upset. There's nothing about my business that should alarm you." The two of them glanced at each other, and Elena became flustered. "Then there's nothing wrong with our boy?" For a moment, Sister Carlotta wondered if they already knew about Bean. But how could they? "Your son? Then he's all right." Elena burst into tears of relief, and when her husband knelt beside her, she clung to him and sobbed. "You see, it was very hard for us to let him go into service," said Julian. "So when a religious person calls to tell us she needs to see us on business pertaining to the IF, we leapt to the conclusion." "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know you had a son in the military, or I would have been careful to assure you from the start that... But now I fear I am here under false pretenses. The matter I need to speak to you about is personal. So personal you may be reluctant to answer. Yet it is about a matter that is of some importance to the IF. Truthful answers cannot possibly expose you to any personal risk, I promise." Elena got control of herself. Julian seated himself again, and now they looked at Sister Carlotta almost with cheerfulness. "Oh, ask whatever you want," said Julian. "We're just happy that... whatever you want to ask." "We'll answer if we can," said Elena. "You say you have a son. This raises the possibility that... there is reason to wonder if you might not at some point have... Was your son conceived under circumstances that would have allowed a clone of his fertilized egg to be made?" "Oh, yes," said Elena. "That is no secret. A defect in one fallopian tube and an ectopic pregnancy in the other made it impossible for me to conceive in utero. We wanted a child, so they drew out several of my eggs, fertilized them with my husband's sperm, and then cloned the ones we chose. There were 4 that we cloned, 6 copies of each, 2 girls and 2 boys. So far we have implanted only the one. He was such a special boy, we did not want to dilute our attention. Now that his education is out of our hands, however, we have been thinking of bearing one of the girls. It's time." She reached over and took Julian's hand and smiled. He smiled back. Such a contrast to Valescu. Hard to believe there was any genetic material in common. "You said 6 copies of each of the 4 fertilized eggs," said Sister Carlotta. 6, including the original," said Julian. "That way we have the best chance of implanting each of the 4 and carrying them through a full pregnancy. A total of 24 fertilized eggs." "And only 1 of them was implanted?" "Yes, we were very fortunate. The first one worked perfectly, leaving 23. Yes, exactly." "Mr. Delficki, all 23 of those fertilized eggs remain in storage, waiting for implantation?" "Of course." Sister Carlotta thought for a moment. How recently have you checked?" "Just last week," said Julian, "as we began talking about having another child. The doctor assured us that nothing has happened to the eggs, and they can be implanted with only a few hours' notice." "But did the doctor actually check?" "I don't know," said Julian. Elena was starting to tense up a little. "What have you heard?" she asked. "Nothing," said Sister Carlotta. "What I am looking for is the source of a particular child's genetic material. I simply need to make sure that your fertilized eggs were not the source." "But of course they were not, except for our son." "Please don't be alarmed. But I would like to know the name of your doctor and the facility where the eggs are stored. And then I would be glad if you would call your doctor and have him go in person to the facility and insist upon seeing the eggs himself." "They can't be seen without a microscope," said Julian. "See that they have not been disturbed," said Sister Carlotta. They had both become hyper-alert again, especially since they had no idea what this was all about, nor could they be told. As soon as Julian gave her the name of the doctor and hospital, Sister Carlotta stepped onto the porch and, as she gazed at the sail-specked Aegean, she used her global and got herself put through to the IF headquarters in Athens. It would take several hours, perhaps, for either her call or Julian's to bring in the answer, so she and Julian and Elena made a heroic effort to appear unconcerned. They took her on a walking tour of their neighborhood, which offered views both ancient and modern, and of nature, verdant, desert, and marine. The dry air was refreshing as long as the breeze from the sea did not lag, and Sister Carlotta enjoyed hearing Julian talk about his company and Elena talk about her work as a teacher. All thought of their having risen in the world through government corruption faded, as she realized that, however he got his contract, Julian was a serious, dedicated creator of software, while Elena was a fervent teacher who treated her profession as a crusade. "I knew as soon as I started teaching our son how remarkable he was," Elena told her. "But it wasn't until his pre-tests for school placement that we first learned that his gifts were particularly suited for the IF." Alarm bells went off. Sister Carlotta had assumed that their son was an adult. After all, they were not a young couple. "How old is your son?" 8 years old now," said Julian. "They sent us a picture. Quite a little man in his uniform. They don't let many letters come through." Their son was in battle school. They appeared to be in their 40s, but they might not have started to have a family until late, and then tried in vain for a while, going through a tubal pregnancy before finding out that Elena could no longer conceive. Their son was only a couple of years older than Bean. Which meant that Graf could compare Bean's genetic code with that of the Delphiki boy and find out if they were from the same cloned egg. There would be a control to compare what Bean was like with Anton's key turned as opposed to the other, whose genes were unaltered. Now that she thought about it, of course any true sibling of Bean's would have exactly the abilities that would bring the attention of the IF. Anton's key made a child into a savant in general. The particular mix of skills that the IF looked for were not affected. Bean would have had those skills no matter what. The alteration merely allowed him to bring a far sharper intelligence to bear on abilities he already had. If Bean was in fact their child. Yet the coincidence of 23 fertilized eggs and the 23 children that Valescu had produced in the clean room, what other conclusion could she reach? And soon the answer came, first to Sister Carlotta, but immediately thereafter to the Delphicis. The IF investigators had gone to the clinic with the doctor, and together they had discovered that the eggs were missing. It was hard news for the Delphicis to bear, and Sister Carlotta discreetly waited outside while Elena and Julian took some time alone together. But soon they invited her in. "How much can you tell us?" Julian asked. "You came here because you suspected our babies might have been taken. Tell me, were they born?" Sister Carlotta wanted to hide behind the veil of military secrecy, but in truth there was no military secret involved. Valescu's crime was a matter of public record. And yet, weren't they better off not knowing? "Julian, Elena, accidents happen in the laboratory. They might have died anyway. Nothing is certain. Isn't it better just to think of this as a terrible accident? Why add to the burden of the loss you already have?" Elena looked at her fiercely. "You will tell me, Sister Carlotta, if you love the God of truth." "The eggs were stolen by a criminal who illegally caused them to be brought through gestation. When his crime was about to be discovered, he gave them a painless death by sedative. They did not suffer." "And this man will be put on trial?" "He has already been tried and sentenced to life in prison," said Sister Carlotta. "Already?" asked Julian. "How long ago were our babies stolen?" "More than 7 years ago." "Oh," cried Elena. "Then our babies, when they died—" "They were infants, not a year old yet." "But why our babies? Why would he steal them? Was he going to sell them for adoption? Was he—" "Does it matter? None of his plans came to fruition," said Sister Carlotta. "The nature of Valescu's experiments were a secret." "What was the murderer's name?" asked Julian. Seeing her hesitation, he insisted. "His name is a matter of public record, is it not?" "In the criminal courts of Rotterdam," said Sister Carlotta. "Valescu." Julian reacted as if slapped, but immediately controlled himself. Elena did not see it. "He knows about his father's mistress," thought Sister Carlotta. "He understands now what part of the motive had to be. The legitimate son's children were kidnapped by the bastard, experimented on, and eventually killed. And the legitimate son didn't find out about it for 7 years. Whatever privations Valescu fancied that his fatherlessness had caused him, he had taken his vengeance. And for Julian, it also meant that his father's lusts had come back to cause this loss, this pain to Julian and his wife. The sins of the fathers are visited upon the children unto the 3rd and 4th generation. But didn't the scriptures say the 3rd and 4th generation of them that hate me? Julian and Elena did not hate God, nor did their innocent babies. It makes no more sense than Herod's slaughter of the babes of Bethlehem. The only comfort was the trust that a merciful God caught up the spirits of the slain infants into his bosom, and that he brought comfort, eventually, to the parents' hearts. "Please," said Sister Carlotta, "I cannot say you should not grieve for the children that you will never hold, but you can still rejoice in the child that you have." "1,000,000 miles away," cried Elena. "I don't suppose... You don't happen to know if the battle school ever lets a child come home for a visit," said Julian. "His name is Nikolai Delphici. Surely under the circumstances, "I'm so sorry," said Sister Carlotta. Reminding them of the child they had was not such a good idea after all, when they did not, in fact, have him. "I'm sorry that my coming led to such terrible news for you." "But you learned what you came to learn," said Julian. "Yes," said Sister Carlotta. Then Julian realized something, though he said not a word in front of his wife. "Will you want to return to the airport now?" "Yes, the car is still waiting. Soldiers are much more patient than cab drivers." "I'll walk you to the car," said Julian. "No, Julian," said Elena. "Don't leave me." "Just for a few moments, my love. Even now we don't forget courtesy." He held his wife for a long moment, then led Sister Carlotta to the door and opened it for her. As they walked to the car, Julian spoke of what he had come to understand. "Since my father's bastard is already in prison, you did not come here because of his crime." "No," she said. "One of our children is still alive," he said. "What I tell you now I should not tell, because it is not within my authority," said Sister Carlotta. "But my first allegiance is to God, not the IF. If the 22 children who died at Valescu's hand were yours, then a 23rd may be alive. It remains for genetic testing to be done." "But we will not be told," said Julian. "Not yet," said Sister Carlotta. "And not soon. Perhaps not ever. But if it is within my power, then a day will come when you will meet your second son." "Is he... do you know him?" "If it is your son," she said, "then yes, I know him. His life has been hard, but his heart is good, and he is such a boy as to make any father or mother proud. Please don't ask me more. I've already said too much." "Do I tell this to my wife?" asked Julian. "What will be harder for her, to know or not know?" "Women are not so different from men. You preferred to know." Julian nodded. "I know that you were only the bearer of news, not the cause of our loss. But your visit here will not be remembered with happiness. Yet I want you to know that I understand how kindly you have done this miserable job." She nodded. "And you have been unfailingly gracious in a difficult hour." Julian opened the door of her car. She stooped to the seat, swung her legs inside. But before he could close the door for her, she thought of one last question, a very important one. "Julian, I know you were planning to have a daughter next. But if you had gone on to bring another son into the world, what would you have named him?" "Our firstborn was named for my father, Nikolai," he said. "But Elena wanted to name a second son for me." "Julian Delphiki," said Sister Carlotta. "If this truly is your son, I think he would be proud someday to bear his father's name." "What name does he use now?" asked Julian. "Of course I cannot say." "But not Valescu, surely?" "No. As far as I'm concerned, he'll never hear that name." "God bless you, Julian Delphiki. I will pray for you and your wife." "Pray for our children's souls, too, sister." "I already have, and do, and will."
Major Anderson looked at the boy sitting across the table from him. "Really, it's not that important a matter, Nikolai. I thought maybe I was in trouble." No. We just noticed that you seemed to be a particular friend of Bean. He doesn't have a lot of friends." "It didn't help that Dymac painted a target on him in the shuttle, and now Ender's gone and done the same thing. I suppose Bean can take it, but smart as he is, he kind of pisses off a lot of the other kids. But not you. Oh, he pisses me off, too. And yet you became his friend. Well, I didn't mean to. I just had the bunk across from him in Launchy Barracks. You traded for that bunk. Did I? Oh. Huh. And you did that before you knew how smart Bean was. Dymac told us in the shuttle that Bean had the highest scores of any of us. Was that why you wanted to be near him? Nikolai shrugged. It was an act of kindness, said Major Anderson. Perhaps I'm just an old cynic, but when I see such an explicable act, I become curious. He really does kind of look like my baby pictures. Isn't that dumb? I saw him and I thought he looks just like cute little baby Nikolai, which is what my mother always called me in my baby pictures. I never thought of them as me. I was big Nikolai. That was cute little baby Nikolai. I used to pretend that he was my little brother, and we just happened to have the same name. Big Nikolai and cute little baby Nikolai. I see that you're ashamed, but you shouldn't be. It's a natural thing for an only child to do. I wanted a brother. Many who have a brother wish they didn't. But the brother I made up for myself, he and I got along fine. Nikolai laughed at the absurdity of it. And you saw Bean and thought of him as the brother you once imagined. At first. Now I know who he really is, and it's better. It's like, sometimes he's the little brother and I'm looking out for him, and sometimes he's the big brother and he's looking out for me. For instance. What? A boy that small, how does he look out for you? He gives me advice, helps me with classwork. We do some practice together. He's better at almost everything than I am, only I'm bigger, and I think I like him more than he likes me. That may be true, Nikolai, but as far as we can tell, he likes you more than he likes anybody else. He just, so far, he may not have the same capacity for friendship that you have. I hope that my asking you these questions won't change your feelings and actions toward Bean. We don't assign people to be friends, but I hope you'll remain Bean's. I'm not his friend, said Nikolai. Oh? I told you. I'm his brother. Nikolai grinned. Once you get a brother, you don't give him up easy.
Chapter 15. Courage.
Genetically, they're identical twins. The only difference is Anton's key.
So the Delphiki have 2 sons.
The Delphiki have 1 son, Nikolai, and he's with us for the duration. Bean was an orphan found on the streets of Rotterdam.
Because he was kidnapped.
The law is clear. Fertilized eggs are property. I know that this is a matter of religious sensitivity for you, but the IF is bound by law, not...
The IF uses law where possible to achieve its own ends. I know you're fighting a war. I know that some things are outside your power, but the war will not go on forever. All I ask is this. Make this information part of a record, part of many records, so that when the war ends, the proof of these things can and will survive, so the truth won't stay hidden.
Of course.
No, not of course. You know that the moment the Formics are defeated, the IF will have no reason to exist. It will try to continue to exist in order to maintain international peace. But the League is not politically strong enough to survive in the nationalist winds that will blow. The IF will break into fragments, each following its own leader. And God help us if any part of the fleet ever should use its weapons against the surface of the Earth.
You've been spending too much time reading the Apocalypse.
I may not be one of the genius children in your school, but I see how the tides of opinion are flowing here on Earth. On the nets, a demagogue named Demosthenes is inflaming the West about illegal and secret maneuvers by the Polemarch to give an advantage to the new Warsaw Pact. And the propaganda is even more virulent from Moscow, Baghdad, Buenos Aires, Beijing. There are a few rational voices, like Locke, but they're given lip service and then ignored. You and I can't do anything about the fact that World War will certainly come. But we can do our best to make sure these children don't become pawns in that game.
The only way they won't be pawns is if they're players.
You've been raising them. Surely you don't fear them. Give them their chance to play.
Sister Carlotta, all my work is aimed at preparing for the showdown with the Formics, at turning these children into brilliant, reliable commanders. I can't look beyond that mark.
Don't look. Just leave the door open for their families, their nations to claim them.
I can't think about that right now.
Right now is the only time you'll have the power to do it.
You overestimate me.
You underestimate yourself.
Dragon Army had only been practicing for a month when Wiggin came into the barracks only a few seconds after lights on, brandishing a slip of paper. Battle orders. They would face Rabbit Army at 0700, and they'd do it without breakfast. I don't want anybody throwing up in the battle room. Can we at least take a leak first? Asked Nikolai. No more than a deciliter, said Wiggin. Everybody laughed, but they were also nervous. As a new army with only a handful of veterans, they didn't actually expect to win, but they didn't want to be humiliated either. They all had different ways of dealing with nerves. Some became silent, others talkative. Some joked and bantered, others turned surly. Some just lay back down on their bunks and closed their eyes. Bean watched them. He tried to remember if the kids in Polk's crew ever did these things, and then realized they were hungry, not afraid of being shamed. You don't get this kind of fear until you have enough to eat. So it was the bullies who felt like these kids, afraid of humiliation but not of going hungry. And sure enough, the bullies standing around in line showed all these attitudes. They were always performing, always aware of others watching them. Fearful they would have to fight. Eager for it, too. What do I feel? What's wrong with me that I have to think about it to know? Oh, I'm just sitting here watching. I'm one of those. Bean pulled out his flash suit, but then realized he had to use the toilet before putting it on. He dropped down onto the deck and pulled his towel from its hook, wrapped it around himself. For a moment, he flashed back to that night he had tossed his towel under a bunk and climbed into the ventilation system. He'd never fit now. Too thickly muscled, too tall. He was still the shortest kid in battle school, and he doubted if anyone else would notice how he'd grown. But he was aware of how his arms and legs were longer. He could reach things more easily. Didn't have to jump so often just to do normal things like palming his way into the gym. I've changed, thought Bean. My body, of course, but also the way I think. Nikolai was still lying in bed with his pillow over his head. Everybody had his own way of coping. The other kids were all using the toilets and getting drinks of water, but Bean was the only one who thought it was a good idea to shower. They used to tease him by asking if the water was still warm when it got all the way down there, but the joke was old now. What Bean wanted was the steam. The blindness of the fog around him, of the fogged mirrors, everything hidden so he could be anyone, anywhere, any size. Someday they'll all see me as I see myself. Larger than any of them. Head and shoulders above the rest, seeing farther, reaching farther, carrying burdens they could only dream of. In Rotterdam, all I cared about was staying alive. But here, well-fed, I've found out who I am, what I might be. They might think I'm an alien or a robot or something, just because I'm not genetically ordinary. But when I've done the great deeds of my life, they'll be proud to claim me as a human, furious at anyone who questions whether I'm truly one of them. Greater than Wiggin. He put the thought out of his mind, or tried to. This wasn't a competition. There was room for two great men in the world at the same time. Lee and Grant were contemporaries, fought against each other. Bismarck and Disraeli. Napoleon and Wellington. No, that's not the comparison. It's Lincoln and Grant. Two great men working together. It was disconcerting, though, to realize how rare that was. Napoleon could never bear to let any of his lieutenants have real authority. All victories had to be his alone. Who was the great man beside Augustus? Alexander. They had friends, they had rivals, but they never had partners. That's why Wiggin has kept me down, even though he knows by now from the reports they give to Army commanders that I've got a mind better than anybody else in Dragon. Because I'm too obviously a rival. Because I made it clear that first day that I intended to rise, and he's letting me know that it won't happen while I'm with his army.